Introduction. Once, I yearn to tear you apart now. I wish to surrender everything and plead for your love. As the third daughter of the Duke of Winterfell, Victoria Stark embarks on a journey through the treacherous world of Westeros, navigating the complexities of intrigue and romance. How does a fragile woman evolve into the Queen of Westeros? Victoria, adorned with a golden crown, gazes down upon her subjects. 1. Survival in a strange world. I wish to survive, to keep my family alive. This indomitable resolve sustained Victoria through 3 days of delirium and fever. When Victoria Stark awakened, it was already evening. The flickering flames of the fireplace illuminated the dark stone chamber. She felt utterly depleted, as though her nerves had been kneaded by a giant. Her back ached painfully, as if she had spent a week sleeping not on a wolfskin mattress, but on cold, unforgiving stone. Gently, she coughed a few times, prompting the elderly nurse outside to swiftly open the door and check on her. "Sarah, my head aches," Victoria said, furrowing her brows as she attempted to push away the heavy wolf pelt covering her, but her arms felt powerless. "This will not do, my lady." "Oh dear, you are awake." "I must fetch Lady Catelyn immediately," Sarah replied, grasping Victoria's small hand to restrain her movements. After feeding Victoria some goat's milk, Sarah hurried off to inform Lady Catelyn Stark. The freshly closed wooden door creaked open slightly, allowing a sliver of light to seep in. A small shadow stealthily slipped inside. Victoria smiled and whispered, "Is that Sansa or Arya?" Her voice was sweet and melodious. Sansa Stark's rosy face appeared at the bedside, and she shrugged, saying, "Victoria, I guess you were awake. Here, a bouquet for you. I hope you recover swiftly." Victoria had long inhaled the fragrance of the flowers in the stagnant air of the room. "Thank you, elder sister." In her past life, Victoria had encountered countless varieties of flowers, yet in this existence, such beautiful blooms were a rarity. In the icy expanse of the north, within Winterfell, a single bouquet was indeed a precious find. "Elder sister, you ventured to the small hot spring by the city walls? That place is seldom visited, you must take care," she cautioned. Before she could finish her sentence, Victoria's breath weakened further, her fever raging, and the weakness of her body left her disheartened. After all, she had once been a woman capable of running marathons. As the two sisters exchanged words, the door swung open again, letting in a gust of cold air that made the flames in the fireplace dance wildly, casting elongated shadows that swayed with the wind, creating an amusing spectacle. "Darling, are you feeling any better?" Catelyn Stark, their mother and wife of Lord Ned Stark, entered, accompanied by her 2 younger companions, Arya and Bran. The worried glances from their enchanting brown eyes ignited a sense of concern for Victoria's condition. "Oh, don't fret, Mother, Arya, and Bran, I am indeed feeling much improved, am I not?" Victoria wished to prevent her illness from dampening the spirits of those around her, firmly believing this was merely a temporary affliction. Arya produced a bouquet from behind her back. "Little sister, for you." Bran presented his gift, as well, a finely crafted puppet. "I worked on it all afternoon." Victoria smiled. Sansa's previously gentle countenance shifted, and she voiced her discontent. "Arya, why must you mimic me? Just because I brought flowers doesn't mean you have to do the same." Unyielding, Arya retorted, having not anticipated her choice would mirror Sansa's. This realization displeased her. "Sansa, look at your flowers. They're already wilting. Mine are the finest. You should toss yours away, perhaps into the stables." Sansa's face flushed crimson as she forcefully placed her flowers in a vase, exclaiming, "Mother, look at Arya. She's always so selfish and brash, like a wild calf." Catelyn rubbed her temples in exasperation. "All right, dears, let's not disturb Victoria, shall we? We should discuss matters amicably. After all, we are family." The sisters, like 2 roosters, begrudgingly ceased their bickering, though they continued to glare at one another, each yearning for a victory. Bran, ever the clever one, perched himself on the edge of the bed and leaned closer to Victoria. "Sister, did you know the king is coming? Did you know? That is the king." Bran's excitement was palpable as he eagerly anticipated meeting the foreign dignitary from King's Landing. In stark contrast to Catelyn's worries, Sansa shyly lowered her gaze, harboring her own thoughts. As the eldest daughter of a lord, a refined and elegant lady should be paired with an exceptional gentleman, perhaps the heir to the throne, rumored to possess a remarkable eloquence, golden hair, and a visage akin to a deity. Could there be anyone more suitable than Prince Joffrey? Arya caught on and immediately pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Victoria, as if to say, "Look at her, a true lady, oh, a lovesick maiden." Victoria stifled a laugh, nearly unable to contain herself. She understood that whatever Sansa endorsed, Arya would invariably oppose. Yet Sansa was lost in her youthful reverie, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics around her. Bran chuckled and gently nudged Victoria with his elbow. "Sister, will you be well enough to greet his majesty?" Bran's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a free-spirited bird yearning for knowledge of the outside world. Catelyn embraced Bran from behind and caressed Victoria's face with her hand. "My darling, I desire nothing more in life than for you siblings to be healthy and happy. Do not concern yourself with the king, simply focus on your recovery." Victoria had been in the world of Game of Thrones for over a decade. As a reincarnated soul, her past life memories were fading, leaving only fragments of knowledge about the realm of Westeros. Yet those were sufficient. She was inherently different, though the youngest sister. She exhibited unparalleled courage and wisdom. Even at a tender age, she garnered admiration for assisting her mother in managing the castle. She nodded gently. "Mother, we will find happiness." Catelyn pressed a soft kiss to Victoria's forehead and adjusted the wolf pelt covering her. "Darling, rest and regain your strength." Catelyn exited with Sansa, Arya, and Bran. Sansa bestowed upon her a tender smile, filling Victoria's heart with warmth. Turning on her side, she gazed blankly at the fireplace, lost in thought. Before long, her elder brother Robb and her father's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, entered. Victoria smiled, her lips curving into a graceful arc. Robb, somewhat clumsy, accidentally knocked over Arya's flowers upon entering, while Jon picked them up. Robb's concerned gaze shifted toward Victoria, and Jon, pressing his lips together, broke the silence to speak first. "Victoria, the nightmares have returned. Did you faint again for no apparent reason?" Robb's anxiety was palpable. "Yes, Victoria, you were unconscious for 3 whole days. We were all terribly worried. Why did you collapse on the road outside the Godwood? Is someone harming you?" Victoria lay for 2 days, her mind gradually clearing, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. "Robb, Jon, do not dwell too much on this. You know my health, I am usually quite robust, and no one understands what is happening to me." Victoria's skin was unnaturally pale, exuding a haunting radiance. Jon turned his head away in sorrow, yet he managed to say, "Victoria, do not speak like that. Robb, invigorated, inquirit Victoria. We are the lords of the north if your ailment cannot be cured here. I have faith that the royal physician in King's Landing will restore you." "Victoria, did you know? King Baelor has lost his hand." Jon interjected, "Robb, that is mere speculation. Please do not burden her with such thoughts." Victoria's lively gaze flickered between her 2 brothers, as if the narrative was unfolding. Robb dismissed Jon's concerns, asserting, "The king has lost his hand." Victoria was not surprised. "Has our uncle passed away? Then we must mourn for him." "Oh, may the 7 gods have mercy on our aunt. We should make a vow at the weirwood." Catelyn's sister, Lisa Tully, was wed to Jon Arryn, a man much older than her father. This man was the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, who was the foster father of Ned Stark and King Baelor. The fleeting sympathy did not deter Robb's desire to narrate. "His Majesty may come to Winterfell to invite our father to assume the position of hand, second only to the king." He spoke with enthusiasm. Victoria understood and nodded gently. Father would surely refuse. Robb insisted, "But that is the king's command. Can a vassal refuse such a request, especially one as significant as being hand?" His voice edged with urgency. Jon Snow followed suit, emphasizing, "Father would certainly decline." Robb grew frustrated. "Well, you know, this is a foregone conclusion. Father will certainly return to serve as the hand." Victoria quickly intervened. "All right, brothers, some matters are beyond our control. Let us wait until the king arrives, shall we?" Her earnest gaze touched their hearts. "Very well. For your sake, you should rest. We shall step outside for now." The 2 exited slowly. Robb had just quarreled with Jon, yet their deep bond allowed them to dismiss the conflict with a mere fist bump. "Come, let us tidy ourselves. The king's arrival demands we present ourselves well." Victoria remained reclined on the bed, her eyes drawn to the rays of light streaming through the stone window, tiny specks of dust dancing like the intricate threads of fate. After a prolonged gaze, her eyes began to sting. Even upon closing them, she could still perceive the halo lingering before her. What should she do? Victoria, still in her teens, was but a budding flower. Yet, certain decisions that dictated the fate of her family had already thrust themselves upon her. She firmly believed that since she bore memories of a past life, destiny would surely impose corresponding responsibilities upon her. In Winterfell, in this foreign land of Westeros, She sought to preserve her own life and that of her family. Only through power, through iron will, blades, and cavalry, through the Game of Thrones, could such aspirations be realized. Here, there was no room for weakness or cowardice. The king's arrival at Winterfell would persuade her loyal and honorable father, Ned Stark, to assist him in King's Landing. For the debauched king sought only to indulge in a life of excess, surrounded by ambitious and treacherous courtiers. Feeling overwhelmed, the king desired this once loyal brother by his side to confront the corrupt and chaotic empire. Yet, their father, unskilled in the art of politics, would fall victim to the machinations of Robert Baratheon, who, after being gored by a wild boar during a hunt, would perish amidst the shifting tides of power and political strife. With the death of the direwolf, the Star children would face a similarly grim fate. Winterfell would crumble, and their family would be reduced to ashes. Victoria perceived this as a cruel jest from the divine, bestowed with memories of a former life, yet lacking the requisite strength or means to alter her Fatino miraculous power or fiery dragon to aid her. Not even a robust constitution, a mere drop of blood, would cause her to wither. She raised her hand in a beam of sunlight, pale and beautiful, her fingers delicate as tender shoots. How could such hands rescue her family and secure her own life? Victoria nodded, murmuring to herself, "I am a fragile woman, devoid of magic and martial prowess, lacking the captivating beauty that ensnares the hearts of men, and without the cunning to manipulate others. Though I am weak, I do not suffer from a terminal condition as long as I do not bleed. I am as healthy as any other. Though I possess nothing, my resolve to save my family remains unshaken. The greatest tragedy would be the destruction of my family. Even a slight alteration, however minor, would be a preferable outcome. I am not like Sansa, who yearns to be the queen and mistress of the Seven Kingdoms, nor am I like Arya, who possesses the tenacity to traverse the world with a sword. My dreams are modest. I simply wish for a family united in joy. Perhaps I possess nothing, but I would sacrifice everything to protect my family." Victoria could not help but contemplate the cause of her fainting spells. For years, she had pondered this, and this recent episode had provided her with fresh insights, revealing common threads. She had fainted twice before, each lasting around 3 days. The first occurred while peeling fruit, where she accidentally cut her hand, causing blood to flow, sending her family into a state of panic, nearly leading them to believe that the divine sought to reclaim their beloved daughter. From that moment on, Sansa took over the task of peeling fruit, forbidding Victoria from ever attempting it again. The second incident happened at 9 years old while learning needlework, when Victoria inadvertently pricked her hand. Once again, she lapsed into unconsciousness for 3 days. It seemed evident that bleeding was the catalyst. Each time she bled, regardless of the quantity, she felt her life slipping away. Victoria realized she must avoid all sharp objects. Yet, she refused to become a fragile being, and requested Soraya to craft exquisite deerskin gloves to protect her delicate self. Days later, upon regaining her vitality and spirit, Victoria ventured to the family's sacred grove. It was here that blood had once been shed. Victoria stealthily returned, as family sacred grounds often held unexpected secrets awaiting discovery, and she relished visiting this place. Wearing her gloves, Victoria searched diligently, but found nothing. Despondent, she sat at the base of the ancient tree, feeling lost. Her gaze wandered aimlessly until suddenly, a peculiar plant caught her attention. Oh my, could that possibly be a mushroom? Victoria stared in astonishment at the crevice in the stones, where a massive, mutated mushroom stood. It towered nearly half a person's height, a giant compared to the hundreds of tiny mushrooms surrounding it. Its vibrant colors dazzled the eye, emanating an alluring mushroom aroma. Strangely enough, this enormous mushroom appeared to have been gnawed at by some creature on several occasions, yet it continued to grow with unyielding vigor. A sizable beast had evidently feasted here multiple times. What, then, could compel this mushroom to persist in its defiant growth, even after being gnawed to its roots by a colossal beast? Victoria's face paled, disbelief etched across her countenance. I hope this is not true. Having fully recovered, she drew the small wooden dagger from her waist. Although it was not a sword, it possessed enough sharpness. With resolute steps, she approached the gigantic mushroom. With all her might, Victoria struck downwards, exclaiming, "No, do not think you can frighten me." She hacked at the mushroom vigorously, panting heavily, declaring, "Let me see what manner of monster you are. You have no connection to me." After pushing the severed mushroom down a slope, where it rolled out of sight, she finally felt a sense of relief. Oh, divine powers, may I never see this thing again. After a flurry of activity, Victoria meticulously concealed the evidence, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and quietly returned. At the evening banquet, everyone reveled and laughed together, and Victoria graciously accepted the blessings from all. Her brother, Kenry, said earnestly, "Victoria, we will protect you, we are all family." Warmth filled Victoria's heart as she smiled happily, responding, "We are all family." After the festivities, Victoria retired to her chamber, tossing and turning, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the peculiar mushroom. "Stop thinking about it, I'll go check tomorrow." Finally, dawn broke, and Victoria leaped from her bed, donned her clothes, and hurried into the sacred wood. She halted abruptly, realizing, oh dear, this could lead to trouble. Rather than worry about her family, she found it more prudent to consider her own safety. Victoria was compelled to keep this secret, ensuring no one learned of the mystery surrounding her blood. She gazed darkly at the enormous mushroom, which stood at half her height. What prompted this organism to thrive so stubbornly? Gripping her wooden dagger with trembling hands, she steeled herself and advanced, declaring, "Let me eradicate you." Thanks to the experience of the previous day, she found the task much easier today. With just 3 swift strikes, she severed the half-human height mushroom and, with considerable effort, pushed the approximately 70-pound fungus down the precipice, erasing all traces of it. The face upon the sacred tree, half crying, half laughing, seemed to watch the descendant of House Stark. Victoria contemplated her next move as she cast a glance at the mushroom's roots before turning to depart, leaving behind a parting remark. "Well then, let us see how long my life can endure regardless. I fear you not." With remarkable resilience, Victoria visited daily to hack away at the mushroom, subsequently obliterating the remains, seemingly never growing weary of the task. I believe that when one faces the terror and pressure of an immense secret threatening exposure, one would also become diligent in the pursuit of mushroom hunting. For a month and a half, the battle between the mushroom and the indomitable girl continued until King Robert Baratheon, accompanied by the Queen, the Prince, and attendants, arrived in Winterfell, marking the end of their struggle as the mushroom ceased to grow. Victoria rested her wooden dagger upon her shoulder, proclaiming, "At any time, I shall strive to persevere." This was a victory, albeit small, deserving of the honor bestowed upon Victoria. Her name itself signified Victorien, eternal pursuit of triumph. Meanwhile, Bran, as agile as a bird, joyfully leaped down from the castle walls. This behavior had been reprimanded countless times by Catelyn and Victoria, yet Bran, proud of his climbing prowess, remained as slippery as a fish. In the blink of an eye, he was back atop the walls, singing merrily. Bran brought exhilarating news. His Majesty has arrived with his entourage. Ned Stark had already lined up the family to welcome the king. Just before the king's entrance, Victoria, like a nimble fish, slipped into the ranks between Sansa and Arya. Thankfully, she did not miss the welcoming ceremony otherwise. It would have been a grave disrespect. Although Victoria found no joy in such formalities, she forced herself each time not to stand out, opting instead to maintain a gentle facade to deceive others. Arya, her eyes sparkling with excitement, remarked, "Victoria is even later than I am." Sansa discreetly raised her head, wondering, where are the king and queen? Arya tugged at Bran's sleeve, inquiring, "Do you know if the imp is here too?" Victoria quietly commented, "I have heard he is quite an extraordinary character." Arya had heard many tales of the imp, cruel yet clever, with a tongue as sharp as a dagger, unmatched in cunning. Victoria exchanged a knowing smile with him just as Catelyn approached, her gaze laden with warning, prompting the sisters to quickly silence themselves. Victoria held her breath, observing the imposing procession of the royal entourage as they took their positions, one guard notably adorned with a helmet shaped like a dog's head, piquing Bran's interest. While everyone discreetly assessed one another, only Victoria, with memories swirling in her mind, remained indifferent. In the interim, she recalled her experiences in the sacred woods, pondering why she had bled that day. She had ventured into the sacred grove, seeking what may have existed yet remained unknown. This was the insatiable curiosity inherent to humanity, the very driving force behind progress. Of course, if one wishes to label it as a trivial pursuit or mere idleness, that is acceptable, for they are fundamentally the same. The pathways of the sacred wood were uneven, hidden beneath dead leaves, and twisted roots lay stones and tree roots that could easily trip the unwary. When Victoria almost stumbled, she grasped a nearby branch, inadvertently pricking herself on a small thorn. The wound was so minor that she hardly felt it. As she pressed on, the cut began to bleed, staining a patch of small mushrooms at the roadside. Victoria struggled onward, contemplating calling for help in a more populated area, but ultimately succumbed to fatigue, collapsing by the roadside, fortunate enough to be rescued and brought back to the castle. The mushrooms of the sacred grove, having feasted upon Victoria's blood, began to grow rampantly, their fragrant scent attracting large beasts that feasted upon them repeatedly. Eventually, upon discovering the mushrooms, Victoria resolved to eradicate them completely. She cautiously dispersed numerous substances to repel the beasts, daily wielding her wooden dagger to sever the mushrooms at their roots. Despite their tenacity, the mushrooms continued to thrive, only to be cut down repeatedly. This cycle persisted for a month and a half until the mushrooms gradually withered away, leaving no trace behind. Victoria recognized her unique trait. Her blood was a treasure capable of inciting wild plant growth. It could also bestow vitality upon others. She was akin to ginseng or a life-saving remedy for the gravely injured or dying. However, if she were to lose blood, her body would suffer greatly, necessitating ample rest for recovery. With a standard curtsy, she uttered, "Your Majesty," as her thoughts drifted from memory back to reality. In light of Ned's presence, Robert remarked, "Your third daughter is quite a beauty. I dare say many knights from the Seven Kingdoms will fall for her in due time." Victoria smiled flawlessly, indistinguishable from an ordinary noblewoman. Her blood was a treasure that could save lives. It was also the source of her own peril. The secret of her blood was one that could not be revealed to avoid unnecessary complications. Even her family would remain silent. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty," she replied, her smile gentle, reminiscent of a harmless lamb. King Robert weighed at least 250 pounds and was 3 times Victoria's width. The vices of wine and indulgence had drained his vitality, leaving him in a state of numbness and suffering. His fighting spirit had long been extinguished, and he now found solace solely in drinking, debauchery, and hunting. Though he had a keen interest in women, Victoria was the daughter of his dear brother, making her akin to a daughter in his eyes. "Ned, let us dispense with pleasantries. It has been years since we last met, and we are both growing old." Robert suddenly recalled words he had exchanged years ago with his foster father, the former Prime Minister, Eddard Stark. He gestured for Victoria to rise. "How old are your children?" Ned, a devoted father, was well aware of their ages. "My eldest son Rob is 19, my second son Bran is 9, and my youngest, Rickon, is 8. Robert nodded. "You and I are like brothers. Your sons will be as my own. Come to King's Landing, and I will bestow titles and lands upon them, only one rank below my heir. A ceremony shall be held upon your arrival." At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment, shocked by the honor bestowed upon House Stark. Ned and Catelyn's demeanor stiffened further, realizing that His Majesty was making a significant investment to encourage Ned to accept the perilous role of the Prime Minister. The lords and commoners alike, their fates resting in the king's whims, felt the weight of Robert's love for wine, which would only lead him to act with reckless abandon. In consideration of their long-standing friendship, Robert did not abruptly change his demeanor, finding favor in the daughters who carried themselves with grace. "How old are your daughters? I wish to grant them titles and lands equal to my own daughters. Are they promised?" Upon hearing this, while others maintained composure, Sansa could hardly contain her joy, her heart swelling with delight, her hands trembling with excitement as she thought, "What a noble title! How many will envy and covet my status?" Victoria shuddered, indifferent to the title of Princess Victoria from the North. She feared that the inebriated king might ill-advisedly pair her with someone. A glance at the king's formidable knights revealed their terrifying strength and authority. Ned could not defy the king. "My eldest daughter Sansa is 18, my second daughter Arya is 16, and my third daughter Victoria is 15. King Robert responded with an ah, acknowledging, "It is the time for boys to marry and girls to wed. My heir Joffrey is 17, and he..." Before he could finish, Queen Cersei abruptly interjected, fearing that the king might unwittingly arrange a marriage for her beloved son. As a mother, she regarded her children as her very life. With a forced smile, she approached the nearest girl, shifting the conversation. Cersei lifted Victoria's chin with her slender fingers, revealing a beauty that was striking. "Victoria, how old are you?" "Your Majesty, I shall soon be 15, Victoria replied, maintaining her gentle demeanor, seemingly oblivious. "If you were in the north, you could celebrate your birthday at home." The Tyrells are visiting King's Landing, and there's a young lady named Marjorie, known as Little Rose, who is of your age. She wept secretly, fearing she would not be able to celebrate her birthday at home. Is it not better to remain in your homeland? Cersei, a daughter of House Lannister, had been expanding her influence in recent years, posing a threat to the king's power and security. Naturally, she wished to prevent any fresh blood from entering the court to support the king, hoping that House Stark would remain in the shadows forever. Thus, the king sought to bring in the Stark family as a counterbalance to the Lannisters, hoping that only in dire straits would he awaken to the gravity of his situation. Cersei's eyes glinted with provocation and suppression, questioning whether this young girl could indeed pose any challenge. This interruption caused the king to abandon his previous topic, but did not imply that he would forget it. Victoria smiled. The birthday itself is insignificant. Being with family is what truly matters. Where we celebrate is at my father's discretion. And where would your father choose? Father always follows the king's wishes. The girl is quite articulate, came a mocking voice from Tyrion, the imp, who admired her composure and courage. The Lannister queen felt a sense of discomfort as the king's guard began to gleam with menacing intent, their swords having claimed innumerable lives, their eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. These were the Knights of King's Landing, the finest warriors and swordsmen in the realm. Yet, being a girl, Victoria lacked the battlefield experience that Ned and his brothers possessed, who were filled with eager anticipation. She sensed an overwhelming pressure, accompanied by a gaze that was far from benevolent, lingering upon her. Jaime Lannister? The Kingslayer? That serpent-like gaze was anything but comforting. Victoria could not comprehend what made her worthy of such scrutiny. It must be due to her slight against his sister that had drawn his attention. Had the queen not instigated the matter, Victoria could have remained unnoticed, like a turtle in its shell. The brief yet formal welcoming ceremony soon concluded, with the assembly quietly dispersing under the queen's haughtiness and the king's stern reprimand. Everyone remained on edge, reluctant to lower their guard. The ladies prepared to serve Queen Cersei Lannister in the warm hall, for the air was indeed too cold. However, the wealthy Lannisters, famed for their riches, surely looked down upon the chill of Winterfell. Cersei forced a fleeting smile that quickly vanished. We have traveled for over a month and require rest. Let us reconvene at the banquet, she declared. Catelyn, without dissent, invited the queen to the guest chamber to recuperate. Ned accompanied King Robert to the crypts to honor the king's beloved, Ned's sister, whose statue evoked sorrow and remembrance in Robert's eyes. Ned, my brother, please assist me, he implored. Meanwhile, Catelyn, accompanied by several lords of Winterfell, attended to Prince Joffrey and the queen's two brothers, Jaime and Tyrion Lannister. To be honest, while both brothers were strikingly golden-haired, one was tall and handsome, while the other was a short, misshapen dwarf. One wielded a sharp sword, the other a sharp tongue. One was a regicide, the other a cunning imp. These brothers were a reflection of the wicked Lannisters. Prince Joffrey exhibited the same arrogance as the queen, openly flaunting his haughty demeanor. Victoria remained cautious, her mind racing with memories that screamed warnings. Joffrey would one day employ deceitful means to have Sansa accuse her father of treason, ordering Ned Stark's execution and compelling his sisters to witness the horror. House Stark had earned a reputation of being the most tragic lineage, with scarcely a member meeting a noble end. Each had endured profound anguish and hatred, and the wheel of fate had begun to turn upon the arrival of the king's entourage in Winterfell, leaving the fragile Victoria to ponder how she might defy destiny. All of these thoughts ignited a tempest within Victoria, her blood surging like boiling water. The space between her eyebrows throbbed as if pierced by a needle, causing her muscles to tremble faintly. An overwhelming torrent of thoughts triggered old wounds, leaving her mind in disarray, her heart racing, and a heavy sensation constricting her chest. An ominous premonition washed over her. In the midst of this dizzying turmoil, Victoria could no longer sustain herself and abruptly lost consciousness. As she collapsed, her body went limp, falling uncontrollably to the ground, startling Sansa, who cried out, "Victoria, Victoria!" Just before her awareness faded completely, she seemed to hear the light-hearted mockery of a rogue. "The eldest daughter has taken a fancy to my nephew Joffrey, and the youngest cannot resist fainting to draw my attention, such is the customary behavior of noble maidens." Tyrion remained non-committal, retorting, "If your vision were not clouded by the allure of a woman's bosom, head and thighs, perhaps you would arrive at a more rational conclusion, rather than behaving like an excitable hound." An excitable hound seeks its prey. What of the dwarf? Where is he to find another like himself to elicit such excitement? Brother? Jaime deftly countered Tyrion's jibe, dismissing his sharp retort as he positioned himself before the panicking women. Ladies, allow me to assist you, he declared, effortlessly lifting Victoria into his arms. Where is the lattice chamber? Catherine led the way, while Sansa tightly gripped Victoria's wrist, believing it might be of assistance. Arya, like a nimble wolf, dashed off to find a physician. By the time Jaime laid Victoria upon the bed, the healer had already arrived. Jaime, tall and imposing, resembled the sun radiating light and vigor within the dim, cramped room, yet no one paid him any heed. All attention was focused solely on the unconscious Victoria, whose lips were devoid of color and whose delicate features betrayed her true ailment. This was no mere ploy to capture his attention. Jaime felt a twinge of exasperation, as if reproaching the noble lady for her unorthodox behavior, which had compelled him to exert himself needlessly. Nevertheless, Victoria embodied every characteristic of a fragile noblewoman: a pallid visage, slender wrists, and a waist that seemed easily startled into fainting. Raising an eyebrow, Jaime resolved to treat the incident as a trivial amusement, indulging in the fleeting fragrance of youth before relinquishing her. With a dismissive scoff, he exited the room, only to encounter the imp, Tyrion, sipping from a horn. Tyrion exaggeratedly widened his eyes and performed an ostentatious bow, a charm that surpasses illness. My lord, noble maidens would find you more compelling than the White Walkers. The imp's sharp tongue incited Jaime's ire, his smile devoid of warmth. White Walkers. I happen to have one at my side, and, aside from inducing nausea, he proves of little utility. With a pointed glare, Tyrion shot him an angry look, prompting Jaime to turn and stride away, his cloak billowing behind him. It was only when the king and Ned emerged from the crypts that they learned of Victoria's fainting. The generous king commanded the royal physician to attend to her, and indeed, Victoria awakened, albeit in a state of considerable weakness. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness. Father, I feel much improved, she said. The others left her to recuperate while they conversed with the king. Ned, my good brother, what ails this child? Ned lamented. She has always been frail, prone to fainting spells without cause. The last episode occurred a month and a half ago. Robert Baratheon nodded. Ned, come to King's Landing to assist me, and bring your daughter along. I swear, the finest physicians from the Seven Kingdoms will attend to her. Catherine's gaze, filled with anguish, becoming prime minister was not an ideal choice, yet their options were limited. As a servant, what else could she do but obey? Moreover, the last time she and Ned parted, he had returned with a bastard son, Jon Snow. Must their union be marred by yet another separation? Furthermore, the position of prime minister was fraught with peril. Ned's integrity would not serve him well in the struggle for power. In this tug-of-war of conflicting emotions, days passed, while the king and his courtiers sought revelry among the women of the north. The citadel of Winterfell brimmed with affluent guests, recipients of many gifts from King's Landing. Meanwhile, Jaime and his twin sister, Queen Cersei, sought pleasures in a clandestine cave, sharing one another's company. Bran, whose favorite pastime was climbing, was once again scaling heights when he was called back by Saleya. Little lord, the third maiden is quite unwell. She wishes for your company. Bran felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed up at the lofty cave. It appeared that his adventurous aspirations would have to be postponed. Victoria, anxious and fearful that Bran might witness something he ought not, much like in a past life when Jaime had pushed him from a tower to safeguard their love, had persistently requested Bran's presence to alleviate her boredom. With no choice but to pass the time in the stone house, Bran found little joy in it compared to the thrill of climbing. He failed to comprehend why Victoria had become so delicate. Cersei, meanwhile, was still ensconced in the tower, reveling in her happiness as she inquired of Jaime, "What do you think of the Stark family?" Jaime embraced her from behind, planting a light kiss on her lips, and disdainfully replied, "A band of archaic Puritans, simple-minded peasants, and a corpulent king, the last of whom can be trusted. Although the daughter is quite attractive." Cersei, gasping for breath, remarked, "Robert wishes to ally with House Stark through marriage, Joffrey and—" Before Cersei could finish her sentence, Jaime abruptly moved, leaving them both shaken. He asked with whom. "Victoria?" Cersei shot him an annoyed glance. "Victoria? Why does she come to your mind? Because you've held her? How long has it been that you remember her?" Jaime quickly embraced Cersei, tenderly assuring, No, I hold only you." Cersei inquired, "What are your thoughts on the marriage alliance?" Jaime replied bluntly, "It would benefit the Lannisters." "Who should the betrothed be?" Cersei turned, pinching Jaime's lips gently, teasing, "What is your opinion of Victoria?" Her smile hinted at mischief. Jaime furrowed his brow. "It seems the eldest daughter would be more suitable." Cersei raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "I believe Victoria is a better fit." Jaime exhaled. "Cersei, the eldest daughter, is evidently easier to manipulate, is she not? Why invite complications?" Cersei straddled him, arching her back provocatively. "Then why seek out trouble?" Jaime and Cersei drew closer, his gaze pure and unguarded, enveloping her in a passionate embrace, burying his head in her bosom. In that fleeting moment, the rich fragrance of her prized tequila seemed to transform into the scent of wildflowers from a shadowy stone chamber, her resplendent golden locks morphing into soft, straight chestnut tresses. Even Cersei's voluptuous and alluring form shifted, becoming slender and delicate, radiating the freshness and innocence of youth. James, filled with emotion, could not help but exclaim, "I am embracing you. I am embracing you." Victoria lay within the stone cottage, gazing at the wildflowers that Sansa had gathered for her, her thoughts drifting to the matters concerning James and her sister. Bran was by her side, and as long as he did not witness what he ought not to, everything should be well. Three Serpents' temptation. Victoria was acutely aware that this was not a world governed by order and decorum, beneath the veneer of law and hierarchy. The only means of safeguarding one's family on this continent was through strength. The weak were destined to be devoured and humiliated. Moreover, House Stark represented the interests of the entire North, bearing the weight of the lives and honors of thousands of northern subjects. The Starks revered honor, duty, and courage. As a lord of the realm, their responsibilities were immense. Such matters were perhaps best left for Ned or the male heirs to contemplate. While Victoria should emulate Sansa in mastering needlework, raising children, and aspiring to become a qualified and noble lady. Like Sansa, she ought to plan for a noble heir as a husband. Yet Victoria was different. Her mind harbored a depth of thought beyond that of others. This singular soul would not permit her to meander through life in a state of oblivion. She did not wish to become a mistletoe or a daughter. Life was fleeting, and she ought to engage in endeavors of significance. Perched weakly upon a small chair atop the city walls, she sought respite from the stifling confines of her chamber. Observing the bustling life in Winterfell served to pass the time. The populace, though impoverished and perhaps on the brink of starvation, bore smiles upon their faces. For they were aware that their lord, Ned Stark, was a true hero and knight. Here they had the opportunity to recuperate and thrive, a blessing not easily found. Victoria gently raised her hand, admiring the exquisite silk gown enveloping her. This lavish garment left her breathless, a luxury that a lifetime of toil could not afford if she were a commoner. Yet dissatisfaction lingered within her. Suddenly, a melodic chime pierced the air, and as she lifted her gaze, she beheld a tall, imposing figure crowned with radiant golden hair. Jaime inclined his body slightly, bowing to convey the courtesy of a knight. Victoria yearned to shed her silken attire in favor of resolute armor. The silk was both a symbol of happiness and a shackle. Jaime approached, remarking, "The north scenery is quite splendid, my dear lady." With that, he took her small hand, intending to kiss it. Victoria's fingers were icy. "Your health seems fragile. You ought not linger in such windy conditions," he said. The kiss lingered excessively. Following it, Jaime did not relinquish her hand, but instead gently squeezed her delicate, pale fingertips. Victoria rose to curtsy, a grateful smile gracing her lips. "My Lord Lannister, thank you for your assistance. You are right, I must take my leave." With that, she withdrew her hand from Jaime's grasp and turned to depart. "My lady, do you feel any better? Might I inquire as to the cause of your sudden fainting spell? Perhaps Lord Stark's appointment as the Hand of the King would benefit someone as lovely as yourself." Jaime leaned in too closely, prompting Victoria to sidestep, evading his attempt to tousle her hair. "My Lord Lannister, I am confident that my father will make the right choice. The north is far too frigid. Please, let us retire to the great hall, where my father might offer you a cup of wine." "Oh, is this how you treat your savior?" Jaime's voice was low and somber, addressing his little bird. Victoria turned to the stern and serious maester. "Please, guide Lord Lannister." With a stoic demeanor, the maester approached. Jaime chuckled lightly and shrugged. "I do not wish to impose upon you." As they descended from the castle walls, Victoria's form slipped past the stone barriers and vanished from sight. Jaime then beheld Cersei, leaning against the doorframe, her golden hair cascading like molten gold, flowing down her body in turbulent waves. With her eyes half closed and arms crossed, she remarked, "Winterfell is indeed bitterly cold, yet a woman's heart can be colder still. Why do you not seek out the fiery women of the north? Jaime was aware that the king and the imp had recently lost themselves in frivolity at the academy. Yet Cersei could not fathom why Jaime found pleasure in such chilliness. Drawing his sword, he admired its gleam before sheathing it once more. "I have encountered many a heated woman," he said, casting a knowing glance at his sister. Cersei playfully struck his chest, and they both erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth echoing through the hall. Nearby, a simple Lannister lad poured wine, looking bewildered, unable to comprehend their jest. Cersei, twirling her hair, awaited Jaime's continuation. He accepted the goblet of wine, toasting his sister before taking several gulps. "I have seen my share of beautiful, icy maidens, I assure you, once you unveil their legs. They possess a manual for becoming a fiery woman." Cersei took a sip of her wine, inquiring then why. Jaime, seizing the goblet again, poured a generous measure. "She is a Stark, striking in appearance, and a maiden, that is all." Cersei tilted her head, questioning, "Is that all there is?" Jaime reaffirmed, "Indeed, sister. We are forever the closest of kin, bound by our shared mother's womb." Cersei raised an eyebrow, reminding him, "Do remember, her father is not to be trifled with. Beware the sharp teeth of the dire wolves. They are not easily provoked." Jaime retorted, "No one can sever the mane of the golden lion. No one can." "What then? Do you intend to do?" Cersei, confident in Jaime's methods, particularly regarding women, listened intently. Jaime, as if hearing a jest, declared, "With my charm. Should it not be the women who seek my affection?" The siblings shared a knowing laugh. At that moment, Tyrion, the imp, sauntered in from the northeastern gate. "What is the source of your amusement? Has a ladybug nibbled upon a flower? This is hardly a favorable situation. Perhaps that ladybug may well burst from excess." Yet Cersei's gaze remains profound, for a lion shall never succumb. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Jaime adjusted his armor, leisurely observing his little imp of a brother. "You are always concerned about others' affairs. So, how do you find the women of the north?" Tyrion, having drained his cup, mused that no one could possibly rival that cold little wolf pup. Jaime's enchanting eyes drifted toward the castle tower, where that chair and the lady had vanished without a trace. Indeed, none could compare to her, at least not at this moment. Yet she is undoubtedly mine. Shall we wager on it? Tyrion, with a mocking grin, questioned how long it would take for the little wolf to sever your roots. Jaime, irate, retorted, "I shall strike your teeth and stuff them into your eye sockets." Tyrion feigned terror, imploring, "Do keep my eyes intact. I wish to witness that little wolf girl atop you, and then biting you to death." With a hearty laugh, Tyrion sauntered away, leaving Jaime seething with fury. Winning a lady's favor is, in truth, a simple endeavor, an exceptional self paired with the right finesse. Jaime believed that being with women, in bed, merely entailed providing them with what they desire: wealth, status, vanity, or even the more ephemeral notion of love. Catering to their whims is her forte. Whatever Victoria desires, Jaime Lannister can provide. The gold mines of Casterly Rock and Lannisport render them one of the wealthiest families in the Seven Kingdoms. Soon, Victoria arrived at the banquet, clearly with intentions in mind. Jaime, naturally, did not refuse. He had always embraced his allure. He had traversed the seas, held high positions of power, amassed wealth, and commanded formidable armies. No lady could remain indifferent to him. He exhibited particular patience with women, especially beautiful prey. Jaime was prepared to ensnare Victoria with the world he had painted, much like the beguiling serpent in the Garden of Eden. His bright red forked tongue was poised, and his fervent breath had already been released. Victoria beckoned Jaime for a drink by the dance floor, and as she poured, Jaime exchanged a triumphant glance with Cersei. Tyrion leaned against the table, remarking upon yet another foolish daughter of House Stark, beautiful, yet lacking in intellect. "My Lady Victoria." She had yet to finish her sentence before Jaime interrupted. "Perhaps this is not the place for conversation. You know how noisy it is here. I would like to invite you to a more serene locale." With that, Jaime turned and walked away, leaving Victoria somewhat flustered, yet she reluctantly followed. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Sansa and Arya curtsied to the queen, with Sansa's gaze betraying a hint of longing. The cunning Cersei, of course, understood her intent and kindly inquired, "Did you make your dress yourself?" "Yes," Sansa replied, both proud and excited. "It is lovely," Cersei commented, tilting her head slightly, prompting Sansa to retreat in accordance with Cersei's movement. Seated at the banquet, Sansa couldn't help but glance at the golden-haired prince, Joffrey. Arya's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens as she, in a moment of mischief, employed a spoon as a slingshot and launched a hefty glob of saucy food at Sansa. Sansa, now smeared in sauce from head to toe, fled the scene, her face concealed in embarrassment. It was a spectacle that elicited uproarious laughter from Yora. marking the most joyful moment of the entire banquet. Arya was soon escorted away. Meanwhile, as he exited the banquet hall, Jaime found himself once again upon the castle battlements where they had crossed paths earlier that afternoon. His golden locks shimmered in the moonlight, and his armor, adorned with a billowing cloak, accentuated his stature as a paragon of chivalry and valor among the Seven Kingdoms. Victoria stood a mere 5 paces away, addressing him. "My Lord Lannister, I am aware of your vast knowledge and wisdom, and I seek your assistance." Jaime took the initiative to close the distance, reducing the 5 paces to 3. Victoria, feeling a tinge of apprehension, instinctively retreated a half step. Jaime did not advance further, but rather spoke with a gentler tone than the moonlight itself. "How may I be of service to you?" Victoria smiled softly, her cheeks smooth and full. "I often find myself in ill health, unable to partake in many endeavors. Thus I frequently immerse myself in literature." Jaime's gaze, imbued with a profound curiosity, seemed capable of melting one into a puddle. "I am intrigued by certain plants, aside from those readily available. I have yet to encounter a few legendary varieties said to flourish in the East. To grant women all that they desire is the most noble mission of the Lannisters." He continued, "May I call you Victoria? It would be my highest honor." "Thank you, my Lord Lannister," she replied, exuding a youthful charm as she presented a scroll. "They likely refer to it as this, bearing a resemblance to this, from the wondrous East. The Dothraki, the savage folk led by Khal Drogo?" Jaime mused. "No, further east, towards the land of the rising sun, where a marvelous realm exists, populated by countless wise individuals." Reflecting on his noble upbringing, Jaime realized that he had never been educated about this distant place. He glanced down at the scroll, which bore delicate script. Jaime read aloud a name, indeed unfamiliar to him. "Victoria, your knowledge is astonishing, much like your brown eyes." Victoria subtly stepped back. "My Lord Lannister, in return, I shall offer you." Jaime gently placed a finger over her lips. "Call me Jaime, that is my only request." With that, he tenderly kissed the tips of her fingers. Victoria was internally taken aback, recognizing Jaime's adeptness. She feigned shyness and turned to retreat. Believing himself to be quite clever, Jaime unfurled the scroll and tucked it into his breast. Upon returning to his chamber, he examined it again, yet found himself utterly perplexed by its contents. Just then, Tyrion entered, sensing that the Golden Lion of House Lannister had stumbled upon a conundrum. Jaime handed the scroll to him. "Do you recognize these?" Tyrion gazed for a considerable time, uncertain whether the crops were perhaps the eastern barley, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and some variety of beans. Jaime rested his hands beneath his head. Having never heard of such things in the Seven Kingdoms, they existed solely in the distant legends of the East. Nevertheless, the Lannister fleet is omnipotent. If we cannot find these items, no one else in this realm will succeed. This is also why Victoria sought no other assistance but turned to the Lannisters, hoping to procure these high-yield, frost-resistant, and disease-resistant crops while the two houses remained on amicable terms. The imp chuckled at the absurdity of it all. How could the Golden Lion be so diminished? The little wolf of Winterfell sought not your priceless jewels, but rather your sustenance. Is the little wolf starving in Winterfell? Jaime, in high spirits, remarked that he would ensure she was well fed in every conceivable manner. Tyrion erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You rascal! Oh, may you perish beneath the ample behind of a skilled woman, or die beneath the eggs of a dire wolf." Jaime paid little heed to his brother's jesting, his candlelight flickering as he mused that he would provide her with whatever she desired. However, Tyrion, resigned, raised his hand and uttered in the Lannister tongue, "A debt must be repaid." The Lannisters are shrewd merchants and opportunists, adept at recompense, and even more skilled at demanding payment. The Lannister clan is not to be trifled with. Their possessions are like fire, untouchable. Tyrion turned about, surveying the cold stone chamber. Disappointment evident. "Ah, yet another foolish woman. Perhaps it is unwise to harbor expectations." Jaime, after completing his letter in elegant script, sealed it with the family crest and wax, fastening it to the leg of a raven before sending it off. "Go now, and bring forth the bait to lure the little wolf. Imp, when you speak thus in the future, remember to exclude Cersei. Otherwise, I shall introduce you to the perils of the dungeon." Victoria did not return to the feast, but instead sought refuge in her chamber. To safeguard her home, she must possess strength, which arises from territory, soil, populace, cavalry, weaponry, and medicine. While digging deep and stockpiling grain may not always prove effective, it could at least extend the Stark family's survival. The North, perpetually frigid, yields scant agricultural produce, and both population and martial prowess remain stagnant. Victoria scoured every botanical resource available on the continent, only to find them all yielding poorly. lacking cold resistance and disease resilience. For the majority, merely having enough to eat was a luxury. She sought to unearth the crops Jaime had mentioned, which were noted sporadically in the arduous tomes of this continent, akin to the dragons that no one had ever beheld, fabled and romantic. Yet Victoria knew dragons existed. Why then could these high-yield, frost-hardy crops, suitable for the harsh conditions of Winterfell, not be found? Thus, she sought Jaime Lannister's assistance. Beyond House Lannister, there truly existed no other capable of identifying these elusive items. For the Blood Pit, due to Victoria's intervention, Bran did not scale the high walls to uncover the scandal between Cersei and Jaime, nor did he suffer a fall that would render him a lifelong cripple. The Stark family remained blissfully united. Once again, Bran stood at the city walls, eager to leap, while Victoria could only watch him helplessly. Jon Snow came to bid her farewell. As a bastard, Jon occupied a most precarious position. He resolved to join the Night's Watch at the Wall, while Ned Stark prepared to journey south to assist King Robert Baratheon in mending the kingdom's chaos, assuming the perilous role of Prime Minister. The distance between them, one heading south and the other north, left their reunion uncertain. Jon's relationship with Sansa was strained, so he gifted Arya a slender, sharp sword, which she named Needle, signifying an essential tool for a noble lady. Upon reaching Victoria, Jon presented her with a book. I know you cherish ancient legends. This tome, The Past and Future of Westeros, I hope it brings you joy. Faced with the impending separation, Victoria felt a pang in her heart. You should accompany us to King's Landing. We cannot bear to be without you. Tyrion passed by the stables, remarking, bastards and dwarves are never truly welcomed. No one is indispensable. You meddle too much, you little imp, Jon retorted, dismissing him. Victoria never sought to ease their discord over trivial matters. In this land, strength reigns supreme. To compromise is to invite further scorn, as others will mock your tears and vulnerabilities without remorse. Tyrion regarded her, surprised. You defy my expectations. I anticipated tears or fearful pleas, begging for mercy, much like your sister. Victoria replied succinctly, fear and pleas are futile. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Lannister? Ah, indeed. We are all Lannisters, indistinguishable in that regard. Yet, you are a rather extraordinary Stark. Victoria chose not to engage further, turning away with a parting remark. Each of us is a Stark. Stark resides within us all. Unlike her siblings, Victoria was not swayed by their mother's disdain for Jon. It is challenging to harbor animosity towards an innocent child who cannot choose their lineage, who has hardly felt parental love, yet embodies a kindness born of hardship. One cannot openly embrace and cherish a bastard, for their existence perpetually wounds your mother, disrupts your family, and reminds you of your father's past transgressions. Victoria's feelings for Jon were complex, yet they did not hinder their amicable interaction. She took Jon's hand and led him to her room. Jon, I know I have nothing of true value to offer you, but I wish to give you this. Jon accepted the gift, revealing a wolf emblem. A talisman? Indeed, Jon. This is my heartfelt gesture. You are destined for the Wall, where the outcasts, vagabonds, and fugitives gather. Jon chuckled at his own misfortune. A bastard with nowhere to go in a world that offered no sanctuary. Victoria grasped his hand, saying, Jon, I understand the harshness of reality. Yet we must strive to live well and cherish the present moments. We ought to gaze towards brighter horizons. Jon waved his hand dismissively. I cannot conceive of a situation worse than our current plight. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Victoria's honey-brown eyes. There have been far too many days more tragic than this one. Aware of Victoria's frail constitution, Jon swiftly changed the subject. Thank you for your gift. I truly cherish it. It shall watch over me by the wall. The siblings embraced tightly before parting. Take care in King's Landing. However, it seems Sansa harbors feelings for Prince Joffrey that are decidedly different. This may not bode well. Jon's direwolf, Ghost, had grown to an intermediate size, while Victoria's playful direwolf, named Shaggy Dog, frolicked beside him. Victoria had chosen the smallest and weakest of the wolf pups, saying, The creature suits me well. We are a natural pair. She called out to Shaggy Dog, Go, summon your siblings. I wish to host a direwolf gathering. The wolves, possessing a remarkable understanding of human emotion, eagerly followed Victoria to a grassy knoll, where they tumbled and rolled with joy. Jon, Arya, and Bran stealthily salvaged the remaining meat intended for the king's feast, generously rewarding the loyal, furry guardians. Victoria sensed that Nymeria, Arya's direwolf, would fiercely protect her owner, potentially harming Prince Joffrey. Ultimately, Arya would release Nymeria, but the domineering queen would demand that Ned Stark pay the price by executing Sansa's loyal and innocent direwolf. Victoria had lingered on the lawn for too long. The meat was exhausted, and the 7 young wolves were beginning to tire. Yet, She resolved to delay further, hoping to spare Sansa's loyal direwolf from a grim fate. As she watched the sun dip below the horizon, bathing the vast northern plains in a warm glow, the light enveloped Victoria, who reclined gracefully on the grass, appearing as if she were submerged in honey, exuding a radiant sweetness. Tyrion and Jaime met at the edge of the prairie. The imp glanced at Jaime, took a sip from his cup, and remarked, "Look at your fairy of the plains. Perhaps you should steal her feathered garment while she bathes, ensuring this angel remains earthbound forever." Without waiting for a response, he sauntered away. Jaime mused, what harm could there be in that? Fairies are always well treated. I shall provide her with everything she desires. Tyrion found this to be the most amusing jest. The most heartfelt confession emerged from the lips of a notorious libertine. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from afar, gradually drawing nearer. Joffrey, Robb, Arya, and the somewhat reluctant Sansa were engaged in the merriment of horseback riding, accompanied only by a few guards. The lively direwolf, Shaggy Dog, leaped towards Victoria, who admonished it gently, "Be still, Shaggy Dog, and take care not to cause me any harm. Who would dare to injure you?" It was Joffrey, who had swiftly approached, perched arrogantly atop his steed. "Why do you not join us in this equestrian delight? Do you wish to defy the commands of the prince of the great dynasty?" Victoria dismissed the juvenile bravado of the prince with indifference. She bowed gracefully, addressing him. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. My constitution has always been frail, rendering horseback riding a challenge for me." Joffrey nodded, asserting that a lady ought to remain on solid ground, engaged in embroidery or music, rather than partake in the games of men like a wild child. At this, Arya's indignation flared. "Why should I not ride? I can do so far better than you." Sansa, blushing, sat atop her horse, clearly flustered. A glance at the haughty prince revealed to Victoria that Sansa lacked proficiency in riding, prompting her to offer support. "Sister, why not rest on the grass for a while?" Sansa had perspired profusely, the afternoon's exertion leaving her weary. Joffrey, unaccustomed to being contradicted, found satisfaction in Sansa's timidity and compliance, while Arya's sharp retorts only fueled his fury. "You dare to disobey the prince's orders? I shall have you thrown into the stables," Joffrey declared pompously. Robb, their elder brother, was equally incensed. Victoria attempted to mediate, but her words held little weight amidst the clash of the great prince and his furious sister, neither willing to heed her. The conflict between the two seemed insurmountable. As the tension escalated, the 7 dire wolves, sensing their master's agitation, rose in unison, baring their teeth and growling menacingly. Suddenly, a chill ran down Victoria's spine. A single dire wolf had nearly bitten off Joffrey's arm, and now there were 7, their wrath palpable and capable of consuming him whole. Ignoring the quarrel between the two, Victoria shouted, "Shaggy Dog! Shaggy Dog!" The dire wolf, responding promptly, sat obediently before her, as docile as a pup. Victoria produced a handkerchief, quickly forming it into a ball. "Darling, take this and play with your siblings. Be cautious not to let them snatch it away, understood?" With a determined throw, she sent the makeshift ball soaring, and Shaggy Dog dashed after it. The pack of wolves quieted somewhat, while the two on horseback continued their heated debate, clearly illustrating that the pampered prince could not best what he deemed a crude country girl. Victoria summoned Jon and Sansa, and together they drove away 3 dire wolves. The trio united their strength to steer Robb and Bran's direwolves into a game of tag. Only Arya's loyal direwolf, Nymeria, remained. This steadfast little wolf anxiously gazed at the furious Arya and her arrogant foe. Suddenly, the vile and frantic Joffrey, with malicious intent, kicked savagely at Arya's steed's soft belly with his spurs. Startled, the mare threw Arya off. In that moment, Nymeria lunged forward desperately, biting and clawing at Joffrey. His guards rushed in to assist him, and upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, Robb also attempted to pry the dire wolf off Joffrey. Fortunately, it was only a juvenile dire wolf. Had it been an adult, a single strike would have been sufficient to sever Joffrey's throat. The ferocity of dire wolves was legendary throughout the 7 kingdoms. Everyone knew that any single dire wolf could effortlessly tear apart a robust knight. Even as a youngling, they still bore the blood of their ancestors and their valor. Joffrey rolled on the grass, screaming, feeling as though his palm was about to be pierced. These ferocious beasts had overpowered him. The commotion attracted the 6 dire wolves that had wandered off to play tag, who quickly regrouped, ready to unite in their assault on Joffrey. In their world, there were no princes, only masters and enemies. Victoria and Robb turned pale, realizing that the prince, the heir to the throne, was about to be devoured, bringing the Stark family treason upon them. Victoria clutched her dire wolf, Shaggy Dog, tightly, while Robb did the same with his. Sansa screamed for the beasts to retreat, cursing them, urging her dire wolf lady not to bite him. Having once embraced her dire wolf lady, Sansa felt helpless as she was shaken off. Joffrey's guards threw themselves over him. But within mere seconds, one was lifeless, his innards torn out. Joffrey, in a state of sheer terror, turned to Victoria and the others, bellowing, "Please, save me. I command you to save me." His face was smeared with crimson, uncertain whether it was his own blood or that of his fallen guard. Victoria's mind was a whirlwind as she spotted two blonde figures standing nearby. "Come help us. Can't you see your prince is about to be devoured?" she shouted in desperation. After observing the unfolding drama, Jaime finally approached, sword in hand. Victoria was at a loss for words. "Could you refrain from using that sword, Sir Lannister?" Tyrion shrugged, replying, "Do you not realize that our prince is on the verge of being bitten to death?" Victoria, tears brimming in her eyes, implored, "Sir Lannister, please, can you not use the sword?" The imp, Tyrion, was rendered speechless as Robb, Jon, and the others continued to grapple with the pack of wolves. Jaime glanced back at Victoria, offering a faint smile. Victoria was taken aback, exclaiming, "Please, do not use your sword, Jaime, I beg you." Jaime, the gentleman, bowed as you wished and promptly sheathed his sword. Tyrion cast a disapproving glance at Victoria, murmuring to himself that perhaps he had erred. Jaime, wielding formidable strength, harbored no affection for those white-haired beasts. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he soon detached one unconscious direwolf after another from Joffrey's form. As the surroundings gradually fell silent, Jaime found himself breathing heavily, remarking on the commendable resilience of the beasts. Looking down, he noticed Joffrey was left with barely half of his vitality, resembling a wretch pulled from a pool of blood. Fortunately, there were no fatal injuries. However, his body was marred with numerous small wounds, his face smeared with blood, and his attire tattered, a most disgraceful state for a prince accustomed to luxury and privilege. Jaime knelt before him, examining his limbs before cradling him in his embrace. Both boys, with their golden hair radiating a noble yet nauseating sheen, shared a moment of tenderness. Jaime's extraordinary gentleness and patience, coupled with his soothing voice, enveloped Joffrey in a profound sense of security. There, my dear, it is all right now. Uncle is here. Child, do not fear, Uncle has come." Joffrey, merely a child not yet 13, had been spoiled, confronted with the specter of death. He could no longer maintain his haughty demeanor. Jaime, Uncle, I am so frightened. Uncle, I am so afraid." Joffrey wept uncontrollably, his snot and tears staining Jaime's armor. For a man, displaying weakness and fear in front of others was exceptionally unbecoming. Jaime had intended to admonish him, to teach him the ways of a man. Yet, upon seeing Joffrey, bloodied and broken, his heart softened. "There, Joffrey, my treasure. Uncle is here. You are safe now. Let me take you to see your mother." Trembling with fear, Joffrey was led away by Jaime. Jaime rode off, leaving Tyrion to clean up the mess. Tyrion gazed at Victoria, who appeared equally flustered, cursing, "What a mess you have left for me." The Stark children stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Though Victoria's face was streaked with tears, she hastily wiped them away as a handkerchief appeared before her, offered by Tyrion. "The dignity befitting a lady," he remarked. "Thank you, Mr. Tyrion." With the handkerchief to wipe her face, she felt a measure of comfort. Victoria managed a strained smile. "I anticipated this, yet thankfully, it is not worse than I imagined. We ought to count our blessings." Sansa, with reddened eyes, shouted, "We are in deep trouble. You have harmed Joffrey, my prince." Arya glared at her elder sister with indignation. "You spineless wretch." "Nymelia, we must go," Victoria said, gripping Arya's arm. "In times of adversity, the Starks must not turn against one another, do you understand? We must face this challenge together." "Agreed?" Every individual embodies Stark, and Stark resides within each person. Arya blushed as she addressed Victoria, declaring, "I fear them not. We shall confront them together." "Ah, pardon my interruption," interjected the diminutive Tyrion. "Though your sisterly bond is truly touching, I believe it is time for you to gather yourselves and return to face the wrath of the Queen, my sister." The group hastily mounted their steeds, racing towards the castle to meet their fate. In the hall, Catherine and Ned wore furrowed brows, sensing impending trouble. For those like Ned, Jaime, and the king, who had tasted the brutality of battle, Yora's injuries appeared alarming, yet were merely superficial wounds of little consequence. Inside, anxious attendants flitted about, amplifying the tense atmosphere. Cersei sat by the bedside, gazing at her bloodied son, tears streaming down her face, trembling with rage. Her tear-filled eyes radiated the fierce wrath of a lioness. Releasing Yora's hand, she strode towards Jaime. "Jaime Lannister, look at Yora. How can you tolerate such grievous injuries? Do you not love him? Are you not concerned for him? Jaime, initially somewhat nonchalant, endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor to placate Cersei. Sister, no one is more concerned for Jorah than I. I love him dearly. Cersei screamed, get away. You men, you deceivers. Men will never love their children. Only a mother. Only a mother will feel such anguish for her child. She stepped forward menacingly. Entrusting Jorah to you was a grave mistake. Leave. Do not let me see you. Jaime approached, embracing Cersei. Enough, sister. You cannot question my love for Jorah. I love him just as you do. After years of service in the military, do you not see that these wounds are not as dire? Jorah will be fine, sister. Cersei turned, bellowing at a young attendant. Where is the king? Hurry. Wherever he may be, drag him from the bed of that harlot, and inform him that his heir has been attacked by traitors, bloodied and wounded. He must rise from the embrace of that northern wench, if he is indeed a man, a father. Tyrion glanced at Jorah, stuffing grapes into his mouth while observing the deranged woman. Cersei retorted, only a mother can love her child. No one else will, not even a father. She glared fiercely at Jaime's back, accusing him of being entranced by the northern harlot, indifferent to their son's plight. Jaime frowned, halting his caress of Jorah's face. Cersei, he admonished, calm yourself. His eyes brimmed with icy fury. Cersei trembled slightly, then broke into sobs. Jaime found himself in a quandary, torn between the sorrow of the child and the anguish of the mother, unsure whom to comfort first. After what felt like an eternity, as the evening feast approached, King Robert arrived, reeking of women's perfume and the scent of indulgence, to check on his gravely injured son. He bellowed, no one dares harm my son. He is the heir to the empire. Jaime brought a cup of wine to Cersei to soothe her and implored, Your Majesty, please impose severe punishment on those who have offended His Highness the Prince. Cersei nodded in satisfaction, and the king along with the courtiers made their way to the Grand Hall. King Robert inquired about the entirety of the incident from his ministers. He was aware that Joffrey had instigated the matter, and he knew that the Stark children had done their utmost to assist, particularly the child named Victoria. He understood that Joffrey's injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. However, Queen Cersei incessantly screamed in his ear about the scars Joffrey would bear. Robert, exasperated, thought it was normal for a man to have scars and wished she would silence herself. Cersei was like a boiling cauldron, her fists clenched, as Jaime glanced at the king, reminding himself that no one should dare challenge the authority of the realm. Cersei breathed a sigh of relief. The king bellowed for silence. Lannister, 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 your detestable kind are everywhere. My palace is filled with your ilk. The hall, usually reserved for state affairs, was now crowded with courtiers from both the king's and Stark sides, while several Stark children stood meekly, their heads bowed. They waited for what felt like hours, paralyzed with fear, until the king finally arrived, accompanied by Queen Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion. The prince, too injured to face anyone, remained indoors. Ned Stark was the first to offer his apologies, while Cersei was aggressive. King Robert adopted a stance of equal reprimand. Ned, my brother, your wolf cubs need proper discipline. Otherwise, one day, I shall remove their teeth and break their limbs. Cersei, in her maternal fervor, insisted that traitors must face stringent punishment for injuring the heir to the empire. Arya angrily retorted that it was that person who had bullied them first. Victoria pulled her aside. Arya, be quiet immediately. Jaime concurred with Queen Cersei, stating the prince would be very upset. Robert raised his hand in exasperation. What do you want me to do? Whose word should I heed? Tyrion interjected, Your Majesty, you possess the discernment. Robert nodded. I am the king. Everyone shall heed my command. Now, depart from here. Go find some diversion elsewhere. Let those damned children fight. The hall erupted in a cacophony of excited voices. The Stark family sighed heavily in relief, with Catelyn and Sansa bowing to the king, proclaiming, Your Majesty is wise. Just as the tension seemed to dissipate, Victoria couldn't resist stealing a glance at Jaime, only to find him staring intently at her, causing her heart to race. Jaime's expression was inscrutable as he mouthed the words, Lannister, debts must be repaid. Victoria realized that this matter was far from simple. The king continued to seek merriment, while Cersei's fury threatened to tear the very roof off the royal chambers, and Joffrey, knowing his father had not defended him, was exceedingly agitated. Mother, mother, those wretched creatures must not be allowed to live in peace. They should be punished. The men should be exiled, and the women confined to the academy. I desire to whip them to death. Sansa, Arya, Victoria, let them feel my wrath. I wish to carve their bodies with a knife. Jaime remained silent as Cersei praised him, saying, You are a prince. You ought to do whatever you desire. Joffrey was indignant, yet Cersei calmly embraced him, declaring, My treasure, Your father will ensure justice for you." She turned to Jaime to issue the queen's command, just as Joffrey had suggested. Tyrion interjected, "Oh, my sister, has your mind been devoured by the direwolves?" Cersei spat out a few venomous words. "Do not mention those beasts to me." Jaime took a drink, stating that exile and sale to the academy were not issues. "Cersei, you may do as you wish." Tyrion mocked. "That phrase sounds rather familiar." "Jaime, are your rubies and promises wholesale? Can we not devise something new?" Jaime spat wine on the ground, retorting, "Dwarf, shut your ugly mouth, lest I find myself unable to resist twisting your head off and flushing it down the privy." Cersei looked at Jaime. "Do not think to persuade me." Jaime raised his gaze. "Sister, we are forever one. We share a womb and shall never part. Your affairs are my affairs. However, I must caution you that warring with the Starks over this matter is unwise. That old king will seize the opportunity to weaken us." Tyrion, nibbling on his food, concurred that it was indeed unwise. Cersei calmed herself as Joffrey continued to struggle, seeking his mother's aid to humiliate the Stark family. Amidst this turmoil, Jaime stepped forward, separating Cersei from Joffrey, asserting control over the situation. "Children should not interject." "Uncle, I am a prince. I am grown," Joffrey protested, only to be pushed down again, fleeing from the blows of a woman. Unable to defend yourself? Starting tomorrow, archery training will double. I shall instruct you personally." Joffrey shrank back in fear. "I do not want an uncle." Cersei interjected, "You shall follow your uncle's guidance." As tensions eased, Jaime exited the chamber. And Cersei added from behind, seven corpses. Those of the Stark family or that pack of beasts. This is my bottom line, Jaime." Jaime calmly turned back, indicating his acceptance. "I require you to take action personally, to avenge the children." Jaime did not look back, but Cersei knew he would never refuse her demands. Tyrion, half laughing, half sighing, filled his mouth with food. "Absurd, more absurd than I, a dwarf. It is preposterous and laughable." In the presence of Ned Stark, the family gathered in the small hall. The atmosphere was thick with silence as Sansa could not help but let out a quiet sob. This golden-haired prince had brought many fantasies to this cold, desolate north. Yet the events of this afternoon left Sansa too fearful to reflect upon them. Arya's visage was etched with fury, embodying a spirit of unwavering resistance. Jon Snow caressed his dire wolf, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet refrained, for in this setting, he found little opportunity to voice his sentiments first. Eddard Stark remained noncommittal, his keen intellect having already surmised the entire sequence of events. "Children, you have performed admirably, both in hosting our guests and in aiding the prince. Your unity is commendable," he remarked. Catelyn, with a furrowed brow, expressed her concern over the prince's injury. Though not severe, it had severely tarnished his reputation. "Despite his majesty's decree not to pursue the matter further, I cannot shake the feeling that this issue shall not easily dissipate." Arya argued passionately for justice, asserting, "If the king possesses any wisdom at all." Catelyn gasped in shock. Victoria firmly grasped Arya's arm, stating, "Sister, the king is eternally wise." Robb scoffed lightly in disagreement. "Then why do we feel like frightened prey?" Jon interjected, "The renowned Prince Joffrey has sullied his own honor. His lack of compassion has led to this predicament." Eddard, loyal and unskilled in the arts of manipulation, was steadfast and resolute. "Very well, children, this matter shall not be easily laid to rest. We must endure whatever comes our way." Sansa turned anxiously to Victoria, asking, "The prince is not seriously harmed. Can we not let this matter be?" Victoria replied with calm assurance, "This concerns the dignity of the royal family." Sansa contended, "But we did our utmost. We treated the prince with the greatest care and were swift in our assistance." Victoria remained patient, replying, "That is merely an attempt to atone for one's faults." Sansa, incensed, retorted, "Do you only speak in favor of outsiders?" "Victoria, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Must the king truly act with impunity?" With a sorrowful gaze, Victoria responded, "You are correct. The king wields absolute power and can command his subjects to act as he pleases, much like a tiger demanding obedience from a rabbit." Arya, incensed, shot back at Victoria, "Look how cowardly you are, uttering words that bolster their ambitions while diminishing our own. I am here. No one shall act with impunity." Eddard chuckled softly from his seat. "Very well. Children, you each hold your views on this matter, perhaps a reflection of your differing natures. By the gods, how can siblings share the same blood, yet differ so greatly?" Upon this utterance, laughter erupted among those present, and the atmosphere began to ease. However, a crisp, incisive male voice interrupted, "What a delightful family gathering this is, such a joyous atmosphere, is it not?" Jaime, Victoria's brown eyes fell upon him, questioning his purpose. as it was evident the matter was far from resolved. Jaime, clad in a golden cloak and wielding his massive sword, sauntered in with an air of nonchalance. Eddard regarded the treacherous regicide with disdain, recognizing their fundamental disunity. Eddard rose with some reluctance. "What brings you here?" Jaime replied, "Lord Stark, by the Queen's command. You are to summon your 7 direwolves and spill the blood of these beasts to appease Prince Joffrey." His tone bore a chilling unfamiliarity, laced with indifference and cruelty. Upon hearing those words, Arya was taken aback and stood up in shock. "No, what you say is untrue. How dare you? This cannot be allowed." Sansa, at a loss for words, rose and performed a curtsy. "My Lord Lannister, they are our family. I implore you, I beg you." Jaime merely curled the corner of his mouth, yet it failed to convey any semblance of amusement, only an air of frigid disdain. Catelyn and Ned stepped forward in succession, with Ned stating solemnly, "His Majesty has rendered a verdict on this matter. The Queen need not defy the King's wishes." Jaime remained noncommittal, suggesting it was solely the Queen's prerogative, stemming from her authority and the anguish of a mother. Catelyn immediately interjected, "My Lord Lannister, I beseech you to allow me to apologize to the Queen in person. My sister has no time to see you. She is weeping profusely while tending to the poor Prince Joffrey." Arya, irate, retorted, "How dare you speak to my mother in such a manner?" Ned waved his hand towards Victoria. "You, take Arya and Sansa back to their chambers." "Yes, father," she replied. As Victoria led them away, Sansa glanced back repeatedly. "My Lord Lannister, you wouldn't do anything to the direwolves, would you?" A glint of mockery appeared in Jaime's eyes. "Perhaps your sister might know." He glanced at the silent Victoria, who seemed unusually subdued, lacking her usual cunning demeanor. Victoria remained calm. "I truly cannot fathom your intentions." Jaime, with a hint of excitement, replied, "Enough, Stark. Hand over those 7 little beasts without further delay." Robb's face flushed crimson. "You shall not." Jon Snow's eyes blazed with fury. "Do not forget, this is Winterfell, and you have no authority here." Tension thickened in the air as swords were drawn. Jaime declared, "Then let me teach you a lesson." In a mere exchange, he disarmed Jon and Robb, their swords clattering to the ground. As Jaime raised his sword to strike, Catelyn gasped. And Ned Stark's weapons soon joined the fray. They clashed fiercely, leaving the oak table, laden with fruits and candlesticks, in tatters. The Stark family appeared exhilarated, and Victoria stepped forward. "Father, please cease this. My Lord Lannister, the direwolf you seek is in the backyard." At those words, Catelyn shook her head in disappointment. "Child, what are you saying?" Arya leaped onto Victoria, tugging fiercely at her braid. "You traitor!" Sansa, witnessing Victoria topple to the ground, halted and extended her hand to help her. "Why are you being so cruel?" Ned, observing the commotion among his daughters, admonished, "Is this not enough humiliation? Quickly return." Jaime, receiving a fierce glare from Ned, remained unfazed. Leisurely, he remarked, "Perhaps I should head to the backyard. I would like Miss Victoria to guide me." Arya interjected, "You fool. The direwolves are not in the backyard. I have already sent them away. You shall not obtain them." Victoria, feeling equally agitated, replied, "Arya, cease your words. My Lord Lannister, please follow me." Robb grasped her hand tightly. "What are you doing, aiding an outsider? Are you in your right mind?" Victoria winced in pain, her brow furrowed. "I cannot articulate my thoughts clearly now. May I explain later?" Sansa, in tears, retorted, "What is there to explain? You are merely complicit in their malice." Noticing Jaime's presence, Victoria realized some words were better left unspoken. "Mother, could you please help me calm the tumultuous emotions in this room?" Although Catherine was equally perplexed, Victoria's steadfast demeanor instilled a sense of trust. "Very well, my child, follow your instincts. Arya, Sansa, come to your mother." Victoria glanced at the figure in the center of the hall. "Come with me." Jaime quickly followed, feeling honored. In the narrow corridor, it was just the two of them. Jaime's imposing stature enveloped Victoria in an overwhelming sense of pressure. The endless corridor seemed to stretch infinitely, the cold air penetrating her clothing and chilling her to the bone. "You have yet to call me Jaime," he stated, his eyes glimmering with a rich, honeyed hue, filled with sincerity and determination. What?" Victoria stammered, taken aback by his sudden remark. Yet he interrupted her. "Victoria, you ought to call me Jaime, just as you did this afternoon when you pleaded with me in tears." He pressed her against the frigid stone wall, gripping her clenched fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on her bewildered expression. Slowly, he lowered his head, planting a sweet, gentle kiss on her icy little fist. As he reluctantly finished kissing her, Victoria took a deep breath. "Is that enough?" "Let me go," she demanded, breaking free from Jaime's hold and resolutely advancing. "Have you never felt even the slightest tremor of emotion, cruel woman?" Jaime appeared tormented. Tremors? Certainly. When you raised your sword against my father and brother, I was left with a lasting impression. Jaime dismissed his self-assured act with a shrug, feigning indifference. Regrettably, it seems I have not made a favorable impression on you. He stepped ahead, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The constricted corridor finally came to an end, and a refreshing breeze swept into the backyard, where a bright, luminous moon hung in the sky, casting a compassionate glow upon the world. Jaime strode forward, drawing his sharp blade. 7 half-grown Arctic wolf pups were feasting on horse meat in their trough. It was their mealtime. Eat well to grow fast. Alas, you shall meet your demise tonight. Jaime raised his sword, prompting Victoria to question, do you truly intend to kill them? You should know from this afternoon's events. It is not our fault. Jaime raised an eyebrow. You are still a naive little girl. Offending a prince is a crime. Do you still seek justice? Victoria's Arctic wolf, 7, noticed her owner had paused eating and obediently sat before her, only to have his meal snatched away by his siblings, leaving nothing behind. 7 whimpered anxiously, making pitiful sounds. Jaime mockingly remarked, just like your owner, only capable of being bullied by her sisters. I offer you some advice. Pets should not be fed raw meat, as encountering blood will render them unruly. They typically do not consume such fare. Victoria, holding her breath, could not help but exclaim upon seeing the adorable creature. You are the queen's brother. Cannot you utter a word for us? Jaime, with an air of confidence, believed that these small beasts could not escape and felt no urgency to slay them. The ice wolves continued to fiercely compete for horse meat, their maws stained with blood, gradually becoming more agitated. Jaime retorted, why should I assist you? I share the same womb with Cersei. We have been one since our mother's embrace. What she desires is precisely what I desire. Victoria regarded his face, slowly retreating. Jaime, you may come to regret this. Power allows you to act with impunity, leading you into a labyrinth of madness. Your sister is not infallible. Jaime tilted his head to glance at her. My sister and I are like the left hand and the right hand, in perfect harmony. When you walk, do you consider whether it is right or wrong? How absurd. Victoria countered. Shouldn't you also contemplate morality and law? Jaime laughed heartily. Morality? Law? Victoria, let me enlighten you. Cersei is the queen, and Joffrey is the future king. They embody morality. They are the law. Faced with his delusional assertions, Victoria averted her gaze, slightly turning her head away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Calmly, she stated, my father once said, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Jaime approached the ice wolves, his sword pointed downward, drawing closer to Victoria. He grasped her tightly in his embrace. Little one, now that you are alone, what will you do in the hunter's grasp? The cadence of his voice compelled her to lower her head. Jaime inclined slightly, their breaths mingling. Foolish girl, why pursue power? It grants one the freedom to act without restraint, a truth that has fueled ceaseless conflict across this continent for millennia. Now, the events to unfold are not suited for your eyes. Return to your slumber and remember to think of me before you sleep, will you? As he leaned in for a kiss, Victoria evaded him, and Jaime managed only to brush his lips against the corner of her mouth. Stubborn little wolf. Victoria replied softly. My father has said that in the game of power, if you are not the victor, you are condemned to a path of death with no middle ground. Jaime regarded her with admiration. Indeed, your intellect surpasses that of your sisters. He grasped her chin, applying a gentle pressure to compel her face towards him. Their foreheads touched, akin to lovers in the throes of passion. The taste of power was exquisite, fulfilling every desire, as exemplified in this moment. Suddenly, Jaime fervently kissed Victoria, his hands roaming over the contours of her youthful form. The kiss was fierce and domineering, leaving Victoria devoid of sweetness or solace, only instilling a sense of fear and dread at being ravaged. The scent of male pheromones filled Victoria's nostrils, overwhelming her senses. A prolonged, ardent inhalation nearly rendered her breathless. Jaime's aggressive nibbling sent shivers of terror through her. You will draw my blood. James was filled with exhilaration, his golden eyes shimmering with a green light that questioned the very essence of manhood if a woman were spared the shedding of blood. Ah, my dear, I assure you, as long as you bleed the first time, all will be well. I shall protect you thereafter, my precious. He began to tenderly kiss and suckle her neck, inhaling her alluring scent. Victoria, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, You pervert! Let go of me. Perhaps she had intruded upon their moment. Suddenly, Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf, leapt forth from the corridor, akin to a specter of the night, his gaze seemingly piercing through all, much to James's dismay. Victoria was startled by the unexpected figure and voice, breaking into a cold sweat, feeling both shame and fear as she pushed him away with all her might. Her hands pained by his rigid armor. James attempted to seize her, but Victoria slipped away. Tyrion retreated to the wooden door, half hidden in the shadows, a rather intimidating sight. Exuding a strong possessiveness, James turned to regard the wolves, raising his sword to threaten Tyrion. "You monster! You've ruined my chances and scared off my prey." Tyrion remained composed, even taking the time to observe the fleeing Victoria. When James was distracted, he sprinkled powdered poison into the meat meant for the pack of dire wolves before swiftly vanishing from the stable's vicinity. Tyrion's eyes glanced toward the void, perhaps sensing impending trouble, yet he exhibited remarkable audacity. "Dwarf," James seethed in fury, "you've brought upon yourself great trouble." Tyrion slowly retreated. "Is that so?" "Perhaps. I merely came to convey my sister's orders. We depart for King's Landing tomorrow. Lastly, I hope you hasten to complete your task." With that, the diminutive Tyrion nimbly spun around and leapt behind the wooden door, forcefully slamming it shut and securing it with a heavy chain. "Good luck, James. I hope you live up to the honor of the Kingsguard." James felt a rush of wind at his back, turning to behold 7 white figures descending from the sky. In the battle against the wolf pack, it is the lone wolf that perishes while the pack thrives. The cunning, strategy, and ferocity of the wolves must not be underestimated. Victoria, breaking with tradition, offered them a small portion of bloody horsemeat. The brothers vied for the morsel, igniting their competitive spirit. The quarrel with James awakened their fighting instinct. The pack bore grudges, having been wounded by him on the plains, stirring their thirst for vengeance. Before departing, she scattered blister beetle powder to incite their savagery. The Stark family bore culpability in the injury sustained by Jory, unable to shield the perpetrator or dismiss the wrath of the queen and prince. Yet, Victoria could not bear to send the 7 lives to their certain doom. The worst outcome would be the demise of all 7 dire wolves. But perhaps a competition among them could yield a glimmer of hope. James observed the 7 shadows descending from above. His excitement peaked as he raised an eyebrow. "Little pups, you truly have exceeded my expectations." The entire courtyard was now sealed, leaving James, sword in hand, to confront the 7 blood-red-eyed dire wolves alone. Their fangs and claws appeared capable of rending him asunder. Suddenly, they lunged. Grey Wind was the swiftest, charging straight for James's head, while White Fang opened its gaping maw. And Summer targeted James's wrist, where he grasped his sword. The lady and the fluffy dog flanked James, poised for action. 7, momentarily taken aback, discreetly retracted its extended tongue and stealthily retreated to the right side of the haystack. For it was the weakest and could not afford to enter the fray in the first round. It concealed itself thoroughly with straw, ensuring it went unnoticed. "Oh, what a creature!" James stood firm, his arms raised high, showcasing his bulging muscles. He sidestepped the Summer's advance aimed at his wrist. With a swift kick, he struck White's spirit in the abdomen. A cruel smile crept across James's face. "Are you the wolf?" Grey Wind's eyes widened with fury, baring sharp teeth, wishing to devour James's eyeballs whole. James delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Nymeria swiftly pounced on James's upper body, taking advantage of Grey Wind's fall. The force was considerable, nearly toppling James. He grappled with Nymeria, both locked in a stalemate. The lady, the fluffy dog, Summer, and Grey Wind charged from all directions, roaring with bloodshot eyes, eager to tear apart this golden-haired interloper. James found himself overwhelmed, with the ferocious Arctic wolves occupying his head, hands, feet, and waist, their sharp claws and drooling fangs piercing through his armor and flesh. He was nearly reduced to a white mass, struggling to wriggle free. This was a grave mistake when battling a pack of wolves. Cautiously, 7 rose from the haystack, swallowing hard in excitement, ears twitching, eyes sparkling with joy, emitting a faint howl as if celebrating the victory of its siblings. Just as 7 began to let out a long howl, it was abruptly interrupted. With a powerful twist of his waist and a fierce shout, James flung the lady away first. Seizing the moment, he rolled towards the left staircase, causing the wolves to tumble down the steps with him. Indeed, as an Arctic wolf, James bore bloodstains on his face, reminiscent of Jorafer. "Well, you have provoked me. Wolf pups, I shall deal with you all." Rising to his feet, James discarded his sword, casting it aside. "Let you taste the might of a warrior's fist. I shall crush you." The Arctic wolves, with their tough hides and thick flesh, also bore a wound on the lady's face. The pack, having rolled over, scrambled back up from the ground and steps, dispersing around, radiating an intense aura of malice. Their faces twisted in madness, revealing blood-red gums and dagger-like fangs. 6 Arctic wolves fixed their gaze upon James's throat, targeting his vulnerable spots. Grey Wind howled first, igniting the pack's spirits as they joined in unison. "Awu, The clouds shrouded the bashful sun, crows flitted erratically, and the timid mice trembled, while the cattle and sheep locked in the stable stomped nervously, exhaling warm breaths. 7. Crouching in the haystack, assumed an attacking posture, its front paws scratching the ground incessantly. The call of blood compelled it to join its siblings in howling and battling. Yet, it remained hidden in the haystack, a compliant coward. James's eyes began to calm, embodying the essence of a warrior in battle, both sides poised, ready for confrontation. Testing each other, James swallowed hard, hoping not to disappoint. The two sides glared at each other, neither willing to make the first move. The pack of wolves grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, Nymeria could no longer contain herself and sprang forth from the northeast corner. James nimbly sidestepped Nymeria, who crashed to the ground. Tasting the dirt, Grey Wind and Summer roared, lunging at James in succession. With another deft sidestep and a spin, James watched as the two dire wolves collided and fell heavily to the ground. The wolf pack regrouped, led by Grey Wind, forming a triangular formation, their sharp teeth bared. Eyes fierce, drool dripping onto the earth as they advanced menacingly towards James. They leapt and pounced, biting and clawing with all their might. Yet, James evaded them with remarkable agility. They had never encountered a man as elusive as a serpent. Nymeria planted her front paws on the ground, her hindquarters lifting as she launched another vigorous assault. James leaned back, causing Nymeria to miss her target. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped her hind legs tightly and slammed her down, her back crashing against the sharp edge of the steps, eliciting a piercing howl of pain. He then stomped heavily onto Nymeria's abdomen, leaving her gasping for breath. I believe I have identified which Stark pet you are, reckless and foolish as you are. Witnessing Nymeria's severe injuries and bloodshed, Grey Wind and Summer grew even more enraged, their howls becoming more fearsome, sending shockwaves through the air. A fiery thirst for vengeance surged within them, compelling them to tear apart this man. Shaggy was trembling in fright, hiding amidst the hay bales, emitting pitiful sounds, devoid of the earlier confidence and triumph. The vengeful howls of the dire wolves reverberated through Winterfell, becoming a nightmare for the faint-hearted. Joffrey, reclining on a soft silk bed, was closing his eyes in repose when the sudden, prolonged wolf howls filled him with terror. Mother, mother, make these beasts stop howling. Oh, it's utterly horrifying. Cersei was at his side, her brow furrowed. Joffrey, you are a brave and fearless prince. James is avenging you. Upon saying this, Cersei appeared perplexed, questioning why there were dire wolves present. Aren't they the mythical beasts? I thought they were long extinct. The maidens could not answer his inquiries, but then Tyrion entered, mentioning the last dire wolves, the 7 children of House Stark, each with one. Each with one. What a coincidence. Perhaps it is fate that such formidable beasts are bestowed upon these children. Pouring wine, Tyrion mused that perhaps dire wolves were not as formidable on the battlefield as legend suggested. Yet, the heart-wrenching howls of the wolves continued to echo, making it impossible for anyone to remain calm. Surely, all of Winterfell was aware of the commotion. What is James doing, creating such a ruckus? Your noble brother has forsaken sword and knife, engaging them in close combat. You know he spares no effort in fulfilling your commands. Joffrey suddenly struggled up from the bed. Those are direwolves. I know their ferocity. James will be injured. We must go help him. Cersei had yet to comprehend the depths of the waters. Why did he not wield a sword? Tyrion's eyes glinted with a sinister understanding, as he pondered the tales of valiant warriors who grappled with ravenous wolves, offering blood and glory to their beloved. Had not these stories already circulated widely? Cersei's happiness was barely concealed, a blend of joy and anxiety, her voice urgent as she declared, I must see him and implore him not to act foolishly. Yora, perplexed, questioned, Mother, will Jaime be harmed? Cersei, in a fit of excitement, shrieked, He is a Kingsguard. No one can harm him. And with that, she turned and rushed toward the howling wolves. Tyrion raised his goblet, exclaiming, Ah, another spectacle awaits. I did not imply that this woman was you. Yora flailed his arms on the bed, bewildered. What riddle are you all speaking in? At the precipice of life and death, Cersei sprinted through the strands of silk, encountering the Stark couple and their lords at the entrance. Their exchange was brief. Cersei's tone was harsh. There are far too many dangerous elements here. Those who guard the king should have their teeth pulled and their hands severed. Ned Stark would concur, although he typically did not trouble women. Without the requisite metal, how could they safeguard the king? She fretted over the dullness of their weapons. The menacing howls from within surged in waves, and Cersei, flustered, left them with a chilling. You will come to regret this, before stepping inside. The sky darkened ominously, shadows enveloping the surroundings, save for Jaime, whose golden hair and armor gleamed brilliantly. He remained the most radiant of all, the pride of House Lannister and Cersei's steadfast support. Jaime, slightly breathless yet still unarmed, was encircled by the snarling wolves. Cersei tossed him a guard's sword, demanding, "What are you doing?" Jaime ignored her, while Ned's eyes were filled with concern, an emotion that resonated with Catelyn. She whispered, "Jaime has severely depleted the wolf pack, while he himself remains unscathed. He has deftly evaded their attacks, and the wolves appear to be foolishly enraged." The lords behind them shared expressions of worry, yearning for the loathsome Lannister to be torn to shreds or, like a prince, to be left unrecognizable. Scattered teeth on the ground. The Stark warriors, emboldened, realized that no one should provoke the dire wolf, not even the Golden Lion. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of sense should acknowledge the ferocity of the dire wolf. Their razor-sharp teeth could easily pierce an enemy's throat. Laughter erupted softly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. He had brought this upon himself. A single dire wolf was formidable enough, yet this arrogant fool dared to challenge 7. Everyone knew the legends of the dire wolves. Undefeated in the north, Cersei, having reached her limit, darkened her expression and coldly commanded silence. "Lock him away in the dungeon." Several gold-cloaked guards surged forward, breaking the arms of several loquacious lords with a chilling crack, a sound that sent shivers down spines. Amidst their cries, they were subdued. The Starks felt a furious indignation yet remained silent, exchanging glances but refraining from defying the queen. They gazed triumphantly at the midfield, hopeful that the dire wolves would impart a profound lesson to the haughty Lannisters. Cersei frowned, her gaze laden with concern for her brother. Jaime was elated by their arrival. This was his moment to showcase his valor. According to his strategy, the foolish dire wolves had already exhausted too much of their strength, and it was time for him to shine. He bowed to Cersei, who smiled proudly, eager for all to witness Jaime's glory. No one understood him better than she did. He was assured of victory, determined to succeed. Everyone present would extol his famed name across the lands. Nymeria was nearly unconscious, Grey Wind limped, and Summer gasped for breath, while Lady trembled subtly. Even the dire wolf pup rushed to join them in battle, but only Shaggy Dog remained, anxiously watching the wounded siblings, nervously digging into the earth, hiding behind a haystack, unwilling to make a sound. Time and again mocked, enraged, and insulted, the fury of the pack did not wane. Yet, their momentum had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the dire wolves possessed the courage of House Stark and the renowned strength of the North. They regrouped and launched another assault. The 6 dire wolves surged towards Jaime in pairs, nearly becoming spectral shadows. The scene was so overwhelming that the Stark guards could not suppress their gasps. Yet, Jaime had anticipated this moment. He had awaited it eagerly. With Grey Wind in his left hand and white light in his right, he seized their necks and collided them violently. In a swift maneuver, he flung the pack aside. With one hand pinning down 2 wolves, he raised his fist like a hammer, unleashing a tempest of blows. Blood trickled from Grey Wind's mouth, and White Light was dazed. Jaime cast them off, and White Light staggered to her feet, ready to continue the fight. This time, it was not the wolves that charged at Jaime, rather. He initiated the challenge. With a grand sweep of his arm, he hoisted Lady above his head and then violently slammed her to the ground, stepping over her as she fell. Summer was struck by the thrown lady, stumbling momentarily. Just as he attempted to flee, a shadow loomed above. Jaime leaped, delivering a fierce elbow strike, an indescribable agony coursing through him, targeting his spine. Shaggy Dog was not spared from a grim fate, as Jaime seized him by the scruff and slammed him to the ground in a brutal onslaught. Shaggy Dog screamed, yet could not escape. Jaime vented his fury, mercilessly landing blow after blow, 5 or 6 dozen in total. The spectators turned away in fear, unable to bear witness to the dire wolf being reduced to a bloody pulp. Gradually, Shaggy Dog's movements ceased, and beneath him lay 4 deep pits, desperately excavated in despair, dust swirling around. Jaime felt invigorated, having released his pent-up rage. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and wolf fur, raising a smirk as he bowed to Cersei, dedicating his honor to the queen. Cersei's lips trembled uncontrollably. This was Jaime, her valiant and fearless Jaime. She seemed enveloped in an infinite radiance. Jaime never failed to impress. James casually tossed aside the fluffy dog and picked up Namelia, hurling her onto the furry creature. He then dragged over the lady, followed by Summer, Grey Wind, and White Fang, forming a trembling, whimpering, blood-soaked mound on the ground. Grievously wounded and on the brink of death, James raised his hand, and the golden-armored guards erupted in cheers for him. Valiant and fearless James, the great Lannister lion. Cersei beamed with pride. She was James, and James was her. This fierce battle concluded with James's unequivocal victory. A few guards from House Lannister stepped forward to deal with the beasts, while another retrieved the sword James had previously cast aside. The Stark family cast heavy shadows, remaining silent. Cersei, filled with arrogance, strode past them, eager to embrace James. As the crowd reeled from the blow of defeat, the direwolves from the Wolf Mountain rose, bloodied and glaring menacingly at the Lannister guards. The guards dismissed them, trembling and battered, their bodies marred with wounds. The direwolves are no threat. I could dispatch you with a mere finger, some Lannister guards laughed. Grey Wind, limping more severely, still stood resolutely at the forefront, softly whimpering. After a few low growls, the pack began to struggle to rise. They appeared utterly disheveled, stripped of their initial sharpness. Catelyn Stark's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching as she gazed upon the pitiful creatures. The wolves staggered to their feet. James sensed something amiss. Cersei back. Just then, time seemed to slow, and James saw the injured wolves charging toward the backyard, where a woman stood ready to open the gate for their escape. Sunlight poured through the doorway, blinding everyone. James spotted Victoria, her back pressed against the wooden door, as the wolves vanished one by one behind her, as if stepping through a portal. Victoria regarded him with a gaze devoid of warmth, conveying an inexplicable message. A foul stench filled the air as copious blood gushed from a throat. Cersei halted, and the crowd was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The limping Grey Wind lunged at the neck of the fourth guard, severing his throat. The guards who had just been laughing were now plunged into eternal silence. "Oh, Grey Wind, you truly are swift as the wind." James chuckled softly, stepping forward. "You've done well. Now let me bring your end." Grey Wind, limping, retreated awkwardly. James sensed something behind him. Grey Wind suddenly emitted a terrified whimper, drawing James's attention back as he walked toward him with a smile. Cersei Lannister, abandoning her regal status, let out a fierce cry and charged towards the center of the field, while Grey Wind dashed towards the open door that led to Victoria. Jaime, glancing back, realized it was too late. He turned, only to find an ice wolf lunging towards him, its foul breath causing him to gag. The creature's sharp claws pierced the skin of his neck, while its razor-like teeth threatened to tear out his eye. The situation was dire. Cersei's heart ached, more so than when Yora was injured. Jaime was hurt. His right eye was lost, yet with the instinct of a seasoned warrior, he managed to wrestle the ice wolf aside, engaging in a relentless struggle. Blood flowed from Jaime's neck, narrowly missing the artery, as two thick streams dripped from his right eye, nearly resulting in fatal injury. Jaime gasped, caught off guard. "You little wretch, have you grown so bold? I thought you would hide in the grass for eternity." A surprise attack? Jaime's grip tightened, displacing the features of the wolf pup, nearly embedding it into the ground, silencing even its faint whimpers. The pup struggled desperately, but how could it move the tower like Jaime? Only a barrage of blows awaited, and the pup quickly weakened. Driven by the instinct to survive, the pup clawed at Jaime's arm, soon leaving several bloody marks. Jaime seized the pup by the neck with one hand and gripped its head with the other. "You are far weaker than your brothers, Mother Wolf." The pup's eyes were close to bursting, its breathing labored, its head and body nearly torn apart. Pain coursed through Jaime's face, his right eye shrouded in darkness. Worry and rage igniting his fury. "I know whose whelp you are, equally treacherous and vile." Cersei's voice pierced through, urging Jaime to tear the beast apart. He obeyed, his hands bulging with strain. Just as the pup was on the verge of being ripped asunder, 6 more ice wolves appeared like a tempest from behind, without a leader, each racing ahead, united in their singular purpose, to shred Jaime and rescue the pup. Instantly, Jaime was beset by 6 ice wolves, their savage bites tearing at his head, neck, wrists, ankles, and waist. Cersei cried out in despair, advancing with her sword. Jaime bellowed, "Get back!" Several guards grabbed Cersei. Jaime, his vision obscured by injury, relied on instinct to evade. The relentless pack worked tirelessly, and the pup gradually slipped from Jaime's grasp. As Jaime was distracted by the wolves, the pup renewed its assault, biting at Jaime's eye. A chill ran through Jaime. He knew he could not save his right eye. The pup persisted, now gnawing at his left eye, which too succumbed to injury, blood clouding his vision and agony overwhelming him. Jaime roared, delivering a punch that nearly ruptured the pup's insides. The wolves lunged at Jaime time and again, only to be thrown aside. Realizing the pup was making its escape, the severely injured Nymeria followed closely, followed by the dire wolf. And then Summer, with Ghost swiftly taking the place of the wounded Grey Wind, all fleeing with remarkable speed. Bai Ling, drenched in blood, evaded capture as James futilely attempted to seize her. Ultimately, she fled through the wooden door opened by Victoria, following in the footsteps of her siblings. Left behind were James, laughing maniacally in the center of the chaos, a visage of tension and worry on Cersei's face, alongside the ministers, who were deeply shaken. Those wretched beasts had escaped, having nearly bitten off James's neck and eyes. With a fierce glare directed at the wooden door and the frail angel standing by its darkened threshold, James strode forward. Clad in armor, Victoria's face drained of color, her courage faltering, she too sought refuge behind the door. She attempted to close it, but James wedged his hand into the gap. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not shut it, and in despair, she fled, her trusted steed awaiting her. A contingency she had not anticipated needing. Victoria moved too slowly. As she mounted her horse, James nearly grasped its tail. Clumsily, she urged the horse onward. With no other steeds in sight, James seethed with anger, vowing to make her pay for her insolence. He took off after her, one rider and one horse galloping across the plains of Beijing. Time became irrelevant as they raced on, the pursuit seemingly endless. The afternoon sun had long since retired, yielding to the watchful moon. James, bloodied and relentless, pursued Victoria, who was panic-stricken, her face hardened, marked by the remnants of countless tears dried by the wind. With little skill and a complete lack of strength, the ride nearly cost her life, as her fragile heart threatened to give out, and she braced herself for death at James's hands. The world spun violently. The horse, in a sudden fit, threw her to the ground. She swore her right hand was broken, and the intense pain momentarily jolted her senses awake. Struggling to rise, Victoria found herself pinned down as James descended upon her like a thunderous force, leaving her battered and breathless. She felt a grave internal injury, and before she could regain her composure, James fiercely yanked her brown hair, forcing her face into the rough stones and mud. Exhausted in body and spirit, Victoria gazed into the eyes of the wrathful James, despair flooding her heart as she beheld the coarse earth beneath her. Despite having lost one eye, James relentlessly pursued Victoria, propelled by a deep-seated vendetta and an unwavering resolve for revenge. Did he truly intend to kill her? Victoria understood this all too well. Without a blade, James gripped her throat with his hands, blood dripping from his eyes and splattering onto her pale visage, a macabre offering to the woman he once cherished. Despite his exhaustion from battling the wolves and the arduous chase, he pressed on, determined to catch her. He is already at the end of his strength, observing the fragile yet vivid contrast. How fiercely formidable is the mother wolf. Today, the golden lion shall eviscerate you. Victoria, still pleading, cries, "Please, do not kill me." James, consumed by fury, strikes Victoria with a vicious slap. "What about when you allowed the wolf pack to tear me apart? You wretched creature. You brought this upon yourself." The overwhelming pain on her face became her shield. She felt as if half her life had been stripped away, her spirit trembling in despair. Unrelenting, James sat upon her abdomen, rendering her breath shallow and labored, each gasp more feeble than the last, casting doubt on whether she could endure even another second. "You filthy harlot," James cursed. The horse that Victoria had ridden was now frothing at the mouth, unable to rise. James cast a glance at the saddle and reins, dismissing Victoria as he approached the horse. Grateful for the breath she had regained, Victoria thanked the heavens for her reprieve, yet she understood that James would not relent. He regarded her with an impassive gaze as he began to dismantle the reins from the horse. "What are you planning?" Victoria trembled. James offered no reply, but his remaining left eye, with its golden hue, emitted a terrifying glare. Clad in her silk dress, Victoria struggled to rise. "Please, do not spare me." The sky darkened, thunder roaring ominously, and in her despair, Victoria began to retreat. James paid her no heed, quickening his pace in dismantling the equipment. "To die? I shall not give you the satisfaction." This is a terrifying side story born from a fractured mind, bearing no resemblance to the brave and upright individual. Written in haste. It may lack finesse, dear angels, so tread carefully. Do not scorn me, but rather confine me to a corner and kiss me. This marks the 300th day since Victoria departed from me, and the passage of time has carved deep wounds upon my soul. I have witnessed the celestial bodies, the rivers and mountains, and the gentle breeze caressing the grass tips, yet your presence is absent from my life. My angel, my Victoria, you are the sole light in my dark existence, the very essence and faith of my being. But why do you not love me? When you left, were you aware of the heart that shattered alongside you? You heartless woman, you quietly reaped my love, only to abandon me mercilessly. Yet, when you graced my life, I was enveloped by the fragrance of gardenias. You are so elegant, so breathtakingly captivating, that I succumbed without resistance. I am admired, skilled in combat, exuding charm in my golden armor and white attire. Until I encountered you, this intoxicating poison, this consuming magma, who conquered me without hesitation. Love arrived so unexpectedly, just as I had resolved to remain a rogue for life. You melted me, reformed me, invaded my very being. You made me infatuated, drove me to madness, subjecting me to eternal anguish and unending joy. Do you truly love me? Like my love for you, sincere and brave, unyielding in the face of all odds. When you gently approached me, I fervently prayed to the divine, for you have filled my heart with dreams of love and family. Envisioning a home where I adore you and you cherish me. I dreamt of our blissful life together, where even the air feels intoxicating, everything just perfect. A sweet and delightful essence enveloping us. What has drawn you to my side? Is it fate? This ever unruly fate? Yet, what has taken you away from me? Why do you refuse to meet me? Even my sorrowful offerings of crows and letters are met with your disdainful gaze, unwilling to look upon them with pity. Victoria, my goddess, the sun and moon of my existence, please do not be so cruel to me. I love you. I yearn for you. My breath is you. My life is you. Do you not feel a thing? Why must you be so ruthless, so heartless? Have I offended you in some way, or opposed your wishes? Or do you perceive this as a love I impose upon you, one you do not desire? Because I am not the person you fancy. Victoria, please tell me what it is you truly desire. Do you not appreciate my golden hair? Do you not cherish my soul and body? You are so exquisite, my Victoria. My goddess, what manner of me would capture your favor? Victoria, do not remain silent. I implore you, do not evade my questions. I must seek an answer from you today. You speak not to anyone. You need not concern yourself with them. Just lift your noble head. Yet, my dearest, my love, you cannot be so unfeeling towards me. When I am busy, you are absent. But when I find stillness, you incessantly occupy my heart. I am sweet. I am sorrowful. Struck by Cupid's golden arrow, while you regard me as a mere stranger. Why must a volcano meet ice and snow? Why does a puddle reflect the sky? Why do mountains embrace the sea? And why does the eagle soar in the depths of the earth? Why must it be I who must endure the taste of love? I wish for you to love me passionately, to confide in me, as flames merge us together, never depart. No, Victoria, do not speak. I beg you. Do not utter a word. I have already witnessed your cruelty. Yes, I am proud and full of flaws. Please do not reject me. Grant me a flicker of hope. Yet, I fear the denial that may escape your lips. Like your silence, remain mute. I know you have never loved me, but please leave a small margin of possibility. At least let me know you have never despised me. Perhaps there is still a chance for us. Oh, love. This wretched love. What is love? And what is it composed of? And how does it operate? Why do I suddenly feel so frantic? What makes me dance with joy? What brings me ecstasy? And what plunges me into despair? It is you, my love, my sweet nectar, my Victoria. Since the moment I laid eyes upon you, I wish to forget you. Having encountered numerous women, yet their faces are hazy, and I am oblivious to their ages and names, indifferent to their heights and figures. They tug at my trousers, beseeching me for affection, but what luxury do I possess to offer? I have bestowed it all upon you. What am I struggling with? You are like an abyss. I am unaware of your desires or aversions. You remain silent, as mute as a mountain, as tranquil as eternity. You cherish silence, for your heart is overflowing. I admire your rich inner world, desperately yearning to penetrate it, yet you have not reserved a place for me. Why does love render one humble? Even finding happiness in such humility? Does Victoria truly exist, or do I love merely the shadow of her that I have conjured? Why am I so ensnared by your allure, so entranced that I cannot eat or sleep? I wrestle in anguish. Victoria, when will you bestow a fraction of your gaze upon me? I foolishly yearn for you, sending countless ravens with messages, inquiring if you have dined, what you are doing, if you are happy, and whether you think of me. You are so astute, so wise, impeccable before others. Why then, do you refuse to extend a modicum of patience and grace towards me? You possess endless time to ponder and navigate life. Why not spare a single second for me? You guard time solely to witness the ephemeral bloom of the night blooming Sirius, then contentedly retire to slumber. The silvery moonlight is as cold as water, while you remain in deep meditation. Yet I lie awake through the night. I gaze out the window, directing my longing towards your direction, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the ravens carrying your words, even if they come in the form of a blank envelope bearing your mark, or a few perfunctory words sufficient to bring me joy. Alas, there is nothing. Victoria, you are the most heartless being in this world, more stingy than the most miserly. You refuse to share even a fragment of your time and thought with me. How can I not harbor resentment? You, who torment this hapless soul ensnared by love. You torment your prisoner and slave. You wield power over me, while I can only acquiesce. In this war of love, I am no longer invincible. I have become an inexperienced child, utterly defeated in your grasp. Victoria, I love you, yet I cannot discern whether I love you or the beautiful mirage within my heart. You embody all virtues, all merits. You are the epitome of perfection. You are Daphne. She is Hera. She is the eternally radiant star. Yet my adoration for you remains unaccompanied by true understanding. As I am a coward in matters of love, I tread carefully, engaging in conversations fraught with anxiety. I remain uncertain of what pleases you and what displeases you. I can only bare my soul, dissect my being, and present every facet of myself to you without artifice. I am imperfect, provoking your disdain and inviting your ridicule. I hope you will remember that there was a night when I laid my heart bare before you. I exposed my vulnerabilities and tenderness, relinquishing all defenses and shattering my pride. Tonight, I find myself somewhat intoxicated, wandering the streets as others gaze and whisper about me. Yet, you do not concern yourself with my safety. You regard me merely as a transient presence. In the moments I reveal all, in my incessant attempts to capture your attention, you remain silent, unwilling to divulge anything. You never take the initiative to reveal yourself, believing that even a sliver of light from your fortified heart is enough to captivate me. You do not trust me, nor are you inclined to allow me to nestle within your heart. How profoundly unjust this is, yet love is inherently unfair. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to solitude, and I cannot disturb that. I dream of igniting a blazing fire of love within you, yet tonight I am painfully aware that I may not attain what I desire. You possess vast knowledge, profound depth, and exquisite grace. But do you know? Only I appreciate your worth more than others. I admire your beauty more than anyone else. Without me, to whom do you belong? Who will cherish you as I do? Without my love, you are but a mundane woman, an ordinary woman, ridiculed by others. I bestow value upon you, yet you inflict pain upon me. I once mocked others for forsaking the lofty, beloved kingship, choosing instead to be a slave to another's love. Today, I have tasted that bitter fruit. You pass by me, our lives intersecting. Even the wind carries a sweet fragrance, and the moon appears full. When others profess their affection for me, I am left bewildered, pondering why metal should entwine with wood. There is neither a flicker of emotion nor a trace of nostalgia. I reject her, just as you rejected me. To find someone who loves you brings satisfaction every moment, whereas to seek someone who does not love you is to squander time and life itself. When will lovers finally unite? I implore you, bow your head. From the heavens, gaze down upon the earth, for here lies a heartbroken devotee. I have traversed mountains without you, and crossed seas devoid of your presence. You and I are inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Why has fate conspired to bring us together? The instant you illuminated my life, I experienced the joy of existence and the sorrow of demise. I love you, yet you do not love me. I yearn to encounter kindred spirits, always believing the next will be you, but alas, it is not. I strive to communicate with you, yet my clumsiness invites your scorn. This is indeed unjust. Why is it that in love, you do not cherish me? Why, despite my descent to the depths of despair, can I not earn your affection? Yet, in this very dust, I find joy, for I behold you. However, you, with your malevolence and callousness, deny me even a fleeting glance. Victoria, how cruel you are. Perhaps I should not ask for too much. Perhaps it suffices to love you silently. Perhaps my love for you is insufficient, as I often prioritize my own feelings and neglect yours. Victoria, I am uncertain of the depth of my love for you. I long for you to see me, to grant me the opportunity to grow, or to teach me how to become the person you adore, as well as the person I wish to be. In many instances, I provoke your ire. My silence amuses you. Could you not guide me, enlighten me? Victoria, I am far from perfect. Victoria, I still hope that you might lower your gaze and regard me. I have done all that I can, yet you remain, damnably, as silent as ever. Silence. How can I ignite the flames of your love? The vast prairie stretches endlessly. Victoria's flight appears futile. She has strayed far beyond the realm of Winterfell, disoriented and lost. No one, save for herself, can rescue Victoria from James's piercing blade. His eyes remain fixed upon her with a malevolent glare. He is no longer handsome, his face marred by several gaping wounds. The cost is exorbitant, and he must reclaim from this detestable woman what is rightfully his. He tightly grips the reins, draping them over his armor, a sinister smile creeping upon his face as he begins to run towards Victoria. Exhausted and rigid, she feels death's proximity. She can only watch as James approaches, grinning wickedly as he ensnares her with the reins. Victoria stumbles, her body constricted, lying in despair upon the grass. James binds her as one would tether a pig or sheep, Yet Victoria feels an odd sense of release. Having struggled desperately, knowing only the path to death, she now faces her fate with composure. Having exerted every effort, she can confront any outcome without regret. James's fierce aggression starkly contrasts with her calm submission, a juxtaposition that displeases him. Victoria is acutely aware of her own tranquility amidst the chaos. She intermittently quips, "Perhaps you desire me to weep uncontrollably, to scream in terror? My sincerest apologies. I am simply too weary to comply." James, with a rough, spiky whip, presses it against her. He bellows in a fit of rage. "You have ruined me. My eyes are blinded. I will subject you to the most excruciating tortures, dragging you down to the depths of hell, making your existence a living nightmare." Victoria, breathless and fragmented, retorts, "You should grant me a swift end. Why torment a woman so?" James spits a mouthful of blood upon her, snarling, "You witch, you demon, you deserve the cruelest torments, ultimately to die in humiliation." Victoria's hearing had vanished, her frailty rendering her susceptible to delusions. In the moments preceding her unconsciousness, her sole thought was of James, the pampered nobleman, whose lack of decorum appalled her. How could he so brazenly spit upon her? Her state of unconsciousness incited a furious wrath within James. He struck her face mercilessly with his whip, seething, "I have yet to torment you. You shall not escape." Victoria remained deeply in a stupor, indifferent to his violence. Blood spilling from her wounds, inevitably leading her into 3 days of slumber and a significant loss of vitality. James dismounted from her, raking his fingers through her disheveled, blood-stained golden locks, and let out a roar of frustration. He was deeply dissatisfied that he could not personally punish this demon. He leaned down, viciously biting into Victoria's neck, leaving gaping wounds from which blood flowed into his mouth. Yet, what was the difference between feasting upon a corpse and gnawing on a piece of dead pig? Victoria, roused by the pain, gasped, "Do you wish to consume me?" The captive awakening reignited James's desire for vengeance. He lunged at her, resuming his savage assault on her arteries. Who claimed women were fragrant? This woman reeked of sweat, her blood thick and foul, her visage utterly repugnant. Only by devouring you can I alleviate my loathing. However, Victoria once again succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to her surroundings. James, infuriated, struck her several times across the face, demanding, "Wake up! Wake up! Do not lie there like a dead pig." He beat and cursed her, yet Victoria remained unresponsive. His punches, kicks, and bites elicited no reaction. Such relentless torment was disheartening. James felt a surge of impotent rage, vowing not to let this woman off lightly. Soon, fatigue began to overtake James as he pursued the horse on foot, pushing it to its limits, an extreme challenge indeed. Moreover, he had recently battled the dire wolves. Overcome, he collapsed onto the grasslands, seeking a brief respite. The sky was vast, and a few vultures and hawks had gathered around the lifeless steed, pecking at its fresh entrails. Exhausted and weakened, James removed his helmet, pressing his right hand firmly against his right eye, which offered no sight, while his left eye throbbed painfully, vision blurred. Beside him, Victoria lay nearly lifeless, her breaths scarcely audible. Countless thoughts swirled in James's mind, from Cersei to Joffrey, from the dire wolves to Castle Black, to the plains. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, only aware that he had paid an exorbitant and undeserved price in his pursuit of lust. Meanwhile, the Stark family in Winterfell found no peace, enduring the Queen's wrath and fury. As James chased after Victoria, they had dispatched troops in pursuit, but James and his steed were far too swift, escaping into the wilderness. The gold cloaks and Stark's forces returned empty-handed, knowing only that the two and their horse had vanished into the vast eastern plains, with the 7 severely wounded direwolves leaving no trace behind. They all vanished into the eastern expanse, a wild and untamed land teeming with ferocious beasts and ruthless bandits. Cersei dispatched as many individuals as possible, laden with ample medical supplies, to search for Jaime. Yet, to the king, a mere vassal's daughter and a loathed Lannister were insufficient to stir his compassion or sorrow. The king could not remain long from the capital, King's Landing. After a brief search, he resolved to return to his court. Stark did not anticipate King Robert's callousness, nor did Cersei foresee the king's indifference towards Jaime's fate. However, the king's authority curtailed everyone's actions. Cersei wished to remain until Jaime was found, while Jorah longed for his uncle and refused to depart. Yet, they were forcibly shoved into an opulent carriage, their tears and despair disregarded. Cersei left behind her own guard and that of the prince, even her maid and wet nurse, instructing them to continue searching until Jaime was located. Within the swaying carriage, Cersei released all her crows, appealing to her father in Casterly Rock for military aid. Grasping Yora's shoulder, she declared, "Do you understand? This is power. Power enables one to accomplish anything. Yora, you must seize all the power." Yora, somewhat startled and bearing scabs of blood on his face, questioned, "Is it through power that one can protect an uncle?" Cersei nodded gravely, "With power, you can safeguard anyone you wish and eliminate any adversaries." Yora lowered his gaze, pondering, "Just as father could imprison us at any moment?" "Indeed, for he is the king, the embodiment of power itself. Within the order of the realm, power is paramount, status, wealth, and identity hold significance. Yet, in the desolate wilderness, on the barren plains, no one knows you or your identity." Jaime had captured Victoria, only to be ensnared by the wildlings shortly thereafter, pure, primal, and truly savage. Jaime and Victoria were unaware of their fate as they were taken back to a cave by the wildlings. Outnumbered and grievously wounded, Jaime, like Victoria, was stripped bare, his armor, silken garments, all possessions and weapons taken. The two were left exposed at the edge of a grassy thicket, surrounded by the wildling tribe. With a large fire crackling before them, smoke wafting upwards, the wildlings busied themselves with the butchering of several plump buffalo, a rare and bounteous harvest, ensuring ample meat for every member of the tribe. Both were confined within a cage woven from rough branches. Adjacent to them, another cage held a wild goat and two wildlings, the goat's unruly nature exacerbated by the bloody air and fierce shouts that startled it, causing it to struggle desperately within its confines. The goat's companions, two wildlings of an unknown tribe, were nearly crushed by its frantic hooves. Jaime observed the scene warily. The cannibalistic tribe before him. He could scarcely believe he had fallen to such a plight. The only solace was that within their cage lay his quarry. Victoria lay gravely injured and unconscious, unable to flail about like the wild sheep across from her, while James held dominion over everything within this cage, including the damned woman. Despite his animosity, it did not hinder James from meticulously admiring Victoria's form. Her skin was pale and delicate, her limbs elongated, her waist taut, and her breasts, coupled with the dark forest, embodied the very essence of his preferences. "I shall kill you," James whispered softly. Yet, Victoria remained ensnared in a profound stupor, and James regarded her frailty with disdain. Having endured a day of relentless flight, devoid of sustenance and medical aid following his injuries, James was nonetheless aware that his body brimmed with vitality, a vitality whose source eluded comprehension. He pondered silently how a defenseless, weaponless man like himself could escape this tribe while stark naked. The wild tribe had recently procured an abundance of food, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. With no means of preservation, James and the unconscious Victoria were kept as livestock, destined for consumption when supplies dwindled. In a neighboring cage, the wild sheep frolicked, while the lifeless body of a fallen tribesman was dragged away to be shared among the others. James's eyes betrayed no fear as he observed another injured tribesman within the cage, contemplating that survival might delay his fate. As for Victoria, he found amusement in using her as a cushion, soft and comfortable. Although weakened, she had not succumbed to death, thus sparing her from the peril of being eaten. Feigning helplessness, James was aware, for reasons unknown, that he was rapidly healing. What else could explain the fact that his right eye, gnawed to a pulp, had not become infected, but instead was gradually mending, despite his lack of nourishment? The tribesmen had previously fed a few living creatures to keep them alive. The wild sheep, devoid of intelligence, voraciously chewed on human eyeballs, while nearby tribesmen savored the bones with gusto. After years of combat, James still lacked the courage to consume the half of a liver and a pile of glistening intestines before him. He curled up, half reclining in the cage, resting his head between Victoria's breasts, pulling her feeble right arm over his eyes, softly murmuring, "If anyone is to be eaten, let it be you first." With ample food at their disposal, the tribesmen were not yet inclined to turn their attention towards them. James awaited a moment of opportunity, while Victoria remained in a death-like slumber. Over the course of 3 days, her bare form became a source of irritation for him. At last, on the third day, signs of awakening began to manifest in Victoria. Her fingers and eyelids stirred slightly. James, with a morbid curiosity, anticipated her revival. Eager to witness her reaction to the grim tableau of human bones and bloodied intestines nearby, Victoria would soon realize she had fallen into the clutches of the wild tribe, and the terror on her face would undoubtedly bring James great delight. Victoria had succumbed to the sinister smile of James. Overwhelmed with shock yet familiar helplessness, she found herself unable to struggle or even muster the strength to hide on the opposite side of the cage. To her horror, she realized that both of them were completely unclothed. The shock was too great. She instinctively crossed her arms and curled her legs. James smirked scornfully, refraining from revealing that he had seen everything over the past 3 days. Victoria maintained her position, which was both laborious and uncomfortable, while James relished her discomfort as a small lesson to be learned. As James began to speak, the words "you wretched creature" lingered in the air when the guard, displeased with the prey's restlessness, struck James several times with a long staff. He fell onto Victoria, blood trickling from his gums. What was happening? Victoria's voice was scarcely a whisper. Once the guard had moved on, James exhaled slowly, gripping Victoria's chin and informing her that she had been captured by a cannibal tribe who would consume her once their current food supply dwindled. A lasting terror spread across Victoria's face, and the longer she remained in that state of confusion, the more exhilarated James felt. This satisfaction was far more valuable to him than merely devouring her or ending her life. Victoria, having read Robinson Crusoe and watched documentaries, had a vague understanding of cannibal tribes and was horrified at the thought of becoming someone else's sustenance. She sensed that James was overly composed, devoid of the despair and fear one would expect from a captive. "Aren't you their prisoner?" she probed cautiously. "Me? I am certainly in a better position than some frail souls. They would consume the dead first, and I, with great honor, will witness your demise." How cruel he was. Victoria, preoccupied with her predicament, felt a mix of helplessness and irritation, yet could devise no solution. Soon, night fell. James suddenly felt awkward. They were in the wilderness, where night brought a chilling temperature, and they could not enjoy the warmth of a campfire. In the preceding days, Victoria had been unconscious, resembling a lifeless creature, and James had huddled closely with her for warmth. Now that she had awakened, he found it difficult to maintain that closeness. Victoria was feverish, her body ablaze, trembling at the slightest breeze. The darkness deepened, and the fire flickered weakly, leaving only the persistent wind. Two prisoners, each harboring animosity towards the other, one a distinguished heir and the other a timid noblewoman, found their willpower waning. Memories of deep-seated enmity and the barriers between them faded, overshadowed by a sense of urgency for survival, rendering any embarrassment irrelevant. Perhaps it was Victoria who first reached out, or perhaps it was James who leaned forward. They embraced, drawing warmth from one another in the biting cold, finding solace in this fleeting connection amidst the harshness of their reality. In their drowsy state, their resolve diminished. This naked embrace transcended romantic notions. In the mountains, they were merely two souls yearning for survival. It was the dew of the following morning that roused them from slumber. James, with an unsettling inclination, was sucking on Victoria's hair, which was adorned with droplets of dew, prompting Victoria to perceive him as somewhat perverse. Surely, this was far more palatable than human blood, was it not? Victoria remained silent, though she found the act rather repugnant. As the sun ascended, casting its fervent rays upon them, James unceremoniously cast aside Victoria. She gazed at the sturdy confines of the cage, utterly at a loss. Observing the swarm of green flies, James hesitantly inquired, "Are you not afraid?" Victoria replied with calmness, "I am utterly terrified. That is not evident. I lack the strength to feign fear." James found her response both amusing and perplexing. "Then do you not wish to escape?" Victoria endeavored to roll her eyes at him. "With wild men, a cage. My frail condition, a lack of strength, and you, who seeks my demise, I hardly feel inclined to flee. It is best to conserve energy." With that, she turned her back on James and leaned against the bars of the cage. James felt a surge of delight. He was enchanted by Victoria's form, unmoved by his admiration. She had maintained a curled-up posture for 2 days, which served only to discomfort her. Once the barrier of modesty was lowered, it could be cast aside 1,000 times. She merely used her long hair to shield herself as best she could. Intrigued, James reached around to caress the smooth expanse of Victoria's back. She pivoted and swatted his hand away, but he drew closer, placing his hand over hers. "You are quite unlike Cersei." Victoria leaned against the bars, insisting, "You should move away. I miss her, as well as Yura." Victoria detested his incessant chatter. After days of confinement, her body ached, and she could scarcely stand upright. "You, a delicate lady, do you not miss your family?" James wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his head in the crook of her shoulder. Victoria struggled to break free, exclaiming, "Of course I miss them, but what can I do? I am trapped in a wild man's cage, unable to stretch my legs, and on the brink of being devoured. This is all your fault. Why did you not simply slay me with your sword back then?" James reveled in her predicament, saying, "It was because you rode away on your horse. I exerted considerable effort to pursue you." Victoria cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking him a monster. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her inescapable situation. Unlike her, James possessed an unusual resilience. During the battle with the dire wolf, he had been bitten near his right eye, leaving him nearly blind in his left eye and marred with numerous wounds. After days of relentless pursuit, deprived of both clothing and sustenance, his injuries had miraculously avoided infection, showing no signs of festering. In their moments of contact, Victoria could distinctly feel James growing stronger, and remarkably, his right eye was gradually regaining its light. This was beyond imagination. Did you gnaw at my neck? Of course, is the scar not exquisite? James regained his spirit, seizing Victoria by the neck and applying pressure discreetly. Cough. Let me go. I was merely inquiring, she protested. You ought to cherish the moments you can still speak. I shall not make your experience pleasant, he retorted. Are you preparing to flee? Will you betray me? James dismissed her concerns, asserting, I could effortlessly dispose of you with these very hands. He expressed a peculiar anticipation for her escape. Why? I thought you preferred to witness my demise at the hands of the savages. I refuse to believe that a wretched woman like you would show mercy. I merely think that, compared to being devoured, perhaps you could grant me a swift end. James lowered his voice and laughed heartily, unrestrained, allowing Victoria to observe the quaking of his chest. Undeniably, his physique was exceptional. You foolish woman. Soon you shall understand that falling into my grasp is worse than being consumed. That night, James commenced his escape. The deadline loomed. As the savages slumbered soundly, he began to move stealthily. The savages possessed no sophisticated tools, merely coarse, sturdy vines encircling the cage. James had no choice but to tear apart these vines with his hands, his veins bulging on his arms and forehead. It was not a trivial task. After an hour, his fingers bled profusely, and though he felt the pain, he could not afford to even frown as he continued to exert himself. Victoria felt the chill, while the man who could provide warmth was preparing for his escape. Sensing movement nearby, she reached out, her battered palm clutching several sharp-edged stones, damp from the earth. James raised an eyebrow. You are quite clever. How could I forget that stones could be found in the soil? He took one and resumed sharpening the stone, noticeably accelerating the progress. Crouching, only his lean waist, legs, and back were visible. Victoria leaned closer, embracing him tightly from behind, silent, simply seeking warmth. James's expression shifted from excitement at acquiring the stone to a heavy, impassive demeanor. A woman rested against him, and he felt the weight of it. Ultimately, he did not push her away but continued to grind the vines amidst the mechanical motions. He could not help but ponder that should he escape, Victoria, in her pitiful state, would surely be unable to follow. Consequently, he would be forced to endure interrogation from the cannibals, subjected to unspeakable acts before being devoured. For a woman who had harmed him, such a fate seemed all too fitting. Yet, James found little joy in this thought. With Victoria nestled against him, they shared an unguarded intimacy, feeling one another's warmth and breath, which was light and shallow, perhaps moments away from fading. His heart felt unusually heavy. Perhaps, he mused, it was the frustration of not being able to kill her with his own hands that weighed him down. Lost in a tempest of thoughts, a sudden crash startled James as the vines fell, colliding with the cage. At last, he severed all the vines with Victoria's stone. Are you leaving? Victoria softly inquired from behind him. James struggled to awaken from his chaotic reverie. You should go. Otherwise, the wild man will awaken. How considerate she was. James found himself at a loss. Why did he not rise and depart immediately? Ah, farewell. Noticing his hesitation, Victoria willingly released him, descending from his side. The absence of her weight and warmth left him feeling desolate, and the mountain wind blew more fiercely, intensifying the cold. This chill jolted James into clarity. He turned to see only a path leading to death. Victoria lay helplessly on the ground, her arms wrapped around herself, futilely seeking solace and warmth. I know. Her eyes sparkled, glistening with unshed tears. You are crying, James remarked, his voice heavy. I feel cold, frightened, and somewhat dazed. Victoria shut her eyes, sniffing. You must go. There is no need to carry news of my demise back. James shifted slightly, rendered speechless. Then, resolutely, he crawled out of the cage. Having lingered too long in the cramped space, Victoria was astonished by James's towering stature. Devoid of clothing, his powerful muscles resembled a perfect human sculpture, one that would leave even Da Vinci and Michelangelo in awe. Cautiously, James absconded with weapons, a hefty piece of deliciously roasted buffalo meat, and clothing, before making a hasty escape. As he fled, he cherished the precious taste of freedom, the visage of Cersei's smiling face and embrace etched in his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the vulnerable Victoria, still ensnared in the wild man's cage, trembling and clutching her arms. A complete embodiment of weakness, poised to be devoured at dawn. James quickened his pace, fully embracing his flight towards freedom. He observed the tears glistening in Victoria's eyes. The essence of femininity, so fragile. The shared moments, the terror of death, the stones, and her parting words had all diminished his urge to end her life immediately. James grappled with the notion of hatred. Perhaps he could rescue her first, and then kill her? This thought startled him. No, let her perish here. This fierce woman is unworthy of pity. Yet, he could not bear to glance back. Victoria, exposed and unprotected, her frailty, sorrow, fear, and tears were starkly vivid. She was a weak woman, and he was a man, a knight. James found himself in a moral quandary. If only Victoria were Cersei, he would forsake his own life to save her. If Victoria were Gerilver, a man of slightly more robust stature, James would not hesitate to flee with her. Yet, given Victoria's dire condition, she has become a burden, one that would only encumber him further. Each person has their own fate, and James perceives his own indecision as excessive compassion, finding it absurd to feel sympathy for an adversary. He effortlessly ascends a ridge, his body agile and strong. In these past few days, he has fully regained his health, though the reasons remain elusive. The camp of the savages has vanished from sight, and even the scent of the bonfire has dissipated. The moon gradually descends, and soon dawn will break, heralding the woman's impending fate. A multitude of dark, filthy hands will pierce through her delicate skin, extracting her innards. While she still breathes, she will witness her liver being devoured, succumbing to a cruel demise amid incessant sobs and suffering. James halts, propping himself against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath. She is not Cersei. She is not worth the risk. Had she not provoked him initially, she would now be dutifully residing in the castle as a princess. This predicament is of her own making, is it not? Cersei Lannister, think of Cersei. You must return to her. She surely languishes in anxiety, weeping daily. Go. Do not falter in your steps. This woman is not worth the peril you might face for her. He presses onward. Time elapses, dawn breaks, and one by one, the savages awaken, their camp resonating with screams and furious growls. What is amiss? The sturdy ropes of the cage have been severed. Someone has escaped. Their prey has fled. This realization incites a peculiar atmosphere among the guards, who begin to howl in a bizarre manner. Amidst the commotion, a large number of savages stir to wakefulness, and upon comprehending his meaning, their anger intensifies, uniting them in a cacophony of shouts. Only one prey remains in their cage. They scramble to their feet, encircling Victoria. Victoria, feverish, her pallid form marred by dirt, still radiates a luminous quality. Encircled by the dark-skinned savages, they brandish spears stained with human blood and hair, all aimed at Victoria. This gesture is indeed superfluous, for that feeble woman among them poses no threat of resistance. In her weakened state, the savages regard her with disdain, fearing that consuming her might taint them with her frailty. The leader of the savages, clawing at the air, bellows fiercely, gesturing for a group of his men to venture forth in pursuit of the fugitive. With bloodthirsty eyes ablaze, the savage leader strides forward, grasping Victoria's arm with a vice-like grip, uttering guttural words. Victoria, unable to comprehend, shakes her head in despair, tears streaming down her face. I do not know. He is gone. He is gone. Then, hopeless, she leans against the side. The savages fail to understand her words, and with a wild flourish, they erupt in excited shouts. They hastily gather wood, erecting a pole in the center. Victoria is tightly bound with wild vines at its core. The surroundings quickly became engulfed in dry timber. The savages intended to burn her alive. As the flames rose higher, Victoria found herself encircled by a considerable amount of firewood. Hope seemed all but lost. A wave of despondency washed over her as she gazed upon the ever-increasing pile of logs, tears welling up at the thought of a painful death by fire. Suddenly, the notion of biting her tongue to end her life crossed her mind, yet the pain was too excruciating to bear. She attempted it briefly, only to abandon the thought in despair. Who would grant her a swift end? The chieftain of the savages approached with a torch in hand. As the crowd of savages, approximately 30 strong, raised their spears and stone knives, chanting rhythmically in unison, their voices swelling in a display of their formidable numbers. Weak and frail, Victoria resigned herself to her fate, acknowledging that her time had come. Victoria was to be burned as a spy, with no means of self-rescue. The pile of wood continued to rise, emanating a nauseating stench. The savages, under the chieftain's guidance, knelt before a peculiar animal skull as if engaged in a religious ritual. Their jubilant dances were adorned with horns bound to their heads, while their bodies and faces were smeared with human blood and a yellowish mineral resembling sulfur. They mimicked the growls and movements of beasts. Amidst the raucous celebration, the stench of unwashed bodies seemed to intensify. With her lips paling, Victoria found herself ensnared by vines, the weight of which barely allowed her to stand, as if suspended just above the ground to prevent her from falling. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lengthy ritual came to an end. The once exuberant savages gradually calmed, their collective chants diminishing from 10 voices to a mere few, ultimately fading into silence. Victoria could hear the sound of her blood slowly coagulating. With a heavy thud, the chieftain, adorned with feathers, struck the ground with his tiger staff, causing Victoria's heart to skip a beat. The savages roared in unison, Lamika. Victoria's breath trembled in response as one of them raised a torch and hurled it into the woodpile, igniting it in a cascade of sparks that spread the flames. Fear sent her mind spiraling. A flash of golden light seemed to surge from the crown of her head, connecting her to the cosmos. Her thoughts weaving between the modern world and the realm of Game of Thrones, scenes shifting in rapid succession like a chaotic photo album. In an instant, she relived her life. Reluctant to leave this warm world behind, Victoria fought desperately against her fate, her cries echoing in despair. Oh, how heart-wrenching that sound was, raw and primal. A frantic writhing filled with unrest and hopelessness. The vines scraped against one another, shedding dust and debris. Her mind was consumed with tumult and frenzy, as if the wind howled in her ears, accompanied by the roars of dragons, a cacophony of discordant sounds piercing through her frayed nerves. The heat is unbearable, intensifying with each passing moment. The flames prepare to kiss her, extending their tongues to lick her toes, a silent lament of sorrow and despair. The glow of fire looms ever closer, blindingly bright, as the temperature continues to rise. Waves of dryness and heat crash relentlessly. She is a martyr, a saint subjected to the flames, offering herself as a sacrifice. It is both tragic and desolate as Victoria's head tilts against the wooden post, feeling the encroaching inferno. Amidst the crackling of burning wood, she hears a sharp sound of impact. What is this? An illusion intertwined with despair, akin to hope. In her dire predicament, Victoria seems to experience a hallucination, yet it ignites her flickering will to survive, like a final straw. Death, how terrifying it is. Yet I am determined to fight for life. The essence of human existence lies in resilience. A sudden, harsh crack reverberates, a clash between stone blade and spear. Behold, it is James, a divine figure materializing before Victoria. This represents humanity's primal instinct. 2 adult men, draped in animal hides, engage in combat wielding primitive, sharp weapons, exuding raw charm and untamed courage. This is the essence of the cosmos, the pinnacle of human evolution, a union of strength and beauty. James bellows with fury, charging forward, veins bulging on his forehead, his body enveloped by a gust of masculine power. The animal hide merges seamlessly with him. As if he were a majestic lion of the savannah, hunting the human prey he has set his sights on. How magnificent is this golden lion, rescuing a pitiful she-wolf destined for the human dinner table. With a swift thrust and slash, he dispatches the towering guard who first spotted him. Dark red blood erupts, splattering across James's chest, transforming his skin and golden hair into a vivid crimson hue. Fierce and bloodthirsty, he embodies the noble glory of the Lannisters. Once more, 2 wild men raise their spears and charge. James responds with calculated strikes, his stone blade colliding with their cervical vertebrae and skulls, producing chilling sounds. In a flash, his arm goes numb, the stone blade shatters into 2. The 2 wild men stare in disbelief, unwilling to accept such agony and defeat, ultimately collapsing slowly back to the earth. Only a wisp of dust accompanies their burial. As the dust settles, James stands revealed, grasping half of the stone blade. His muscles and physique exuding primal power, panting heavily, his piercing gaze glistening with blood and sweat that trickles down the contours of his form. A breathtaking tableau. The god of war returns, captivating all who behold him. Another 5 or 7 wild men lift their spears, encircling him with bone knives, launching a simultaneous assault. With half of the stone blade, James strikes out, blinding 1 wild man, while his left arm deflects 3 spears in a brief standoff. In close quarters, 3 wild men find themselves caught, unable to advance or retreat, their attempts to strike thwarted, immovable under his fierce onslaught. In the fiery pit, Victoria, her entire body scorched a vivid crimson, finally managed to muster a smile. Her gamble had paid off. Her earlier display of feigned weakness and calculated suffering had not been in vain. James, after all, possessed a semblance of humanity, refusing to abandon her. He swept through the ranks of foes with unparalleled strength, seizing 3 spears in an instant. With a swift motion, he swept low, causing a savage to lunge forward. While he vaulted and hurled the trio of long spears, pinning the assailants firmly to the ground in a neat row. At the opposite end, the savage leader, filled with terror, sought refuge behind a barricade, crouching low yet gesturing for his warriors to advance fearlessly. James feigned ignorance, dispatching any approaching adversaries with ruthless efficiency. Enemies surged from all directions, employing every conceivable tactic in a fervent clash. James fought with fervor, his heart ablaze with valor, embodying the very essence of manhood. As the ground became littered with a thick layer of corpses, some lifeless, others writhing in agony, the flames at Victoria's side roared higher, almost reaching a conflagration. The flames, once gentle, had transformed into a ferocious assault, singeing her smooth, chestnut locks. Victoria heard the incessant crackling of her hair curling and burning. "James, save me. The fire is closing in." James, with a swift glance, grasped the urgency of the situation. He stood firm yet retreated, angling his body to shield Victoria as he drew nearer, dispatching the relentless savages. While battling, he cleared a path through the flames, sparks flying in every direction. There emerged a towering, robust savage warrior, whose every movement galvanized the savage soldiers, who began to chant rhythmically, their voices full of fervor. James scrutinized this formidable opponent, meticulously assessing his vulnerabilities. As James remained poised, the giant charged forth like a war chariot. Their fists collided with tremendous force, propelling both combatants apart. Such strength. They exchanged blows in a brutal melee, each strike echoing with a bone-chilling resonance. The giant focused on James's back, seizing the opportunity. James ensnared the giant's neck under his arm, exerting pressure to force him to his knees. With a fierce grip on his throat, he stifled the giant's breath. As the two grappled in a stalemate, the giant began to falter. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. The hidden savage leader emerged from the shadows, stealthily brandishing a sharp-boned dagger, inching closer behind James. Though James sensed the impending danger, he was preoccupied with the giant's strength, leaving him vulnerable. The dagger drew nearer, the savage leader's lips curling like a nocturnal creature, twisted in anticipation. Victoria felt a surge of panic. The situation had become perilously dire. The flames drew ever closer, consuming from behind. She struggled with every ounce of strength she could muster. The vines singed and nearly severed. Once, twice, thrice, Victoria refused to yield. Though her physique was frail, she possessed an indomitable spirit and a courage surpassing that of men. Her corporeal form could not confine her resilient soul through countless struggles. In moments of uncertainty about where hope lay, during prolonged periods of solitary exploration in the dark, the dawn suddenly broke. Her final attempt was indistinguishable from the preceding ones, devoid of flourish. Yet, in that ordinary instant, she broke free. Victoria paused for a moment, a swell of immense pride surging within her. Compared to James, who battled 7 wolves and single-handedly felled over 30 giants, Victoria merely severed a few vines with fire. This was no grand achievement, nor did it rival James's breathtaking feats. Yet, it was an act of self-rescue, a testament to her own strength, a modest yet significant transcendence. The world's wealthiest may possess boundless riches, but that bears no relevance to you. Constructing a humble shelter and foraging for sustenance represents true progress and breakthrough. Victoria's prowess could not be compared to that of James, the world's magnate, yet she had made some advancement and could take pride in it. The fire blazed on, and Victoria diligently scraped aside the unburned wood, preparing to connect with a breach that James had created, seeking a path through the inferno. Though her strength was limited, she exerted herself to the utmost, refusing to relent, her struggle both desperate and fervent. The chief of the savages held a knife to James's throat. With a mere tug and a swift slice inward, he could harvest his life. Relishing in the prospect of swift revenge and punishment, the chief grinned widely, revealing his dark teeth and crimson maw, laughing uproariously. But abruptly, this laughter ceased as he collapsed to the ground, the sharp bone knife still poised at James's neck. Behind him stood Queen Victoria, brandishing a flaming thorn spear. Having traversed obstacles and stepped through fire, her flawless form, immaculate visage, graceful limbs, and resolute gaze were a vision to behold. As the chief fell, Victoria pressed onward, seizing the bone knife poised before James's neck. Amid the giant's pleas and terror of retreat, James held tightly, and Victoria thrust the pointed blade steadily into the giant's left eye. A faint groan quickly dissipated, blood dripped, staining James's form. He strained to push the giant off, gasping for breath. Is there more? Victoria, still reeling from the shock, scanned her surroundings. No, there was nothing left to rise again. Exhausted, she knelt upon the ground to rest. James too sank to the earth, contemplating the giant before him, a task far more arduous than hunting a brown bear. Victoria, in a playful mood, jested, yet the lion was untroubled by the bear. James regarded her with newfound admiration, turning to assist her up. The young wolf, too, displayed no fear. Having faced life and death, the two momentarily set aside their personal grievances. Indeed, after enduring turbulent trials, true brothers stand united. Their enmities dissolved in shared laughter. There is a sentiment to express. James certainly possesses charm, yet when it comes to seeking a romantic partner, I lean towards refined sensibilities. As I harbor a fear of domestic violence. How amusing. Nevertheless, the image of the fierce James being bested by the delicate Victoria is rather exhilarating. In the next chapter, let James be rendered speechless. You may suspect I am being suggestive, but I possess no evidence. How delightful. My dear little angels, I adore you all. Please comment on my work, save it, and shower me with love. After a fierce battle, the two were utterly exhausted and sought refuge in the cave of the wild men. Struggling, they found some medicinal herbs to tend to their wounds. Followed by a hearty meal of roasted beef and the wild men's leftover goat milk, the pungent aroma overwhelming them. There was no choice but to endure it. Having sated their hunger and thirst, they sought the only prominent feature within the cave, the chieftain's sheepskin bed, where they began to rest and recuperate. As soon as his head hit the pillow, James fell into a deep slumber, his rhythmic snoring eliciting an endearing response from Victoria. Unable to resist, she reached out her petite hand, first brushing through his golden hair, then hesitantly caressing his cheek, her heart brimming with joy. With a sense of security, Victoria closed her eyes, nestled closely to James, feeling a flutter of excitement and nervousness. His body exuded a reassuring warmth. Whether James sensed her presence or remained oblivious, he retained his tranquil demeanor. Soon after, Victoria succumbed to slumber, drifting into a blissful dream of oblivion. Time passed. The cycle of day and night repeated itself. James awoke first, stretching languidly, only to find something soft beside him. Victoria, lost in a deep sleep. Her sleeping position was quite ungraceful, limbs sprawled over him. Feeling slightly flustered, James cautiously detached her arms from around his neck and tucked them beneath the sheepskin coverlet. He gently touched her forehead. She was not feverish, which was reassuring. Stepping outside, he sought to remedy their situation. Upon returning, he inspected their provisions, only to find the milk and meat spoiled, covered in greenish-yellow mold, reduced to a putrid mess. The stench of decay wafted from outside, the foul odor of the 30 men he had slain. James continued to rummage through the cave, acquiring several bone knives. Spotting a considerable amount of jerky, he frowned and discarded it, lacking interest in human flesh. He persisted in his search, uncovering wolf and sheep pelts, as well as an herb to re-wrap his wounds. Eventually, he discovered a beehive and, finding a well-lit spot, began to indulge in the sweet nectar. It was simply divine. Surviving the ordeal felt extraordinarily gratifying. After a considerable time, Victoria awakened, casting aside her momentary embarrassment. She leaped from the bed, wrapping herself in sheepskin and securing it with twine. Offering James a friendly smile, she began to savor the honey. Meanwhile, James, sipping the fresh spring water he had retrieved, shared some with her, albeit silently and somewhat distantly. The two individuals had recuperated quite well, discerning their direction and preparing to depart from this place. Victoria had crafted excellent shoes for them, with a hardwood sole and a lambskin upper, and she further modified their lambskin garments to be more suitable and lightweight. James packed their belongings, provisions, herbs, and weapons. Victoria kindled a fire to prepare jerky, while James hunted a wild sheep. As the meat sizzled over the flames, Victoria brushed a touch of honey onto it. The long night stretched ahead, and Victoria felt uncertain of James's mood, hesitant to speak, leading to a certain silence between them. Ultimately, she expressed her gratitude for rescuing her from the flames. James leaned against a tree a few paces away, nodding slightly at her words, which allowed Victoria to breathe a sigh of relief. From the taunts atop the city walls to the bite from the dire wolf, James had faced the ice wolves twice, culminating in young Joffrey piercing his right eye. James had endured the death of his horse from exhaustion, drawn blood from Victoria, and as captives of the wild. They had both faced death, James in the night, Victoria in the flames. Yet, he turned back to save her, and together they found solace in this moment of roasting meat. In a mere 10 days, they had traversed such tumultuous experiences, enough to leave one breathless. Victoria glanced at James, who seemed disinterested in provoking her or causing her harm. He appeared strangely aloof, lost in his own thoughts. Gathering courage, she asked what occupied his mind. Rarely was James in good spirits. But the images in his mind softened his demeanor. Cersei, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. Victoria understood. The presence of Cersei and the three children cast a somber atmosphere. James looked at her, somewhat exasperated, as if to express his annoyance at her untimely interruptions of his memories. With a hint of impatience, he replied, "Back to King's Landing, I suppose." Victoria, eager to please, followed closely, prepared to shower him with flattery, but halted upon witnessing his impassive expression. "James, I still wish to thank you for your willingness to return and rescue me." Regardless of James's reputation as a philandering noble or heir to an adversarial faction, he had treated her harshly before, once contemplating her demise. Yet, Victoria held no grudges. Despite his escape, he chose to return, risking great peril to slay over 30 wild men, nearly losing his life to the wild leader's blade. Such a debt of gratitude was one she felt compelled to repay, a life-saving grace, akin to a second birth from her parents. In Victoria's eyes, James was no longer merely a golden lion, but rather a golden parent. One must repay life-saving kindness. She expressed sincerely, her heart brimming with genuine gratitude. James had nearly exhausted his longing for family, the profound depths of his character fading as the roguish charm gradually resurfaced. "You should perhaps thank your acting skills instead," he teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Did you truly notice?" Victoria replied, a touch of bashfulness creeping in. James shrugged. "Isn't it rather obvious? A woman who allowed a wolf to tear out my eyes suddenly began to show me kindness, aiding my escape, digging stones, and choosing to perish in flames rather than betray me. Perhaps your tears are genuine, yet I perceive them more as crocodile tears, exploiting a man's unwillingness to forsake the vulnerable." Victoria retorted, "Then why do you pursue me? Is this the conduct of a man?" James, calm as he pursued you across the plains, declared it was due to my eyes and Joralfor. Victoria, perplexed, questioned, "What have I done wrong? Had Joralfor not kicked my sister's horse, causing her to fall, the Arctic wolves would not have attacked, and your eyes would remain unharmed. I merely intended to frighten you with the wolves, allowing you to escape. Who could have anticipated you would nearly kill 7 Arctic wolves?" James, fixing his gaze on Victoria's glasses, stated, "I shall not spare anyone who harms Joralfor. Those brutes are culpable." Victoria, enraged, exclaimed, "But what have we done wrong? This entire situation is the result of that boy's actions. The Arctic wolves are our kin. The Queen seeks to annihilate my family. Mind your words. Joralfor is the heir to the 7 kingdoms, not merely that boy," James retorted. Victoria, filled with fury, insisted, "You wish to protect your family, and I wish to protect mine. What is to be gained from confrontation?" James raised an eyebrow, swiftly countering, "Oh, protecting family through confrontation? Just look at your pitiful state. Do not flatter yourself." Victoria, infuriated, grasped a bamboo fork, nearly jabbing it into James's face. This man was truly insufferable. After a moment, James spoke first, in truth. "When I escaped from the cage, I believed you were beyond saving." His tone lacked the earlier conviction, perhaps tinged with a hint of guilt and the pride of a man. Victoria, feigning a twist, glared at him. "You are mistaken. I am thriving now, healthy and robust enough to consume an entire cow." A reminder from Zhang Jinyu. Please consider bookmarking New Keyboard Novel Network for easier access. "How did you recover so swiftly?" James lowered his gaze, concealing a glimmer of curiosity. Victoria felt a cold sweat break out, a mix of disappointment and trepidation, as the warmth between them turned to indifference. The man before her was a complex individual. He was the compassionate knight, the formidable royal guard, a regicide and oath-breaker, the Queen's twin brother, and the heir to the strongholds of Cayenne City and Jinya City. He was also a rogue and a scoundrel. When matters of life and death arose, James would surely inquire, and Victoria would undoubtedly hesitate to respond. From the brink of death to robust health in a mere 10 days, James, who had been in constant proximity to her, was acutely aware of her condition. Victoria suddenly felt the mountain peaks were unbearably cold at night, her teeth chattering, and her words emerged icy and devoid of warmth. "Perhaps it is akin to the reason for your blind eyes regaining sight." The atmosphere grew tense, yet it could not be described as hostile. Enraged, Victoria climbed into bed and fell asleep. On this night, James remained below, leaning against the trunk of a tree, contemplating, warming himself, and standing guard, for he was, after all, a man. The atmosphere was oppressively silent, a dullness that permeated the mountains on what was to be their final night. As dawn broke the following day, James roused Victoria, and together they commenced their journey. He surmised their position and resolved to head west, intending to escort Victoria back to Winterfell before returning to King's Landing. There was a possibility of encountering those who had ventured out in search of them, which would ease their passage. The north, represented by Winterfell, and the west, marked by Casterly Rock, were at odds, and James had no desire to traverse that territory. Armed with weapons, medicine, and provisions, he and Victoria embarked on their return journey. For convenience, they opted for the waterways, which would expedite their travel. Their plan was to reach a larger town first, where they could send word to the Raven and connect with their families. Cersei may have already returned to King's Landing. The king would not heed her desires or thoughts. James spoke in a flat tone, yet Victoria found it disconcerting. After all, what did it matter to her whom James longed for? She could only murmur uncertainly about whether her father had agreed to assume the role of prime minister, leaving Winterfell behind. James attentively surveyed the terrain, adjusting their course as necessary. "You are quite skilled," she remarked, "for aside from recognizing cardinal directions, I am utterly incapable of navigating through these mountains or hunting. Why do the lessons for ladies not include such vital survival skills? Instead, we are confined to embroidery and handicrafts." Victoria abruptly fell silent, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her own words. And to please men? She thought, her cheeks flushing as she tacitly accepted the implication. James glanced back and casually remarked that it was a disgrace for men to send women into battle. "What purpose do we serve, then?" Victoria interjected, "If given the choice, I would shed my silken gown for armor, embracing the peril for the sake of equality, dignity, and freedom." James regarded her with a somewhat different expression, one of appreciation. "You speak wisely," he acknowledged, and Victoria felt an exhilarating rush at his approval, especially that of James. However, her enthusiasm swiftly plummeted into an icy abyss, akin to receiving a stinging slap. "Oh, how impressive I am, merely for echoing Cersei's sentiments," she thought, feeling utterly ridiculous. Her countenance turned cold as a multitude of questions surged within her, all directed at James. Why was he perpetually preoccupied with Cersei? In moments of glory, he crowned her with accolades. He fought for her, in life and in death. Every moment of every day, his eyes were only for her. Victoria could not suppress her venomous thoughts. What made Cersei superior to her? Cersei. No matter her merits, she remained the king's wife. And the king harbored a profound disdain for her. James, being significantly older and seasoned by extensive experience, was acutely aware of the youthful naivete that occupied Victoria's mind. It was clear to him that this young noblewoman harbored feelings for him. The Lannisters had no need for humility, nor for insincere flattery. Jaime was acutely aware of his allure to women, with countless admirers poised to rush towards him like moths to a flame. Coupled with the fact that he had rescued her from peril time and again, his intrinsic bravery and significance were undeniable. After experiencing life and death, one often finds it easy to trust and admire the hero who comes to their aid. Victoria had been striving to restrain herself, merely developing a fondness for him without truly loving him. When Jaime's hair fell loosely, he would typically find it quite captivating, especially since Victoria had once been the object of his fleeting desires and the subject of Stark family ridicule, thus embroiling her lineage in scandal. The North and the West had always been at odds. However, Victoria, this frail noblewoman, still young and pitiful, had manipulated the dire wolf against him, preying upon his compassion stemming from his own harrowing escape from captivity among the wildlings. On the pyre of flames, as he battled giants and killed 2 men without hesitation, Victoria executed her role remarkably well, compelling Jaime to regard her with newfound respect. Furthermore, her exquisite visage, alluring figure, delicate voice, and glistening doe-like eyes painted the portrait of a courageous and resilient woman who deserved neither disdain nor humiliation, despite Jaime having the power to do so at any moment. Yet, he refrained, offering her the respect befitting a knight towards a woman worthy of honor. Jaime nonchalantly shrugged, slowly articulating that if Cersei were by his side, this journey from the plains would have been far more manageable, whether it involved slaying direwolves or wildlings. Victoria's blood ran cold. No words could encapsulate her shock. Her heart screamed, Look, you bring this upon yourself. You are merely a burden, a waste. So stop trying to impose yourself on someone who only has eyes for Cersei." The torment ripped through Victoria's soul, filling her with excruciating pain, overwhelming shame, and profound sorrow. Was her first love to dissolve in such a manner? Tears cascaded down her cheeks like an uncontainable flood, quickly soaking her garments. A tragic sight reminiscent of a pear blossom drenched after a violent storm. Jaime observed Victoria as she wept uncontrollably, noting how her nails dug into her palms, the world around her fading to white. He forcibly retracted his instinct to embrace and console her, awkwardly uttering, "You don't harbor feelings for me, do you?" Victoria hurled the herbs at him, exclaiming, "Get lost, you fool. I will never like you." Jaime turned his head away, merely stating, "Remember this well." He was a man burdened by a curse of fate. Why should he drag others into his despair? With a sigh, he continued to navigate the path to the north, accompanied by the tearful and resistant Victoria. There was a message to convey. Jaime felt no weakness. He would not succumb to temptation, even if it meant leaping into oblivion. Indeed, the allure remained. "Victoria, take care of it." The stubborn duck laughs. "Let us gather to discuss the plot, shall we?" The upcoming chapters promise to be humorous and lighthearted. In a serendipitous encounter with Daenerys, Victoria reflects on the events of Game of Thrones. Recognizing that her father will undoubtedly accompany the king southward to assume the role of prime minister, thereby shouldering the burden of a realm riddled with corruption and turmoil. The king's trust in House Stark will surely compel him to facilitate the betrothal of Joffrey and Sansa, and Ned will escort Sansa to King's Landing, allowing the young couple to foster their affection. Had Sansa not gone missing, Ned would have surely taken Victoria and Arya along to King's Landing, primarily for the companionship of his daughters, as a father cannot attend to every detail. More importantly, this would serve to solidify their family's influence, as intermarriage among the nobility is indispensable. Winterfell, being so remote, is not an ideal location for seeking a suitable son-in-law. With 3 exceptional daughters, one destined for the prince, the other 2 also require advantageous unions. Bran, their son, will accompany them, as the king wishes for the offspring of his vassals to bond with his own. Nurturing of brotherly camaraderie is essential for the future support of his heir, much like the former camaraderie between Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, which has now evolved into a relationship of sovereign and subject. One feels more at ease with trusted confidants. Mother Catelyn Stark will remain in Winterfell, as it is imperative for a member of House Stark to guard their ancestral home. Robb and Rickon are still too immature, necessitating their mother's presence. The true mistress of Winterfell, however, is a woman who harbors no affection for herself. With her father in King's Landing, it would be unsuitable for her to accompany him, as that realm symbolizes power, opportunity, and glory. The awkward, illegitimate son, Jon Snow, barely finds his footing there, opting instead to take the Night's Watch at the Wall. Having contemplated these matters, Victoria realizes that even if she returns to Winterfell, she would ultimately be sent to King's Landing. Thus, she inquires of Jaime, "May I accompany you to King's Landing?" Jaime responds succinctly, "I wish to witness the splendor of the capital." Victoria conceals her intentions, reluctant to divulge everything. When she lies, Jaime casts a stoic glance her way, unflinchingly stating, "I must join my father and sister." Victoria's reluctance to be forthright is evident. "Perhaps your father will refuse the king's request." "My father would not defy the king's wishes. They may have already departed south. I wish to find them." Victoria cautiously observes Jaime's expression and asserts, "No one can defy the king's will." Jaime agrees, using his bone dagger to part the underbrush, seeking a more navigable path. The king has indeed made up his mind. "It took us over a month to reach here from King's Landing, a significant sacrifice for a monarch so indulgent in pleasures." Despite this, Jaime does not directly acquiesce to Victoria's request. She tentatively probes, "Then may I accompany you?" James seemed to reminisce that King's Landing was a veritable den of ambition, superficiality, and decadence, a paradise for power-hungry officials and politicians, perhaps ill-suited for a young lady like you. "Do you believe I should return to Winterfell?" "Indeed, while it may be remote, it offers a sanctuary for a tranquil life. Do not allow the allure of fleeting fame and fortune to cloud your judgment." Victoria maintained that amidst tumultuous waves, opportunities would arise. James halted, and they both stood there. "What opportunities do you seek? Power, status, or perhaps a gallant suitor?" His derision was unmistakable. James regarded her as one of those ambitious women, yearning for power and indulgence. "I shall escort you to Winterfell." A straightforward and decisive refusal. Victoria was undeterred by his gaze, boldly responding that she intended to protect her father. "Just you? To safeguard the hand of the King of the Seven Kingdoms? Have you overestimated your own worth? Who has bestowed upon you such courage? Have you forgotten how recently you barely escaped with your life?" His tone grew increasingly grave. Victoria countered, "Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. How can you perceive the new me through the lens of the past? I'm afraid I see no distinction between your present self and yesterday as foolishness." James unleashed his scorn, his verbal prowess no less formidable. "Pray, what do you mean?" Victoria's tone turned sharp, She was not foolish in the slightest. There are matters that women ought not to interfere with. You should simply enjoy life, just as all noble ladies do, without bearing any responsibilities. James felt akin to a guiding angel, leading a wayward lamb. Yet I refused to be slaughtered, to be merely a puppet at the mercy of others. Victoria sidestepped him and continued forward, muttering softly, "Why should I sit idly by? Why not take the initiative? It seems you perceive the coveted position of Prime Minister, pursued by many, as perilous. I suspect you do not regard this honor and opportunity favorably." James was somewhat taken aback. The place closest to the sun can scorch one to death. Victoria employed a metaphor. Why not let your elder brother worry about such matters? James continued to advance. Each person has their own responsibilities. Rob has his own concerns to attend to. After all, James chuckled, but inwardly he became serious. He was curious to see what this audacious young lady could accomplish. Even if there were no changes, it mattered not. He held no grand expectations. However, should a pleasant surprise arise, it would be worth anticipating. A gentleman aids in the success of others, and he might as well go with the flow. Then I shall take you along, as a favor to the Prime Minister. Perhaps it will yield a handsome reward. Victoria was taken aback by his words. Do you still need to negotiate with others? Behind James stood Queen Cersei and the entire army of the Westerlands. And James had always held a certain disrespect for Ned Stark, harboring a subtle enmity. As you mentioned, the closest place to the sun may very well be where your esteemed lord is poised to exert his influence. I shall rely on you to withstand the wrath of that formidable individual, for our relationship can hardly be described as amicable. After a brief discussion, the two of them resolved to locate a town, to convey their safety to various places, and to inform Ned that Victoria would be heading to King's Landing. Clad in sheepskin, they knew that any sufficiently large town would have contact points for different factions, allowing them to restore their dignified identities. After a full 3 days of travel, they finally encountered a somewhat respectable township, and upon seeing the presence of people, Victoria could not help but exhale a deep sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, there are indeed others. I can no longer bear to live like a savage. Summoning her courage, Victoria began to dash toward the market town. James, somewhat resigned, followed suit. They appeared woefully out of place, their sheepskin attire and disheveled appearance starkly contrasting with the townsfolk. Undeterred by the curious glances directed their way, Victoria chose to ignore the whispers and quietly searched through the streets. Eventually, her efforts bore fruit as she discovered the Stark family signal, leading her to their contact point. The two parted ways to execute their respective missions. Victoria entered the establishment alone, confirmed the signal, and utilized the contact point to send word of her safety and her intent to head south to reunite with her father. She procured horses, clothing, and a substantial sum of gold dragons to facilitate her journey. When Victoria emerged, James had already established communication with the Lannister family, donning fine attire that marked a stark contrast to their previous state. The two rode forth across the plains toward King's Landing. Their journey spanned 5 days. With vast wilderness and scant villages, aside from the great towns, most areas remained undeveloped. Victoria began to formulate a new perspective on the development of this world. Although she had resided in this realm for over a decade, much of her time had been spent within the confines of Winterfell, leaving her with a sense of novelty and curiosity about the outside world. She could recite the map of Westeros and the members and histories of its prominent families. Yet she had never truly engaged with this captivating continent, and her interactions with its various families had been exceedingly limited. Arriving at King's Landing, her movements would also be severely restricted, making this an opportune moment for exploration. Without hesitation, she turned to James, her enthusiasm palpable. "Shall we stop in Pentos for a day?" James countered, "What purpose would that serve? It is merely a trading port, and everything one could desire is available in King's Landing. There is no need to venture to Pentos for purchases." Victoria insisted, "It is not merely about shopping. A lady's activities are perpetually constrained, unlike those of a knight. Now that I have ventured out, why not seize the opportunity to explore?" James hesitated, as he was accustomed to a straightforward approach and preferred to avoid complications. Seizing the moment, Victoria continued to persuade him. "Just 1 day, please. We have traversed such a long distance, surrounded daily by wilderness. It would be a shame not to experience Pentos, to rest and rejuvenate before continuing. It is not far off, and to forego the chance would be a great pity." James, for once, was moved by a rare kindness. "Let us proceed." Victoria's excitement was indescribable. "James, you are truly a wonderful person," she exclaimed, her joy evident in her animated gestures and buoyant voice. "What a novel expression," James quipped, observing the elated Victoria. Women, he mused, often found themselves at the mercy of their fathers or husbands, living according to their whims. Men, in contrast, roamed the world freely, while women remained confined to their chambers. Even the daughter of a lord had little liberty in her choices. James decided to indulge her in a leisurely exploration of Pentos, to witness the essence of this free trade city-state. Perhaps this would be her sole opportunity in a lifetime, if it could bring her such exuberance. It was certainly a worthwhile endeavor, especially since it only cost a day. With spirits lifted by joyful tidings, they hastened towards Pentos. Upon arriving at this bustling free trade port, Victoria felt invigorated. Unlike the perpetually dreary Winterfell or the desolate mountains and plains, this place thrived with life. Throngs of merchants traversed the streets. An array of dazzling goods filled the markets, and a multitude of people mingled with livestock, carts, boats, houses, bridges, and towers. The vibrancy was overwhelming. It was a sight Victoria had not witnessed in over a decade. The streets were adorned with a dazzling assortment of treasures, shops lined every corner, and taverns buzzed with the presence of dancers. The air was rich with the aromas of glassware, decorations, circus acts, tobacco, wine, pepper, spices, weapons, laughter, calls of vendors, and the cacophony of conversation, quarrels, and shrieks. What a wonderfully chaotic world it was. Victoria's delight was palpable, thoroughly engrossed in the bustling atmosphere, and James found himself invigorated by her enthusiasm. If the opportunity arises, I shall invite you to Caer Morhen, the economic artery of the Seven Kingdoms. You may relish the excitement there even more. Victoria, overjoyed at the prospect of exploring a broader world, could hardly contain her delight. It is settled then, she declared, plunging headlong into the lively city. With an insatiable curiosity, Victoria sought to sample every delicacy and acquire every trinket. James accompanied her throughout the day, their pace relentless, more exhausting than any military campaign. Yet, Victoria seemed to grow more invigorated with each shop they visited, her purchases accumulating into a veritable mountain that James struggled to carry, nearly becoming a moving display of her acquisitions. Desperately, he watched as she eagerly approached the next store, her enthusiasm unyielding. Curse this Pentos, he lamented, regretting the promise he made to accompany her to this overwhelming place. As the sun began to set and the throngs of merchants and townsfolk began to disperse, Victoria finally paused, though still yearning for more. They found a tavern to rest, and as James begrudgingly dropped the mountain of Victoria's spoils onto the floor, he felt a weight lift from his heart. The formidable woman had finally ceased her relentless shopping spree. His arms were stiff and agonizing, a most unfavorable predicament. Such violent behavior naturally provoked a gasp of discontent from Victoria. My dear ones hurried to gather the scattered items, while James, witnessing the room inundated with an array of exquisite trinkets, fabrics, and other odds and ends, felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. It was indeed a universal truth that keeping women confined indoors, away from wreaking havoc upon the world, was wise. Yet, upon leaving the source of her excitement, Victoria's reason began to resurface. The table, the floor, and the bed were strewn with the numerous purchases she had made that afternoon, an overwhelming task to collect. Oh, a slight overindulgence, perhaps. James cast a withering glance, offering no comment, while he massaged his arm, a clear manifestation of his profound displeasure. The combativeness of women was formidable. Aware of her fault, Victoria felt a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment and hastily offered to procure wine and snacks, hoping to atone. She swiftly slipped outside to the counter to order an array of local delicacies and handed over some coins for hot water and ointments. Although James might not require them, she deemed it essential to make a grand gesture, for she had been a tad willful that day. Lost in her thoughts, Victoria collided with someone, or rather, a man deliberately bumped into her. The sudden jolt of pain caused her to frown and softly express her discomfort. She looked up, displeased, to find a gaunt, silver-haired man, resembling a leader among the crowd, standing before her. They had just arrived and were likely guests seeking accommodation. Suppressing her urge to confront him, she refrained from uttering any accusations, simply murmuring an apology, "My apologies, sir," before quietly stepping aside. The man, however, unabashedly scrutinized her with keen interest. "Where are you from? And what is your name?" he inquired, reaching out as if to grasp her wrist. Victoria deftly evaded his grasp and ascended the staircase. Just as the silver-haired man prepared to pursue her, her sister and several attendants arrived. "Brother, are we staying here tonight?" The voice, clear and youthful, radiated with the innocence and beauty of a young woman, revealing her naivety. This interruption thwarted the man's intentions, and as he glanced back up the stairs, he saw that Victoria had already distanced herself. In a surprising display of anger, he harshly reprimanded, Daenerys, shut your mouth, or you shall sleep in the stables. This outburst drew the attention of most patrons within the establishment. Victoria nearly lost her footing, her heart racing, as her mind echoed a singular thought. Daenerys Targaryen, the renowned mother of dragons, the heroine of Game of Thrones. Maintaining her astonishment, she turned back, her gaze fixed intently on the young woman in the inn hall. Undoubtedly, she possessed an enchanting beauty, with flowing silvery golden locks and mesmerizing violet eyes, her petite frame a testament to her exquisite charm. Standing before her brother, she appeared bewildered, her gaze cast downward in a display of timidity and insecurity. She was fearful and reliant on her brother, Viserys, enduring his neuroticism, cruelty, and both verbal and physical abuse. Though she remained a timid and innocent young girl, Victoria was aware that Daenerys would eventually rise to become the mother of dragons, a woman who would astonish the Seven Kingdoms. How serendipitous it was to encounter her here. Yet suddenly, a thought ignited a sense of urgency within Victoria. She could not afford to disregard the female protagonist. After all, Jaime was also residing at the inn and could emerge at any moment. Daenerys Targaryen and her brother Viserys were prince and princess, or more accurately, the former royalty of a fallen dynasty, their father being the infamous Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, the last ruler of the Iron Throne, who had once been an ally of the previous hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, Jaime's father, before their eventual rift. Upon ascending the throne, Aerys became increasingly volatile and reclusive, ultimately inciting a rebellion among his followers, and he met his demise at the hands of his most trusted Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister. This act branded Jaime with the infamous titles of Kingslayer and Oaths Breaker, a remnant of the fallen dynasty and the slayer of his own father. This place was Pentos, on the fringes of the empire, a port of free trade and a legal gray area, where all manner of people converged. The Targaryen siblings had been exiled from the capital, and Viserys led Daenerys through the 9 free cities, seeking allies and support while evading pursuers, facing scorn and disdain, even resorting to selling their mother-esque crown, which earned them the derisive moniker of the Beggar King. Should they cross paths, Victoria could scarcely imagine the scene that would unfold. Suppressing the cold sweat that beaded on her brow, she heavily pushed open the door of the inn. She had words to share with Jaime. Determined, Victoria resolved to ensure that the two factions did not intersect, for the consequences could be dire. Jaime was vulnerable, especially with her as an encumbrance. The Targaryen siblings bore a deep-seated grudge. Jaime had slain their father, robbing them of their kingdom and reducing them from lives of luxury to mere street rats. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Jaime, and conflict was inevitable. While Jaime might be capable of dispatching 30 wildlings in the wilderness, this was Pentos, a border port rife with bloodshed and violence, teeming with opportunists, where immense profit was often accompanied by perilous risk. Unlike King's Landing or the well-managed cities of Casterly Rock and Old Town, this free trade port was chaotic. The future was indeed uncertain, but Victoria could not gamble with the lives of 2 individuals. Although possessing the ability to kill in self-defense, there is no necessity to invite trouble. Even the sharpest blade will dull with incessant use. With a whirlwind of thoughts, it is wiser to retreat for the sake of advancement, allowing James to depart from this place. Victoria, her face etched with anxiety, prepared to push open the door, just as James emerged from it. "You are truly slow. Having been out for so long, I shall seek sustenance on my own," she remarked, stepping outside. In her flustered state, Victoria failed to attend to the details. She roughly shoved the door inward, catching James off guard, bringing them uncomfortably close to one another. Astonishingly, James stumbled back several paces due to Victoria's push. Victoria's behavior was decidedly unusual. In her panic, she faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Sensing her distress, James inquired, "What is wrong with you?" The guilt-ridden glances Victoria cast betrayed her, heightening James's suspicion. He pulled her aside, determined to venture out and ascertain the truth. A mere thin railing separated 2 adversaries, each harboring deep-seated grievances, on the brink of confrontation. Truly a moment fraught with peril. Victoria clung tightly to James's arm, halting his advance, her voice rising in a desperate scream, "You cannot go out." Yet, in an instant, her blood ran cold, as though a bucket of ice had been poured into her mind, bringing forth a fleeting clarity amidst the chaos. In her prior concern for James, she had neglected her own well-being. They were no longer enemies, yet neither could they be considered friends. The ice wolf she had unleashed upon James had inflicted grievous harm, yet her own blood had healed his wounds, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. Despite this entanglement, Victoria felt that a bond of trust and intimacy would forever elude them. "Victoria, what is the matter? Why are you acting so strangely?" James's tone was laced with skepticism and caution. Victoria's mouth parted slightly, her throat parched and unable to produce sound. How should Victoria respond? You cannot go out? But why not? Because two heirs of House Targaryen awaited outside? How did she know their identities and the history between them? Did she know too much? For a proper lady, Victoria should have had no access to the clandestine political information pertaining to the former regime. How then could she explain her knowledge? Possessing the ability to foresee the future? That notion was terrifying. At no time would Victoria reveal her hand. It was her final safeguard for survival. When faced with the choice between saving another and saving herself, Victoria chose her own preservation. Even at the cost of James's sacrifice, she could not unveil her secrets. The bewildered and panicked look in her eyes gradually transformed into one of resolve and clarity. She gently released her grip on the wrinkled fabric of James's sleeve. As she regarded him, her caution slowly receded. The Targaryen siblings were wolves, yet how could she forget that the individual before her was a Lannister? No less a predator than any wolf. Was it the days spent together or the mountain of gifts that captivated her heart? In contrast to the wandering Targaryen siblings, Jaime, steeped in the intricacies of political machinations, exhibited a far more ruthless demeanor. His voice, low and devoid of emotion, instilled a sense of foreboding. This sudden aberration aroused his vigilance, as the tone conveyed fear and menace to Victoria. She shook her head in denial, retreating step by step, with Jaime closing in relentlessly. Just as they reached a stalemate, a loud, clear voice echoed through the hall. "Ah, there you are, little girl. I have found you," called Viserys. Jaime's sharp gaze swept over the Targaryen siblings, realizing that the elusive quarry was closer than expected. The last hope for the restoration of the Targaryen dynasty lay in their demise, an exquisite opportunity to obliterate the remnants of this former royal lineage, thereby augmenting the Lannister name with unparalleled glory. Viserys, oblivious to the identities concealed in the loft, was solely entranced by Victoria's beauty. With Navette, he boldly lifted his robe and ascended the stairs with fervor. "I have found you. Do not flee. Wait for me there," he urged. Jaime, understanding the gravity of the situation, was taken aback by such coincidence. Drawing his blade with his right hand, he aimed it toward Viserys while gripping Victoria's arm tightly with his left, rendering her immobile. "You must provide me with an explanation. How do you know the last scion of the former dynasty?" Victoria's desperate cries echoed in the air, signaling her impending doom. The staircase was brief, and Viserys swiftly approached, accompanied by a few attendants, which would inevitably prolong any confrontation. Jaime was determined to interrogate Victoria thoroughly. He was reluctant to harm her with the blade, opting instead to constrain her movements. Time was of the essence, and instead of wasting energy by attempting to subdue her in the corridor, he decided to carry Victoria into the room, unceremoniously casting her onto the bed. "Stay here and contemplate your response," he commanded succinctly. The impact left Victoria in pain, yet she dared not protest. Just then, Jaime felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. After subduing Victoria, Jaime concealed her and drew the curtains. By the time he had completed his preparations, Viserys had ascended the stairs, while Jaime held his breath, poised with his weapon, awaiting his arrival. "Little beauty, where are you? Why do you ignore me?" Viserys' voice was light and filled with anticipation. "Come out and let me see you." Impatient and eager, Viserys pushed the door open, only to be met by Jaime's formidable strike descending upon him. Viserys let out a terrified scream as a long gash appeared across his chest, blood dripping from the tip of Jaime's blade. Chaos erupted in the tavern, with patrons fleeing in panic. Viserys' attendants, upon realizing their master was under attack, rushed in a dark mass to protect him, causing the stairs to creak beneath their hurried steps. Jaime, with a scornful arch of his brow and a sardonic smile, glanced at the bed concealed by curtains and softly warned, "You cannot come up." Discarding the incapacitated Viserys, who was bleeding profusely from his chest, he advanced, swiftly dispatching two of the attendants with precise strikes, sending them tumbling down the stairs. Jaime peered down from the staircase, searching for the unfortunate little princess. Oh, there she was, the lamb. Daenerys, in a state of utter terror, fled quickly with her servant. Jaime pursued her, and within mere streets, he had cornered Daenerys against a wall. She wept, resembling a delicate flower reflected in water, a frail willow swaying in the breeze. Yet, regrettably, Jaime felt no stirrings of compassion within him. With a swift thrust, Jaime pierced the last attendant beside Daenerys. She found herself with no escape, helplessly caressing and pounding against the stone wall, but no one came to her aid. Only Jaime, with his bloodied blade, drew ever closer. In a desperate cry, Daenerys shouted, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" Panic engulfed her, her mind in disarray. Jaime, reveling in his dark amusement, replied, I am Jaime Lannister. The one who killed the Mad King, your father's man, and the one who is about to capture you and your brother. National grievances and familial hatred surged within her, flooding her mind with years of suffering and exile, all thanks to this monster. A tremendous rage consumed her heart, suppressing her fear and sorrow. Daenerys was merely a frail woman, devoid of any weapons or combat skills. Yet suddenly, a spark of fire and the will to fight ignited in her eyes. She drew a hairpin from her head, brandishing it like a sword, glaring at Jaime with fierce determination. In that fleeting moment, Jaime felt as though a feather had lightly brushed against his heart, his lips curving into a faint smile, reminiscent of a spirited young girl. That familiar sensation stirred within him. Very well, I am quite busy, so let us resolve this quickly. I have matters to attend to, he thought. As the adage goes, villains often meet their end through excessive verbosity. Jaime recalled those waiting for him in the tavern, and in that instant, Daenerys's reinforcements arrived, clad in black attire, their faces obscured by hoods, revealing only their eyes. They encircled Jaime in the alley. There was no escape, only the path to slaughter. Soon, the clash commenced, Jaime raising his blade to engage. Outnumbered, several groups ensnared him, while another team liberated Daenerys. Who are you? Let me go? She exclaimed in shock. Jaime found himself entangled, unable to extricate himself. This cohort of black-clad warriors was markedly different from Viserys' inept attendants. They exhibited signs of professional training and teamwork. Their objectives clear, equipped with superior gear and possessing significantly enhanced skills. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm shot through James, and beads of sweat trickled down his back. Victoria. At the moment of the ruse, James feigned a maneuver, managing to extricate himself from the clutches of the encircling cloaked figures. He dashed towards the inn, and as he ascended the stairs 2 steps at a time, he discovered that the incapacitated Viserys was no longer present, leaving behind only a pool of fresh blood. James slowed his pace, stepping heavily through the sanguine stain, and approached the bed. Drawing back the bed curtains with his dagger, he found, as expected, it was empty. A surge of fury coursed through him as he raised his blade and severed the bedpost, the bed crashing down with a thunderous noise, the curtains billowing about him. Victoria. Who were these trained assassins, and where were they taking the Targaryen siblings along with Victoria? His clenched fists crackled with tension. Victoria, meanwhile, had been taken while unconscious and eventually regained her senses in a secret dungeon. The space was no larger than half a room, dark and damp, resembling a cellar, with light filtering in from above, akin to gazing up from the depths of a well. Occasionally, rats scurried about, and a musty odor filled the air. She cautiously sat up, hugging her knees, and cast her gaze upward, feeling utterly unfortunate. A wave of frustration washed over her. After enduring such a lengthy existence, she found herself in this cellar-like prison, hearing footsteps echoing from outside. Victoria hurriedly stood, the sudden onset of low blood sugar nearly causing her to collapse. She looked up and caught sight of a figure silhouetted against the light, revealing a head and upper body. Who are you, and why have you captured me? What is your purpose? The jailer, surprised to see her awake, hesitated and glanced back, opting not to interrogate her further, but instead began questioning her directly. Why did you faint on the inn's bed? Victoria's mind raced. Sir, I truly do not know. I was struck unconscious. Do you know who struck you? The voice was loud and gruff. Apologies, but I genuinely do not know. I escaped from home to see the world and encountered unfortunate circumstances. Where are you from? Why did you flee your home? I hail from the Westlands. My parents are merchants, and I traveled with them extensively since childhood. Enchanted by this place, I stole some money to experience it. Sir, why have you imprisoned me? The jailer did not respond. Enough with the pleasantries. I must take my leave. Victoria dared not let him depart. If he left and did not return, she would surely perish in this dungeon. Wait, sir. You must have a reason for capturing me. Why not share your intentions with me? Is it for money? My family can provide you with resources, I assure you. Victoria fervently pleaded, willing to negotiate, believing that as long as there was something to discuss, all would be well. The jailer glanced back and continued. Do you know what transpired at the inn that day? Why were you there? What did you see and hear? Victoria fainted early, only aware that James sought to confront her, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in ambiguity. However, entangled as they were with the remnants of 2 fallen dynasties, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. With only a fragmented understanding, Victoria dared not elaborate, disclosing merely that upon returning home with numerous purchases, she was promptly struck unconscious. It was evident that someone intended to seize her possessions. As she patted herself down, she discovered, to her dismay, that she was entirely bereft of funds. "Oh, that wretched thief! My lord, I am but a pitiable woman, unjustly wronged. I beseech you, grant me my freedom." Fishmouth's expression flickered, as if he might be swayed by her plight. Yet, a terse command resounded from behind him: "Close the cellar." The voice was frail and aged. In an instant, the cellar's entrance was secured, leaving only a small grate for ventilation. Despondent, Victoria crouched at the bottom of the cellar, uncertain of her next steps. Having gone a day without sustenance or water, her body ached with hunger and thirst. As time passed in the oppressive darkness, her eyes gradually adjusted to the dimness, heightening her senses of hearing, smell, and touch. Refusing to remain idle, she groped around her confined space, yet her efforts yielded nothing. Seconds turned to minutes, and still, no one came to her aid. "Let me out. Someone please," she cried out, her voice echoing in the stillness. A figure peered through the small grate above, but hastily retreated, indifferent to her plight. Victoria attempted to scale the nearly vertical walls of the cellar, but the sheer surface offered no foothold. After countless futile attempts, she sat despondently on the cold ground, pounding her fists in frustration. "I refuse to believe I will perish here." Her thoughts turned to James. If only he could rescue her, she would reveal everything she knew. But where was he? Would he come to her aid? The identity of her captors remained a mystery, their allegiance unknown. Nevertheless, Victoria resolved to distance herself from any association with the Targaryens and Jaime Lannister, choosing instead to embody the persona of a merchant's daughter, victimized by robbers. Imprisoned for a week, she received meager rations of food every other day, barely enough to sustain her. The duration of her confinement seemed interminable, and in that solitude, Victoria reflected on her life, from her birth to her upbringing, recalling each person she had encountered and every experience she had endured. She revised her farewell note multiple times. Though she feared death, she saw no alternative to escape her plight. Throughout these days, Victoria found her thoughts increasingly consumed by James, a source of both yearning and despair. She longed for him to descend like a hero and rescue her once again, though hope seemed but a flicker. Yet, after enduring such prolonged confinement, even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough to sustain her spirit. In the midst of relentless reminiscence and imagination, Victoria was compelled to confront a truth she could no longer deny. She harbored feelings for James, and there was no shame in that. Victoria, immersed in literature, fancied herself a person of profound depth, though in reality, she was not. James, handsome and gallant, possessed exceptional martial skills and was willing to set aside past grievances to rescue her. Victoria found herself moved and ashamed by her own feelings. For though James bore a tarnished reputation, love renders one blind to flaws. She could only perceive his virtues, conveniently overlooking his shortcomings. James was indeed remarkable, yet Victoria wished he were less so. His striking visage, robust physique, and formidable talents rendered him almost unattainable in her eyes. The monotony of idle days often led one to seek solace in contemplation. As Victoria pondered how to be with James, a sudden radiant light above her blinded her momentarily. After a while, she found herself shackled and escorted to a caravan, with ropes tethered to a cart laden with luggage. She discreetly observed her surroundings, a fresh caravan, comprising around 50 to 60 attendants, including several maids and sturdy guards. There were about 10 horses, 3 carts, 1 for passengers and 2 for cargo. Who could be their master? As she mused, the grand gates of the estate swung open. The departing entourage exchanged heartfelt farewells. Victoria's heart raced as she beheld Viserys, brimming with pride, bidding farewell to the estate's owner, whose features remained obscured behind the walls. Viserys, visibly elated, surveyed the caravan and his attendants with satisfaction. Supported by his servants, he made his way to the cart where Victoria was confined, while Daenerys cautiously lingered behind, hesitant to utter a word. Viserys waved back at the estate, vowing not to forget the owner's generosity and promising to repay it in due time. As Victoria connected the dots, realization dawned upon her. In Pentos, a melting pot of diverse backgrounds, from common tradespeople to noble lords, any faction could wield power. The Targaryen siblings, recognized by both herself and James, were likely also known to other factions. This individual, with substantial resources and a retinue of servants, must surely be someone of considerable influence in the current regime. However, his ambitions were unmistakable. He was covertly forging alliances with the remnants of a fallen dynasty, establishing a hidden network. Should Viserys reclaim his throne, this unidentified master would undoubtedly reap rich rewards from political machinations. Lowering her gaze and adopting a demure demeanor, Victoria contemplated the situation. It appeared that her fabricated tales had convinced the local lord of her harmlessness, enhancing her credibility. Viserys, oblivious to her true identity, sought to claim her as a mere servant, his intentions laid bare. Victoria could not help but look down upon him, arrogant and self-important, with his gaze cast low while his head held high. Even amidst the turmoil of the nation's restoration, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of women. Victoria still harbored a degree of trepidation towards him. Her confinement in the cellar for the past fortnight was undoubtedly a waiting game for Viserys to regain some semblance of health, so he could continue his journey. After all, Viserys' sensitive status meant the lord of the manor would certainly not wish for them to linger. Viserys was a quintessential contradiction, brimming with arrogance yet plagued by cowardice and incompetence, clinging to unrealistic fantasies that led him to commit numerous foolish acts. Yet within Victoria, a tempest raged. She felt like a mere slave to this erratic individual, and the realization cast a pall over her existence. With his head held high in haughty pride, Viserys was aided by a companion who raised Victoria's chin with a riding whip. "Where are you from, and what is your name?" he inquired. Tears welled in Victoria's eyes as she appeared paralyzed by fear. "I am called Victoria, traveling with my parents in pursuit of commerce. My lord, I beseech you to allow me to return. The divine will reward your kindness." Viserys erupted into laughter, regarding her with disdain. The maidservant beside him proudly proclaimed, "You are fortunate to converse with Viserys Targaryen III, the Undul's king, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm." Victoria felt a wave of disillusionment. Indeed, did everyone here require such lengthy titles? Though her expression remained composed, she feigned awe and shock, successfully appeasing Viserys' inflated ego. "You shall serve me. This is not up for debate." "Yes, my king, it is an immense honor." Victoria's acute awareness of the situation greatly satisfied Viserys' vanity, inflating his already overblown sense of self. Consequently, while the shackles remained, she was granted the privilege of sitting atop the carriage's yoke. 2 weeks of imprisonment had rendered Victoria as pale as an albino. Had she been forced to walk, she would have surely collapsed and been unable to rise again. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. This unexpected fortune had salvaged her life. Just as she reveled in this stroke of luck, she noticed Daenerys curiously observing her. Startled, Victoria offered a friendly smile, which caused Daenerys to blush and retreat into the carriage. Victoria sighed inwardly. At this moment, the Mother of Dragons was still such an innocent and endearing young girl. With their retinue assembled, Viserys' caravan set forth, masquerading as a merchant convoy on the road eastward. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the expansive estate, the Lord warmly welcomed the anxious Jaime Lannister into the hall. Although there was a Lannister contact point here, the urgency of the situation left them short-handed. Jaime decisively sought aid from allies, who were more than willing to engage with the Lannisters. The Lord diligently offered his assistance, leveraging his power to aid Jaime in finding allies. Yet unbeknownst to Jaime, just moments earlier, he had missed an opportunity to encounter the very person he sought. Thus, the cycle of enslavement continued. The wheels creaked, and the horses whinnied. The rickety carriage set forth, and Victoria found herself lost in thought, fixated on the shackles binding her wrists and ankles. A sense of trepidation about the future enveloped her, causing her to unconsciously bite her lower lip as her fingers absently grazed the cold metal. She could not help but muse. How wonderful it would be if Jaime were here. He would surely release her with ease, rescuing her from this predicament. Soon, however, her annoyance surged. Akin to swallowing a fly, an unsettling sensation. While she harbored affection for him, why must she continually rely on him for salvation? Jaime, could she not stand on her own without him? Whether in desperate need or mundane tasks, should she depend on him for everything? Would she soon require him for the simplest acts of sustenance and rest? Why could she not cultivate a sense of independence? Moreover, Jaime's heart belonged solely to Cersei. Despite his apparent prowess in matters of love, Victoria knew that Cersei was the only woman he had truly cherished. The depth and intensity of their love rendered her an outsider, and considering her confinement for half a month, not even Jaime had come to her rescue. A wave of disappointment washed over Victoria. She lamented her decision to venture to Pentos. Even wandering the wilderness would have been preferable to being a captive. Recently, she felt as though she had become a prisoner, teetering on the brink of death, her nerves dulled by the constant peril. Yet, despite this, she could not help but reminisce about the fleeting joy of that single day spent with him, a day filled with freedom and, dare she say, a hint of happiness. Though she often claimed that shopping bored her, Jaime had not abandoned her. Instead, he dutifully carried the mountain of countless items she had purchased, always paying for them without complaint. Victoria secretly reveled in this attention, finding solace in it. The bird of love arrives without reason and spares not a thought for logic. It can utterly consume one's thoughts, rendering one infatuated, magnifying every virtue while obscuring every flaw. Victoria had succumbed to a poison named Jaime, fully aware of the mountains, seas, families, interests, and Cersei that lay between them. Overthinking brought sorrow. Fortunately for Victoria, the enslaved, her existence was not merely one of eating and drinking without purpose. The intent behind Viserys' capture of her was painfully clear, to satiate his lust. Thankful for Jaime's intervention, Viserys was now left with desire alone. His body rendered incapable. After a long day of jostling, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a relentless glare that left the dust devoid of moisture. Viserys and Daenerys indulged in honeyed water and fresh fruits within their respective carriages, while Victoria could do nothing but envy their fortune. She had gone an entire day without a drop to drink or a morsel to eat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the caravan sought a flat spot to camp. Victoria, powerless, was summoned to fetch water. In this desolate wilderness, her escape was not a concern. Even if she entertained such an idea, the 50 or 60 fully armed guards, coupled with the wild beasts of the land, would swiftly consume her. Victoria was eager to fetch water, and she followed a few graceful handmaidens who had taken water jars, step by step arriving at the riverbank. The water appeared remarkably clear, and they carefully moved upstream to the cleanest spot, holding the coarse, large clay jars. Victoria obediently trailed behind, lacking much experience in wilderness survival. Imitating their actions, she cupped her hands to drink, disregarding cleanliness or the possibility of parasites. She simply perceived this spring water as the most exquisite nectar. Unconsciously, she consumed a great deal. Feeling utterly exhilarated, the handmaidens shared no deep animosities, considering themselves colleagues who might need to assist one another in the future. Their relationships were amicable. They exchanged smiles as they balanced the water on their heads while making their way back to the camp. Suddenly, Victoria's eyes widened in alarm, her pupils constricting. She spotted an irregular cluster of gelatinous, white eggs with small black specks, hidden beneath a patch of grass. It was precisely where one of the handmaidens had just drunk. She wondered if the maiden had unknowingly ingested this unknown spawn. What kind of eggs were these? Frog? Snake? Ugh! Victoria nearly retched, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. She immediately sought to rise, wishing to banish the sight from her eyes. Victoria stood abruptly, only to be steadied by the nearby Miss Andera. Grateful. She smiled and mimicked the others by balancing the water jar on her head. After Andera helped her position it, Victoria was surprisingly struck by how light it felt. Andera raised an eyebrow, smiling. Were you also purchased by him? The him naturally referred to Viserys Targaryen. I feel more like a captive sent to serve, she replied. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they slowly walked back to the camp. Andera, with her golden hair and blue eyes, possessed a slender form, accompanied by a faint, elusive fragrance. Victoria found herself curious about where she had acquired the funds for such perfumes, yet she refrained from inquiring. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon reaching the camp, the cleanest water was poured into a skin pouch for storage, while the remainder was set aside for the evening meal. Victoria had expected to find flint or some means of kindling, but was surprised by how efficiently the people here operated. They gathered a pile of dry firewood, stacking it in a triangular formation and stuffing the gaps with dry, fluffy grass. A robust, dark-skinned woman clad in a short crimson dress, adorned with a somewhat purple stone pendant and a cloth wrapping her hair, squatted down. In her left hand, she held a broken pebble with a rough edge, while her right wielded a small knife. Skillfully, she approached, scraping the knife against the coarse edge of the pebble, producing sparks. Several small sparks leapt onto the grass, instantly blackening it. The woman continued to scrape, releasing a shower of sparks that fell like shooting stars onto the white grass. Gradually, as the black specks multiplied, delicate tendrils of white smoke began to rise. The woman placed the pebbles and the small knife down, gently gathering the fluffy grass into her hands, cradling it tenderly before blowing a puff of air into it. Suddenly, a brilliant flame leapt forth, illuminating the woman's face with a warm glow. Victoria could not help but smile, as if igniting the fire was a remarkable triumph worthy of pride. Abruptly, she felt a nudge at her waist, snapping her back to reality, flustered and slightly disoriented. Missandei's voice was light, yet urgent. Do you wish to be reprimanded? Those over there are watching you. Victoria hastily resumed her tasks, stealing a glance out of the corner of her eye, and indeed, a supervisor wielding a whip was casting a disapproving gaze upon her idleness. With no choice, Victoria busied herself, working alongside the other girls to prepare fish and wild rabbit. She had never engaged in such work before, lacking the proper tools, and found herself at the edge of the stream with a hefty fish weighing around 8 pounds, freshly caught. A guard, approximately 27 or 28 years old, clad in a snug linen outfit with a leather belt, his auburn curls glinting in the light, was robust and tall. In no time, he tossed a large fish from the middle of the river towards the girls. As Victoria gazed at the fish in her hands, its belly was brutally punctured, scales flaking off, and it was struggling to take its last breaths. She sought out a sharp stone to slice open its belly, meticulously cleaning it before resolutely scraping away its scales. The fish was slick and cold, exuding a potent fishy odor, its flesh resilient. Victoria was deeply focused, intent on honing her skills and laboring diligently. Missandei chuckled softly at her, pursing her lips in silence. Oblivious, Victoria continued her work, soon accumulating a pile of 7 or 8 fish beside her. Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Missandei set aside her lamb meat and playfully inquired, "Do you wish for him to fish all day in the river?" "Who?" Victoria was utterly baffled by Missandei's sudden remark. Looking towards the river, she saw the guard deftly spearing another fish and tossing it toward the patch of hay beside Victoria, remaining silent as he waded further into the water in search of his next catch. Slowly realizing, Victoria surveyed the 7 or 8 maidens around her, all of whom were cleaning and dividing rabbit and lamb meat. Indeed, only she was surrounded by fish. These fish were all caught by him and cast before her. Victoria picked up the fish that had just been thrown down and quietly asked Missandei, "Who is he?" Missandei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she replied, "Would you like to know?" Victoria hesitated, dismissing the thought. "What difference does it make? I'll just continue scraping the scales. Wait until tonight, I shall tell you then." "Oh, actually, it's not a problem if I don't ask." Victoria took a woven basket, tidied up the fish, and headed back to the camp. As she departed, the young man in the river appeared somewhat disappointed and gradually made his way ashore. The fish were sent off to be roasted, and the flour, taken from sacks, had been kneaded into numerous small, powdery lumps, which were strung on branches and began to roast, emanating a delightful aroma of wheat. Victoria felt an unprecedented surge of saliva. The lamb and rabbit meat were also ready. A single sheep and 3 rabbits were dispatched to hang on the grill. The remainder was chopped into small pieces and collectively placed into a large clay pot, where river water was poured in to commence boiling. Victoria widened her eyes, feeling as though water was being poured over perfectly steamed rice, a complete waste of resources. Blood and water should have been removed first, followed by the addition of Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, star anise, and other spices to enhance the flavor before simmering. How could they simply add water without any seasonings? The resulting broth would surely be unpalatable. However, it soon became evident to Victoria that her concerns were unwarranted. Regardless of the taste of the fish, lamb, rabbit, or roasted bread, it was of no consequence to her. She would not partake in even a morsel of the lamb soup, which she was certain would be distasteful. Once the viziers had eaten their fill, the remaining food was distributed among the attendants, and whatever was left was given to the lower-ranking guards, leaving nothing for her. Those with power and privilege feasted well, while the powerless dined poorly. Victoria and her companions only began to rest after serving several layers of their masters until 7 or 8 o'clock. She observed her meager portion of food, a piece larger than her palm, which she ladled from a dark, somewhat cold clay pot. Inside, there was no trace of meat, and possibly not even salt, just a sludgy concoction made from wheat bran. She and Missandei each scooped a spoonful from the supervisor's hand. Lacking utensils, Victoria stared at the half-cooked mass, unsure how to proceed. Missandei, perceptive to the nuances of human interaction, offered her guidance. With dexterity, she used her left hand to cradle the leaf, her palm facing inward, gradually gathering the food into a small mound. After several attempts, it resembled a miniature hill. Missandei leaned down and managed to eat gracefully, her lips untouched by the sticky mass, beaming with pride. Victoria chuckled, attempting to emulate her. Using both hands, she gathered the food into a cluster and bent down to eat, but her movements were not as fluid as Missandei's, leaving a few grains of wheat bran dotting her cheeks. Observing her clumsy demeanor, Missandei laughed heartily. "Oh, my dear, you are simply charming. Come, let me wipe that for you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Victoria hastily finished her food and washed her face with water. "Missandei, how do you manage to eat so effortlessly?" "No matter how careful I am, I always make a mess." Missandei sat against a large stone, gazing at a distant campfire, knowing they were not entitled to enjoy its warmth. "Well, first and foremost, one must have a nimble tongue." Victoria promptly began to exercise her tongue in her mouth, attempting to enhance her dexterity. Missandei approached as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, her face close to Victoria's. "Darling, with such practice, your tongue shall never be nimble." Eager to learn, Victoria implored Missandei, "Please, teach me." Missandei leaned in closer, her breath warm against Victoria's cheek. "You must find a man and practice diligently. Only then will your tongue become agile." Understanding dawned upon Victoria, her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Missandei, taken aback by her innocence, decided to tease her further. As Victoria recoiled, caught in their playful chase, a bundle of something wrapped in leaves was suddenly tossed their way, accompanied by a voice. "Here, this is for you." As they parted, Victoria looked up to find a young man fishing in the river ahead. She recognized the enticing aroma wafting from the ground, roasted rabbit meat. Saliva pooled in her mouth, yet she understood the implications of consuming meat given by a man in such a setting. Missandei observed her with amusement. "Oh, a perfect opportunity for practice has presented itself." Victoria remained silent, refraining from commenting on Missandei's choices or actions. Rising to her feet, she caught the young man's eye, which sparkled with excitement and anticipation. However, her next words shattered his hopes. "Thank you, but I do not need it." She turned and walked away. The young man, visibly disappointed, lowered his head, forsaking even the rare roasted rabbit meat, staring vacantly at Victoria's retreating figure. Missandei found their reactions utterly delightful. With a swift motion, she retrieved the rabbit meat, declaring, "I shall take this to her," disregarding the young man's feelings entirely. Stealing a whiff, she found it utterly delectable, her satisfaction evident. Missandei soon caught up with Victoria, sitting beside her once more. "It's delightful, would you like some?" she asked, revealing the fragrant rabbit meat wrapped in leaves. Waving it enticingly before Victoria. The savory meat, seasoned with salt and honey, glistened golden. Yet, Victoria seemed oblivious to the aroma and the culinary delight before her. Missandei bluntly stated, "He is interested in you." Victoria replied softly, "Perhaps. Will you reject him so easily, leaving no path for yourself?" Missandei began to nibble on the rabbit meat, relishing its flavor. Saliva was secreted, yet she understood the implications of consuming meat offered by a man in such an environment. Missandei observed her leisurely, encouraging her, "My dear, your opportunity to practice has arrived." Victoria remained silent, refraining from commenting on or questioning any of Missandei's choices or actions. Standing up, she noticed the youth across from her whose eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. However, her next words shattered his dreams. "Thank you, but I do not require it," she said, turning to leave. The young man visibly lowered his head in disappointment, neglecting even the rare roasted rabbit meat on the ground, staring blankly at Victoria's retreating figure. Missandei was amused by their reactions. With a swift turn, she picked up the rabbit meat and declared, "I shall take this to her." Ignoring others' responses, she walked away, secretly inhaling the delectable aroma, utterly satisfied. Missandei found Victoria and sat beside her once more. "It's delicious. Would you like to try?" she said, revealing the rabbit meat wrapped in leaves. Waving it enticingly before Victoria. The fragrant rabbit, seasoned with salt and honey, glistened golden. Victoria seemed oblivious to the enticing scent or the sight of the delicious meal. Missandei straightforwardly remarked, "He is interested in you." Victoria softly replied, "Perhaps. Will you reject him outright, leaving no retreat for yourself?" Missandei began to gnaw on the rabbit meat. Victoria, with a brief response, indicated she needed no retreat. Missandei relished her meal, while Victoria felt hunger pangs yet remained indifferent to the rabbit meat before her. As the cold wind enveloped her, she recalled the time she escaped from the tribe. Roasting wild goat with James, sweetened with honey and perfectly golden. He had carved the finest portions for her. Victoria felt vulnerable again. "It seems I've developed feelings for someone whom I can never be with." Missandei sensually licked her fingers, inquiring, "Why? Is it that your family disapproves? Is he married?" Victoria lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers, revealing that neither family would approve. Though he was not married, he vowed to protect a woman more important to him than a wife. How peculiar. Who could be more important than a wife? His twin sister. Victoria's thoughts became chaotic. Even the pangs of hunger forgotten as she stared blankly at the stars, wondering what James was doing and if he had time to gaze at the stars. "Oh, that is indeed unfortunate news. And it seems you are still pining for him." Victoria felt a despair deeper than this. Yet suddenly, she struggled against the tide of her emotions, insisting, "No, I believe he has feelings for me. He has merely been repressing them. I am absolutely certain." Observing her fervent conviction, Missandei asked, "Have you two ever?" What? She is capable of bearing children." Victoria's gaze darted around, seemingly fearful of being caught in an inappropriate conversation. "So it's not true then? Forget it. He doesn't love you." Missandei spoke bluntly, as always. Victoria could not accept this. She rose up in defiance, defending her dignity. "Is love only defined by physical acts? He respects me. In the cave of the Wild Chief. The two faced each other with sincerity, embracing throughout the night. Victoria elicited a response from James. He could have indulged in his desires, but chose to adhere to convention. Missandei scoffed lightly, indifferent to the naive fantasies of a girl with little experience. Men are inherently aggressive creatures. If he could, he would. If he refrains, it's either due to physical limitations or because he has reservations about you. Given your looks and figure, if he doesn't act, you are not far from being perceived as a threat. Victoria felt deeply wounded, murmuring to herself, he must have liked me at some point. If a man loves a woman, he will claim her. It's in his nature, darling, believe me. Missandei, unwilling to continue debating with a love-struck novice, remarked, the rabbit meat tonight is delicious, but alas, it's too scarce. I'll go find some more. With that, she slowly rose. Victoria was puzzled. They had consumed everything. How could there possibly be more? Missandei fixed her with a steady gaze. If a man has it, I will seek him out. The more I find, the more we will eat. Upon hearing this, Victoria seemed momentarily frozen, staring blankly at Missandei, unable to articulate a response. She was reluctant to comment on the choices and lives of others. Missandei moved away, venturing into the grass 200 meters distant, and soon enough, several men followed her, carrying supplies. Left alone, Victoria felt a chill, fear creeping in, anxiety taking hold, and soon drifted into a restless sleep. The next day, before dawn, some servants stirred, tidying up and preparing meals for Viserys and Daenerys, their masters, while Victoria remained hungry. After serving Viserys his meal, she assisted in changing his bandages, stealing glances at the long scar that ran from his shoulder blade down to his thigh, piercing through his chest, with some areas deep enough to reveal bone. She couldn't help but applaud James inwardly. Had it not been for his grievous injury, she might have already fallen victim to Viserys. Yet, she couldn't resist lamenting how men sought glory, always hoping to capture rather than considering the unforeseen consequences. Before she could ponder further, Viserys' intense pain snapped her back to reality. He gripped Victoria's thigh tightly, his face pale, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, forming tiny rivulets. Victoria moved swiftly, kneeling as Viserys' grip threatened to tear the flesh from her leg. Wine, wine, bring me wine, quickly bring me wine. Beside her, Daenerys expressed her concern that drinking would hinder the healing of her wounds. Please, bear with it. Alcohol is detrimental to your recovery, she urged. Varys, with his inherently violent nature and in need of an outlet, seized a wooden pillow from behind his head and hurled it at Daenerys. You wretched woman, how dare you defy the words of the true dragon? No one can oppose the true dragon. I shall sell you to the barbarians. The petite Daenerys was unable to evade the blow and took a harsh hit. The sound echoed, sending chills down Victoria's spine. Hastily, she grabbed a full wineskin, uncorked it, and began to pour it into Varys' mouth, thinking to herself, if only you could drink yourself to death. Once Varys' wounds were tended to, Victoria followed Daenerys out of the carriage, gently and attentively applying salve to Daenerys' head, which was already seeping blood. Daenerys had long been accustomed to her brother Varys' oppression, enduring beatings and insults as a commonplace occurrence. She had no one to lean on, her tears flowing like rain, evoking pity in all who beheld her. Victoria, wishing to draw closer to her, offered soft words of comfort. Unlike ordinary handmaidens, Victoria hailed from the upper echelons of society and possessed a broader perspective. She feigned being the daughter of a merchant, sharing intriguing tales to engage Daenerys, her language gentle and fitting, quickly earning Daenerys' favor, who specifically requested her to be her personal handmaiden. Victoria lowered her gaze to conceal her stern demeanor. Until the death of Daenerys' husband, Khal Drogo, Daenerys remained a person filled with love and kindness. Being by her side felt safer. Today, Victoria was still busy, in addition to traveling and organizing provisions. She was tasked with arranging Daenerys' clothing and belongings. After completing her duties, she found herself slightly dizzy. When she finally sat down to rest, all that remained was a bowl of water and a leaf of bran. The persistent hunger gnawed at her. Missandei approached, taking a liking to this clean girl, whose eyes, body, and soul radiated purity. If you desire food, I believe many men would be willing to serve you without the necessity of offering your body, she earnestly suggested. Victoria's beauty was undeniable, and at times, Missandei even wondered if Victoria might be an angel beside the seven, so captivating was her presence. Victoria leaned against a stone, resolutely shaking her head. For the sake of your lover, are you preserving your virtue? Missandei inquired. Not at all, Victoria replied. I merely refuse to compromise and submit. Missandei nodded, somewhat bored. Ah, yes, everyone begins that way. Who would enjoy being a courtesan? The initial step is indeed daunting, but once you cross that line, nothing else matters. There's nothing wrong with exchanging your body for something useful to yourself. Victoria understood and acknowledged that sometimes circumstances are simply beyond one's control. Victoria, the daughter of Ned Stark, the king in the north, was destined to wed a powerful nobleman. She had never known the woes of financial strain nor the pangs of hunger, living each day in serene enjoyment of the services rendered to her. Shielded from the harsh realities of the lower classes, she was spared the indignities of being sold into servitude at a tender age. Compelled to sacrifice her body for her family's survival, no one dared to bully, coerce, or mistreat her. Victoria's life was replete with happiness, security, and choice. A stark contrast to Missandei, who had been sold by her parents as a child, enduring a life of solitude and despair. In a moment of shared silence, Victoria spoke first, not out of arrogance, but because the situation had yet to reach a critical point. However, observing Missandei's gaunt frame, she expressed concern for her health, warning that continued starvation would lead to malnutrition and potential collapse. Missandei candidly acknowledged that the meager rations were insufficient for survival. Victoria contemplated that a life of mere existence was not worth living. Missandei countered, pointing out that in such a frail state, she would be besieged by countless men, with no one to assist her. Did Victoria believe her resolve would hold any significance in such circumstances? Victoria replied earnestly that exchanging her body for food was a degradation of her own making, whereas being forced into submission was a defeat in battle, two fundamentally different experiences. Missandei sighed deeply, confessing that she had already crossed her own threshold and could never return. In a gesture of warmth, Victoria clasped her hand, and Missandei responded with a firm grip, sharing a moment of mutual warmth. Missandei then earnestly urged Victoria to persevere, promising that should she find success, she would impart all her knowledge and skills to her, ensuring that she would capture the heart of her beloved, who would be utterly enchanted by her alone. Victoria blushed at this declaration, initially wishing to dismiss it with a protest that a lady should not resort to such tactics. However, after reflecting on Jaime, she shyly inquired whether it was truly possible to win him over completely and keep him within her grasp. With a sweeping motion, Missandei embraced Victoria, asserting that while she could question her, she must not doubt her skills, honed through practical experience. Even the mightiest cannot escape my grasp, she proclaimed. Missandei's fervent lesson continued for quite some time, leaving Victoria hopeful for the day when it would prove useful. As they journeyed eastward, Victoria and Missandei forged a deep friendship. Missandei inquired about the destination of their party, leading them to a stream where she playfully herded Rida like a duckling. Meanwhile, Victoria diligently scrubbed a dozen earthenware pots that had held meat broth, using a brush made from reeds. Rida, slightly pursing her lips, offered assistance from other handmaidens, suggesting that Victoria need not toil alone. Missandei, with a twinkling smile, nudged Rida closer to Victoria, drawing them nearer together. Cheetah gazed tenderly and shyly at Victoria's hem, adorned in the most ordinary maid's attire, yet she remained strikingly exceptional and utterly captivating. Victoria's lovely silhouette was mirrored in the river, and Cheetah, greedily entranced by the goddess reflected in the water, dared not meet her gaze directly. With a fleeting glance at Missandei, Victoria likely comprehended her unspoken intentions. Victoria spoke. "Do you require anything else?" How remarkable the seven gods were, endowing her with such a splendid voice. As her melodious tones graced the air, the reeds by the river could not resist blooming, teasing the heart with their allure. Cheetah covertly admired her delicate hands as she scrubbed a ceramic pot. Those hands were unlike any other, soft as satin, fair as freshly fallen snow, with fingers elegantly elongated and translucent nails shimmering with a gentle light. In contrast, Cheetah's hands were rough and calloused, a testament to his life of wielding swords, drawing bows, and riding horses. Missandei's hands, though occasionally pampered, bore their own roughness and a hardened exterior. Cheetah was acutely aware that Victoria was not a solitary orphan. For reasons unknown, she had found herself in such circumstances, granting him the rare opportunity to behold her. He introduced himself. "I am Cheetah, the second-class attendant to Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos." Victoria continued her task without pausing, lifting another pot before her, scooping water, and adding a handful of burnt ash, scrubbing vigorously as if she had neither heard nor acknowledged Cheetah's words. "I earn 18 silver moons each month, and I am the sole provider for my household. I have already saved 90 silver moons." Missandei chuckled heartily, her laughter bubbling forth, tears of mirth glistening in her eyes. Victoria's hands faltered momentarily, a frown creasing her brow before she resumed her task, the rhythmic sound of scrubbing echoing endlessly. Cheetah felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed, casting a desperate glance at Missandei, hoping for a suggestion, yet she merely reveled in his discomfort. Savoring the spectacle, just as he hesitated, contemplating retreat, Missandei called out to him, "Wait, are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity? If you do, I shall assist Regis next time. You know he is a first-class attendant, having given me a piece of mutton, while you can only afford rabbit meat. Quite a difference, indeed." Caught in indecision, Cheetah ultimately cast a lingering look at Victoria's retreating figure before stating, "My master, Governor Illyrio Mopatus of Pentos, has commissioned us to escort the two princesses to the Dothraki tribes on the eastern continent's plains. That is all I know. The customs of the savages are worlds apart from ours. If you do not wish to remain in the vast grasslands or become like the savages, perhaps you should consider your plans sooner rather than later." With that, Cheetah seemed resolute and turned to leave. Missandei did not urge him to stay. Instead, she lightly bounded over to Victoria's side, grasping her hand and exclaiming with genuine concern, "Look, your little finger has turned red from the cold. How mortifying it would be for a man to see." Victoria glanced at her fingers and then at Missandei, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She merely requested, "Please bring me another bundle of reeds. This one has fallen apart and is no longer usable." Missandei extended her long right arm and deftly hooked a bundle of reeds, tying it together before handing it over. Victoria washed in silence. "You have been soaking in the water all morning, with clothes and utensils to tend to." Without a moment's pause, "I am aware that you did not have to do such things before, although you have always been reluctant to share your past with me." Victoria shifted her shoulders and flexed her wrists. "Indeed, my parents cherished me, and I never had to engage in such labor before. However, circumstances have changed, and it is no trouble to do a little now. But you have the opportunity to avoid all this work," Missandei remarked disdainfully, observing the pots floating in the water. "If you must work, heaven knows where the endless items to wash come from, including the clothes nearby. Did Torshan ask you to wash them? That is his responsibility." Victoria sighed in resignation, aware that Missandei knew she was entangled with the esteemed Captain Regis, a high-ranking officer. There had always been some sort of arrangement among the maids and lower-ranking officers. Missandei failed to understand why. If she could easily accomplish something, she would choose to undertake such burdensome tasks instead. Victoria grasped Missandei's hand, asserting, "Not everything should depend on men. Temporary ease and pleasure will only lead to their disdain." Missandei stroked her chin thoughtfully. "You speak of a long-term security, which is indeed commendable. Are you perhaps trying to catch the eye of His Highness, Viserys?" Victoria's graceful movements faltered momentarily as she struggled to suppress the fire within her. She leaned closer to Missandei. "No, I have other plans. If I wish to escape the burdens of menial work, I have alternative ideas. By the way, how is his injury? I heard it nearly ravaged half his body, and with the weather warming, I can smell the stench from the carriage." Missandei was well informed. There was little she did not know. Meanwhile, Victoria, with her striking beauty, was met with jealousy from other maids who feared she would usurp their positions, resulting in her social exclusion. Aside from Missandei, few maids were willing to converse with her. Furthermore, they often spoke ill of her in front of other officers, making snide remarks about her figure, comparing her bosom to a mix of soft flesh and a grotesque vascular tumor. Additionally, it was said that wherever Victoria laid in the water at night, a snake would surely be found there the following morning. Victoria had overheard such gossip, but chose not to comment. Missandei continued to chatter away. "Do you think that when we reach the Dothraki tribe, there will be a favorable outcome? They are savages, after all. I've heard that many share a single woman and even prefer horses over women. Is that the attitude a man should have? Then you should win a horse to replace you." Victoria jested. "Oh, come now. Horses are far too expensive. I could purchase several of myself for the price of one," Missandei replied. "We shall let fate decide." Two shadows emerged by the stream, and a third shadow flickered into view. Victoria, feigning ignorance, asked, "Why are we going to the Dothraki tribe? How much longer must we travel?" When Missandei speaks of this, her interest is piqued. "3 of me are worth a horse. How much do you suppose Princess Daenerys is worth?" Victoria feigned a frown. "She is priceless. I cannot even begin to guess. I believe not even all the gold mines of Casterly Rock and King's Landing combined could equate to her value." Missandei gasped. Her mouth agape. "All the gold mines of Casterly Rock and King's Landing? My heavens. If they were all brought forth, they might just fill the entirety of Westeros. The Lannisters are extraordinarily wealthy." Victoria glanced at the reflection in the stream and asserted loudly that no amount of gold or jewels could match the worth of Princess Daenerys. For she is the sole, esteemed princess of the entire continent of Westeros. Missandei, ever the provocateur, quipped. Lord Illyrio Mopatus, the governor of Pintos, acted as matchmaker, uniting Princess Daenerys with Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. Drogo is to wed Princess Daenerys Targaryen and has pledged to bring forth his 10,000 fierce warriors to aid her brother Viserys in reclaiming the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Khal Drogo, what an unusual name. Victoria, in her naivete, continued to scan the reflection. To call you foolish is indeed to state the obvious. Drogo is the leader of the Dothraki, while Khal denotes a title akin to our kings and lords. Have you heard the tale of this Khal? Upon Victoria's inquiry, a figure concealed among the reeds visibly tensed, leaning slightly forward to listen more intently. Missandei did not disappoint. Of course I know, my sources are quite reliable. Khal Drogo is the foremost warrior of the Dothraki, fiercely formidable, undefeated in his lifetime. He stands like a giant, possessing the strength to rend a bison asunder. Victoria found this quite unsettling yet persisted. Is that truly the case? My heart aches for Princess Daenerys. Upon hearing this, Missandei was taken aback. Why do you say such a thing? Victoria seemed to well with tears, lamenting, Princess Daenerys is but a delicate lily of the valley, yet her fiancé is so savage. I truly worry for her future. Indeed, the Dothraki are renowned for their martial prowess, yet their primal nature often invites disdain, scorn, and fear. The figure in the reflection appeared increasingly frail, wavering. Victoria stoked the flames further. I pray for Prince Viserys to recover. May the Seven bless his wounds to mend swiftly. Missandei, lost in her own thoughts, mused, I wonder who it was that inflicted such harm upon him, nearly cleaving him in two. Victoria continued, I hold the healer attending to Prince Viserys in low regard. It has been half a month, and not only has he not improved, but his condition has worsened, even showing signs of deterioration. Although Prince Viserys often treats Princess Daenerys with harshness, they are siblings, after all. If she were to fall into the hands of savages without her brother, what would become of her? Misanthropy was somewhat taken aback, perplexed as to why Victoria, now a gifted slave, was constantly preoccupied with the fate of the prince and princess. Victoria appeared utterly despondent and helplessly remarked, Misanthropy, have you not always longed to know my origins? I refrained from disclosing them, for no one would believe that I, an obscure slave, am actually the offspring of merchants. I absconded with money for revelry, but was subsequently struck unconscious by scoundrels at the Pantos Inn, leading to my unfortunate plight here. I once studied medicine and possessed the ability to heal His Highness, Viserion, yet no one would place their trust in me. If His Highness does not receive proper treatment and continues to be subjected to the whims of the current physician, he may indeed be facing a grim fate, which would render Princess Daenerys' future even bleaker. As she spoke, Victoria wiped away her tears, and a figure emerged from the reeds to the west, slowly approaching her, prompting Victoria to weep more earnestly, more deeply, more sorrowfully. Are you Victoria? Can you heal my brother? The pure and unblemished voice belonged to Daenerys. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, imbued with a sincere innocence and a warmth that invited trust. Like a fish caught on a line, Victoria hastily wiped her tears. Indeed, I am skilled in medicine and have healed many. However, Your Highness, you may not trust me. Daenerys knelt beside her, gently lifting Victoria's face. You are favored by the seven gods. I believe someone as beautiful as you would not utter falsehoods. Please, help me heal my brother. Though still shackled at that moment, Victoria transcended her status as a mere object of desire and transformed into the prince's healer. Daenerys walked ahead with excitement, while Victoria and the anxious Misanthropy trailed behind. Misanthropy hunched her shoulders, visibly unsettled. Do you truly possess medical skills? Victoria surveyed her surroundings and subtly shook her head. Misanthropy felt as if struck by lightning. Her mouth agape, on the verge of tears. You have truly led me to ruin. Had I known, I should not have confided in you. Who knew the princess would overhear? This is truly the end. Victoria smiled. Who could have predicted she would hear it? As Victoria arrived with Daenerys at Viserion's carriage, a foul odor wafted through the air even before they reached their destination. The physician present bowed respectfully to Daenerys. Stealing a glance, Victoria beheld the physician's disheveled, grizzled beard, which hung long and unkempt, his garments stained with grease and dirt. Unable to suppress her scrutiny, she noted his hands, calloused and gnarled, with long, yellow-brown nails encrusted with deep black grime near the nail bed. Victoria inhaled sharply, horrified, for survival in this land was the foremost concern. And the lack of facilities meant that few impoverished souls would waste fuel to boil water for bathing, as it would soon become soiled. The burdens of life left them breathless, devoid of energy to attend to personal hygiene, and there were many who, upon bathing in swiftly cooling water, caught colds and perished without access to medicinal aid. However, it is truly disconcerting to witness a physician so negligent of personal hygiene. In this alternate realm, the absence of Leeuwenhoek's microscope leaves the populace oblivious to the existence of a microscopic world filled with myriad inhabitants, and they remain unaware of the fatality that bacterial infections can pose to a gravely injured patient. The elderly physician beside her recounted the prince's condition to Daenerys, whose smooth brow furrowed tightly, her eyes glimmering with concern. "Victoria, why don't you give it a try? I am certain you can heal him," she urged. The astonished doctor widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he interjected, "What? No, Your Highness, how can you permit a mere girl, utterly ignorant, to meddle in such matters?" As he spoke, the redness of his face accentuated the whiteness of his beard. "Doctor, please allow me a chance," Victoria implored sincerely. "It might prove effective." "You are utterly naive. Do you think this is merely child's play? Healing is no trivial pursuit, and you should not involve yourself in it."
"Leave at once, or I shall strike you with my cane." Victoria was taken aback by the old man's ferocity. She turned to Daenerys. "Your Highness, the situation is dire."
"I implore you to reconsider." Daenerys found herself torn between the seasoned physician and the earnestness of Victoria. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved firmly, "Victoria, you shall accompany me." The carriage was spacious, and upon entering, Daenerys and Victoria found it comfortable. Upon seeing Viserys lying there, devoid of life, his silver hair strewn about him, Victoria knelt before him and lifted the sheepskin blanket. Viserys' upper body was bare, lacking any outer garment. However, he was swathed in layers to encompass the long, gaping wound that nearly cleaved him in two, resembling a large dumpling, akin to a mummy. The white bandages bore faint traces of crimson blood and dark medicinal stains. Viserys' lips were pallid and cracked, his complexion as yellow as parchment, drenched in cold sweat, utterly devoid of strength, and his body was burning with fever. Victoria contemplated the circumstances. While escaping from the convoy would be advantageous, the desolate prairie posed a constant threat of death. If her only option was to accompany Daenerys to the Dothraki tribe, then to avoid becoming prey to the savages, she would need to cling to Daenerys as her lifeline. How could she persuade this innocent girl of her worthiness and gain access to him? Victoria believed the key lay within Viserys himself. His arrogance, erratic temperament, selfishness, and cruelty, enveloped in dreams of reclaiming his throne, rendered him unworthy of rescue. Victoria lacked the medical prowess to pull him back from the brink of death, nor would she squander her own blood, risking a 3-day slumber to restore Viserys as Jaime had been. Her strategy was to assist Viserys in managing the deterioration of his wound. How long he could endure thereafter was his concern. Even if Viserys were to survive, his arrogant and reckless disposition would ultimately lead to his demise. He is nothing more than a tragically ambitious fool. Victoria does not concern herself with him. Her true focus is on Daenerys, the timid little girl who has been abused and has lived in her brother's shadow. Victoria understands that Daenerys will gradually mature into a formidable adversary and conqueror of the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys will acquire 3 dragon eggs, and, following the death of Khal Drogo, she will hatch them. In this realm, dragons are invincible beings, and Daenerys will command an army of 100,000 Dothraki, ultimately evolving into a force that cannot be underestimated. The magic of this world emanates from dragons. Once the 3-headed dragon is hatched, its magical essence will disperse, inadvertently fueling the resurgence of the White Walkers beyond the wall and enhancing their strength. The first target of the advancing army of the dead will be the territory of the Victoria family, Winterfell, in the north. As the daughter of the Northern Lord, Victoria bears the responsibility and duty to safeguard her family. Rather than waiting for events to escalate, it is wiser to strike while the situation is still nascent. Daenerys, alone and vulnerable, with her only brother gravely injured and on the brink of death, is being escorted by unfamiliar guards to marry a barbarian chieftain. How tumultuous and anxious must this naive girl feel in her heart? Victoria intends to seize this opportunity to gain her trust and influence the course of future events. Furrowing her brow, Victoria resolutely declared, "What sort of quack is this? The weather outside is sweltering, yet you wrap the prince in sheepskin, and the bandages are so tightly wound that they impede the healing of his wounds." Upon hearing Victoria's reproach, the physician outside flushed with indignation, exclaiming, "You insolent child! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? My lord, do not be deceived by her. She must be a spy and a heretic." Inside, Victoria remained unperturbed, using a silver knife to carefully unravel the bandages. A more pungent odor of decay and blood wafted forth, nearly overwhelming her senses. Struggling to suppress her nausea, she continued to peel away the bandages, when suddenly, her hand froze. She paused in disbelief as the knife tip revealed a slender white worm beneath the gauze. And upon further inspection, she uncovered several more. "Look, my lord," Victoria asserted with a furrowed brow, "this quack is endangering your life. Had we not intervened in time, your brother would have been poisoned by him. His wounds are infested with maggots, yet he deceives you into believing the prince is recovering swiftly." A few small worms continued to writhe, and Daenerys's eyes widened in horror, her expression twisted in revulsion. Victoria pressed the knife tip closer, observing the relentless wriggling of the white worms. Daenerys, uncertain of what to do, found herself unable to make a decision. Victoria contemplated silently. At this moment, the Mother of Dragons had yet to mature, showing none of the decisiveness portrayed in the television series. Victoria was poised to stoke the flames once more. But Viserys preempted her, his mind clouded by pain as he writhed uncomfortably, mumbling incoherently about the agony. Witnessing her brother's suffering, Daenerys resolutely declared, "Bring this quack away at once." Meanwhile, Cheetah observed Victoria closely from a distance, acutely aware of the situation at hand. Upon hearing the command, he hastened forward, swiftly seizing another guard's weapon and capturing the physician with decisive efficiency, dispatching him with a swift motion. Outside, Missandei was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Victoria, surmising what was unfolding beyond, paid it no mind and continued her task. Though devoid of medical expertise, she found a peculiar sense of confidence in an era where even a dirty, disheveled old man could assume the role of a healer. She instructed for wine and scalding hot water to be brought forth, lamenting the absence of distilled spirits made from grain amidst the abundance of wine. The rudimentary conditions and Viserys' injuries could not withstand the passage of time. Victoria grasped a piece of cloth that had been boiled for an extended period, commencing the cleansing of Viserys' wounds, carefully extracting pus and blood. Once the cleansing was complete, she assessed the wine available, finding its purity grossly inadequate, with sediment rendering it unsuitable for extraction of alcohol. Thus, she abandoned that avenue. Instead, she procured a silver knife, wrapping its handle with cloth, and heated it over the fire before promptly applying it to Viserys' wounds for sterilization. The unsettling scent of cooked flesh soon filled the air, causing her to break into a sweat, yet she dared not wipe her brow, the perspiration stinging her eyes and eliciting tears, but she pressed on without pause. In the midst of this unbearable ordeal, a handkerchief suddenly appeared, gently wiping away her sweat. It was Daenerys, her eyes brimming with sorrow. "I understand this method is horrifying, yet you are indeed saving him," she reassured. Victoria's conscience was suddenly pricked, yet she steeled herself to continue. After what felt like an eternity, the disinfection was largely complete, and it was time to apply ointment. Victoria surveyed the scant supplies before her, exclaiming in disbelief, "Ground Sichuan pepper? Are you serious?" Indeed, in ancient times, the affluent would utilize expensive pepper for wound disinfection. However, gazing at the sizzling Viserys, she found it unfathomable to apply such a substance. Instead, Victoria selected several other remedies from Pantos to tend to Viserys' wounds. Daenerys, observing the dwindling array of vials, furrowed her brow in concern. Victoria too felt apprehensive about the limited supplies squandered by the previous inept physician. Daenerys hastily inquired, "What shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Victoria replied, "I am aware of certain herbs that could aid in the recovery of the wound. Your Highness, would you kindly send a few individuals with me to seek them out?" Daenerys had never considered that Victoria might attempt to flee, her frail physique rendering such an idea implausible. Yet, for the sake of her brother's well-being, she generously acquiesced. Victoria was granted an entire day to forage for herbs, taking along Cheetah and several other guards for assistance. Victoria endeavored to recollect the herbal knowledge that James had imparted to her during their idle chatter after her escape from the wild men. She diligently attempted to describe it to several guards, and they dispersed to search for the herbs. Only Cheetah remained behind to observe her, demonstrating an unusual fondness for this role. As Victoria sought the herbs, her thoughts drifted towards Cheetah. They had wandered far from the camp, and Victoria savored the long-awaited taste of freedom. A notion took root in her mind, swiftly flourishing. Perhaps she could incite Cheetah to aid her, leveraging his affections to transport her to Pentos, and subsequently utilize clandestine means to reach King's Landing or Winterfell. Victoria's steps faltered, her gaze shifting from the ground to Cheetah, whose brown, captivating eyes seemed to sense her contemplation. He halted, submissively allowing her to scrutinize him. "Cheetah, would you assist me with something?" Her gentle voice resonated. Cheetah's excitement was palpable as he replied, "What would you have me do?" "It would be my utmost honor." "Could you help me find a messenger raven?" Victoria inquired. "Of course, I shall fulfill your request without fail. However, I fear all the ravens at the camp are likely bound for the governor's office in Pentos. Are there none headed elsewhere? Despite the implausibility of the situation, Cheetah boldly assured her, "Trust me, I know of one raven that flies to the pawnshop in Pentos." Victoria's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. A pawnshop meant there were secretive connections. Her excitement mirrored Cheetah's as he eagerly affirmed her plan. She produced his sword, severed a piece of cloth, and ignited a slender twig, using its charred tip to inscribe the sigil of Winterfell, adding a small but distinct emblem. After securing the fabric into her belt, she continued the search for herbs alongside Cheetah. In addition to the hemostatic herbs, she discovered another plant known as arrow, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in reducing fever. "All right, let us return," she declared. Cheetah, ever obliging, led the way back to the camp. Upon arrival, the various groups had gathered a sufficient quantity of herbs. Victoria promptly attended to all of them, preparing to change the dressings for Viserys the following day. Her current responsibility was to treat Viserys, freeing her from menial tasks. The food had improved as well, and she shared some with Missandei, who appeared quite delighted. "I knew you would find a way. After you changed the dressings for His Highness, he noticeably improved," Missandei remarked. In truth, Victoria had done little more than maintain cleanliness and apply salves, merely halting the previous physician's neglect that had allowed the wound to worsen. The day felt interminable, and Victoria spent some time conversing with Daenerys, soothing her anxious and fearful emotions. Nonetheless, she found herself with ample time for contemplation. Realizing the opportunity she was relinquishing, a chance to escape back to Pentos, a chance at living freely. Although she could effortlessly persuade Cheetah to accompany her, the lack of complete trust in his martial prowess left much to be desired. The two of them fleeing across the grasslands were at risk of being easily captured by cavalry. Thus, Victoria chose a far riskier course of action, sending a letter to Pentos. Even if the missive failed to reach the hands of the pawnbroker, she would at least maintain Daenerys' trust and protection, ensuring that she would not be rendered entirely passive. The clandestine network in Pentos, particularly near Winterfell, was quite minimal, and any assistance they could provide would require a summons back to Winterfell to assemble forces. This process was excessively time-consuming. Moreover, she harbored concerns about whether her signal would be comprehended, and a multitude of unforeseen circumstances contributed to her unease. As night fell, Cheetah indeed returned with a raven, and Victoria affixed a cloth to its leg, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. She whispered, "Could you help me send this to the pawnbroker in Pentos?" The raven flapped its wings and melded into the darkness, carrying Victoria's hopes with it. On the following day, Victoria sat atop the yoke of the wagon as the caravan journeyed eastward. In a matter of days, they would reach the territory of Drogon Kao. 2 days later, Viserys' health began to improve, and Victoria was somewhat astonished by his resilience. He had endured such grave injuries. Missandei offered him a bowl of sheepbone soup, which was quite palatable, albeit slightly hot. Viserys sighed deeply and savored the taste. After finishing, he appeared more spirited, with Daenerys accompanying him in the wagon. Missandei, believing Viserys needed rest, prepared to lay him down flat. No. Let me recline partially. I can't bear lying down all day," he protested, feeling utterly miserable from the lack of movement. Missandei quickly cradled him gently, eliciting a smile from Viserys. He leaned in and bestowed a kiss upon her chest. Daenerys turned her head away, feeling a bit embarrassed, while Viserys remained unperturbed. "Where's that slave?" Viserys inquired of Daenerys. She had a notion of who he meant, but found herself evasive. "Oh, perhaps she is by the river washing clothes." She was dreadfully filthy, dealing with horse dung daily, and infested with lice, making her quite repulsive to behold. Missandei cast a knowing glance at Daenerys, tenderly caressing Viserys' arm. Viserys struggled to articulate. "It's not those slaves. It's the little one gifted to me by the benevolent Illyrio Mopatus, the one I encountered at the inn." Daenerys still avoided the subject. "She is your physician. You need her to regain your health." Viserys, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Then why have I not seen her all day?" Missandei chuckled softly, her tone gentle. "She is busy seeking herbs for you, your grace. Such things are not easily found." In truth, Victoria was intentionally avoiding him, attending to his bandages only while Viserys was in a semi-conscious state. Viserys uttered no further words, yet instructed her to be kept in pristine condition, ensuring that no one else would touch her until he was ready to indulge. Daenerys wished to articulate something more, but Viserys suddenly bellowed, "Wretched woman, do as the true dragon commands. Now be gone." Daenerys, taken aback and with tears welling in her eyes, scurried away from the carriage. Missandei hastened to soothe the prince, imploring, "You are the king of the 7 kingdoms, our true dragon, our protector. Please, temper your anger and attend to your health." With a series of gentle words and flattering praise, she gradually quelled Viserys' fury. Viserys regarded Missandei with a hint of amusement, remarking, "You are rather delightful, perceptive, and amiable. Henceforth, accompany me always." However, before he could complete his thought about the female slave, Missandei playfully interrupted, "My king, you just praised me and now speak of another woman. That filthy harlot rolling in dung cannot possibly compare to me, can she?" Missandei's charming antics rendered Viserys utterly enchanted, prompting him to acquiesce. "All right. Let us not mention her again. Once I am well, I shall ensure you experience my prowess." Within the carriage, their laughter rang out as Missandei playfully fed him grapes. After their frolicsome exchange, Viserys could only recall Victoria as a woman who dealt with filth, while he ardently enjoyed his time with Missandei. During a brief interlude, Missandei discreetly confided in Victoria, who had become elusive, concealing herself and emerging in a disheveled state. "Thank you, Missandei." Victoria grasped her hand tightly. Missandei, unfazed, replied, "Considering the provisions you have provided since becoming a healer, I shall refrain from denying you. Besides, I do not wish for you to compete for his affections. Accompanying him has indeed brought me much joy." The two exchanged smiles and conversed for a while before taking a moment to rest. Unable to sleep, Missandei rose in the middle of the night and called out, "Hey, Victoria, there is a small village ahead. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Victoria, still drowsy, mumbled, "I have no money, and what I desire has already been acquired in Pentos." Missandei chatted on, "I wish for perfumes, silken garments, jewelry, and if there is honeyed wine, I would like to taste a cup." Victoria had little interest in attending the market, yet Missandei's enthusiasm was infectious, and she could not bear to dampen her spirits. She felt a pang of regret that all her money and valuables had been seized in the dungeons of Pentos. "If only I had wealth, I would grant you everything, allowing you to purchase whatever your heart desires." Upon hearing this, Missandei beamed, pouncing onto Victoria and stroking her face. "Then it's settled. You shall buy me whatever I wish." At that moment, Victoria realized that the joy of shopping freely in Pentos paled in comparison to the exhilaration of granting hope and promise to another, allowing someone dear to revel in the pleasure of acquiring their desires. "Missandei, when I acquire wealth, I shall take you to the marketplace, allowing you to purchase whatever your heart desires." Truly, the joy radiated from Missandei, her eyes sparkling with delight, and Victoria found her even more resplendent, more beautiful than the brightest day. "Missandei, I shall also take you to Winterfell, Caer Morhen, Golden Tooth, and King's Landing for shopping." Although Victoria's future appeared bleak, it did not dampen her boundless confidence. With every city she mentioned, Missandei's enthusiasm grew, and the two sisters embraced tightly. "Victoria, no matter what, you must remember your promise. You must take me to these splendid places to indulge in shopping." Victoria cradled her head and gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will take you." Missandei fell into a blissful slumber, her contentment evident in her peaceful visage, which filled Victoria's heart with sweetness. It turns out that giving brings such happiness. After the commotion, Victoria found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts drifting back to that afternoon when James took her shopping. She had forgotten what they ate and bought, yet she vividly recalled the sunshine of that day, with James, despite his complaints, indulging her every whim and following her lead. Whatever she desired, food, entertainment, clothing, or trinkets, if it pleased her, it was theirs to buy. The sunlight that afternoon was exquisite, and the inn was filled with a kaleidoscope of gifts as James, with his golden hair, smiled and conversed with her. How joyful it was! Victoria incessantly reminisced, lost in that blissful happiness until tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, and she sighed deeply. Missandei reached out her small hand, gently wiping away the tears. "Why are you crying?" she inquired, her tiny fingers caressing Victoria's cheek. "I have fallen for someone I ought not to love. Love knows no preference. It is merely fate, a matter of destiny. Yet we have no future." "Who says that? The future is uncertain for anyone. How can you think this way? If you love him, pursue it boldly." Victoria's sorrow deepened, tears cascading down her cheeks. "I cannot conceive of anyone better than him. Yet we cannot be together, cannot be together." Missandei sighed, sitting up, embracing Victoria tightly. "Cry it out, let it flow. I have been there too, falling for the handsome older brother of my neighbor. He was strong and capable, skilled in farming, with a sheep and a cow at home. And I often imagined him coming to marry me." Victoria lifted her head, and then, Missandei pouted, "There was no and then. He married the farmer's daughter, while I was sold and became a servant." Upon hearing this tale, Victoria felt a profound sense of regret. If only you could have been together. Unexpectedly, Missandei denied the possibility of a harmonious union, asserting that such a relationship would yield no favorable outcome. He had elderly grandparents and several younger siblings, creating an overwhelming burden. If I were to marry into his family, coupled with my own financial troubles and an alcoholic father, it would surely suffocate him. We would not find happiness. Victoria gazed at her in disbelief. Both of us bear an excessive weight. Forcing ourselves together would crush us. A pang of sorrow gripped Victoria's heart. Is this how it is for everyone? Missandei smiled lightly, remarking, "Look at me now, I am well. Though I have become a skilled artisan, I can sustain myself without relying on love. Freed from constraints, I can choose whom to share my bed with. I can pursue what I desire at will." Perhaps it was a facade of cheerfulness, or perhaps she had truly let go. Victoria managed a faint smile. "Yet, I often dream of him at night. What about you? Do you dream of him as well?" Missandei paused to reflect. "Initially, I did. Day and night. Every moment was filled with thoughts of him, but as time passed, his visage grew increasingly indistinct." Victoria quickly sat up, striving to recall James's appearance, wishing to delay the inevitability of forgetting. Missandei chuckled softly, "You foolish child. 1,000 memories pale in comparison to a single meeting. 1,000 kisses cannot replace one true embrace." Victoria blushed. "What are you saying? He has long forgotten me and returned to King's Landing, hasn't he?" During their journey, though James said nothing, Victoria sensed his yearning to return to Cersei's side. What if he loved someone else? Missandei was unfazed. "You love others too. He loves 5. You love 7. There is no loss in this." Victoria silenced her. "What a ridiculous notion." Missandei laughed. "You are almost forgetting him. You will encounter many others. He is merely a fleeting memory. If he does not reappear, your paths will diverge, and you will gradually forget, longing instead for other men who provide you sustenance." 2 days later, the caravan reached a small village where they would rest and replenish their supplies with fresh vegetables. Victoria dismounted the carriage and observed a settlement of approximately 30 households, its walls in disrepair, roofs mostly missing, and weeds growing rampant. Scattered around were remnants of broken wood, perhaps discarded stools or bed frames. Daenerys also alighted from the carriage, with Victoria trailing behind to locate their assigned quarters for rest, followed by 5 or 7 guards for protection. They traversed a chaotic gravel path and arrived at a spacious stone house, which was eerily empty. The guards summoned the village chief, who emerged wearing a somewhat intact coat, to greet them. The guards instructed him to prepare a meal. "Hey, old man. Today you are fortunate to host esteemed guests. Hurry and prepare a fine feast." The gaunt, hunched chief complied with the order, moving slowly and numbly. Victoria furrowed her brow and exchanged a glance with Missandei, gently shaking her head. After allowing Daenerys to rest, Victoria inquired about the poverty of the place, questioning why it was referred to as a marketplace. Missandei replied, "I have only heard of it. Perhaps it was 3, 5, or even 7 years ago. This area was once a prosperous village, renowned for its pork and honey wine, attracting many buyers. Who would have imagined its decline?" Victoria pondered the reasons behind this downfall. Were the villagers not industrious? It was during dinner that the truth unraveled. As the evening meal commenced, a large fire blazed in the courtyard, illuminating the surroundings. Those who could find stools sat upon them, while others resorted to makeshift mats of reeds or simply sat on the ground. The village chief presented a thin porridge made from ground wheat, enriched with a meager portion of vegetables. The ratio leaned heavily towards vegetables with scant flour, and a half jar of honey wine was placed before Daenerys. In the center, a half-roasted piglet sizzled on the fire, insufficient to satisfy the appetites of nearly 70 individuals. The captain of the guards seized the frail village chief, who crumpled to the ground as his tattered garments could not withstand the force. Victoria's heart ached. She yearned to intervene and stop the captain. As the captain struck the chief with relentless blows amidst the jeers of the crowd, she could no longer contain herself. She took a step forward, but before she could advance, Missandei grasped her arm. "Are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do? Who do you think you are that anyone would heed your words?" Victoria replied tersely, "Let go. I will seek someone who can be reasoned with." The chief's cries of pain echoed, drowned out by the sounds of punches, kicks, and the mockery of the onlookers. Victoria dashed forward, kneeling before Daenerys. "My princess, look upon your subjects. This is your responsibility." Daenerys hesitated. "Do they truly belong to me? This is no longer within the realm of the 7 kingdoms." Victoria observed her relinquished goblet. "The people of the 7 kingdoms are indeed your subjects, and you shall ultimately conquer this land. All will yield to you. Only your subjects can brew such exquisite honey wine. They await your salvation and benevolence." Seeing the merit in Victoria's words, Daenerys turned and commanded, "Release him. Let the village chief return home with food and medicine." The captain, unable to refute her, cast a begrudging glare at Victoria. The village chief, granted mercy, was assisted home by his slender son, no older than 11 or 12. Victoria hurried outside, offering a small vial of medicine. Clean the wound with warm water. Wash your hands, and then tend to your father's injury. The bandages must be sterile. The child's blue eyes sparkled in the night. Thank you, my lady, he replied, before leading his father away. Gazing upon the dilapidated village, Victoria began to grasp the reasons for its decline. Countless past powers had exploited and plundered it. What village could escape being thoroughly ravaged? In this chaotic world, without the protection of strength, possessing wealth merely invites one's own demise. Upon returning, Victoria consumed a bowl of clear noodle soup before retiring for the night. As dawn broke the next day, everyone struck camp, besides their personal belongings. They loaded all the pigs and sheep from the village onto their horses, along with the grain. Even foraging vegetables gathered by the villagers were not spared. Once again, the village was stripped bare. Victoria recalled the pair of blue eyes from the previous night, wondering how long they would continue to sparkle. After traveling some distance, they found that Viserion supplies were once again insufficient. Having earned Daenerys's deep trust and affection, Victoria set off, this time accompanied only by Jorah. Jorah had secured this opportunity through competition. He remained silent, yet his excitement was palpable. Producing a few leaves wrapped around some chicken, he said, "This is for you. It's very clean." Victoria could hardly remember the last time she had savored something good. Her mouth watered, but she managed to smile. "Let us hasten to gather herbs. If we heal Viserion, we shall all be rewarded." Jorah's eyes began to glimmer as he persisted, "But you should at least have a taste. What if we indulge in the reward a bit early? Shall I start a fire to roast it for you?" Victoria firmly declined and walked ahead. Jorah gazed at the chicken, speechless for a moment. "I am different from them. I will respect you, regardless of your thoughts." He referred to the incident a few days prior when other guards had cornered Victoria and teased her. Though it had been a time of panic and embarrassment, Jorah had sought out Miss Sandyi, and together they had come to Victoria's aid. "Thank you for that day." Victoria expressed her gratitude to the third-tier guard, finding Jorah to be sincere and endearing. "So, we are friends now, are we not?" Jorah burst forth with enthusiasm, his eyes fixed intently on Victoria. "I like you, but I want to force you. May I be your friend?" The youthful fervor and joy radiated from him, yet Victoria felt that she should not harbor any ambiguity. They were not suited for one another and would never be together. "Please cease your fantasies. We are not meant to be." Jorah, flustered, took a few steps back, stumbling over his words. "No, I do not wish to coerce you. I simply want to be your friend. And perhaps, if you could allow me to quietly admire you, that would suffice." Victoria, cold-hearted, turned away. She believed that if one is unwilling to accept others, they should not accept kindness or flirtation in return. After walking a short distance, Victoria began to gather herbs in a thicket, as if nothing had transpired. Jorah followed closely, mirroring her every step. Victoria had gathered quite a bit, filling her bag halfway. Just as she was engrossed in her task, a dull thud resonated behind her as Jaime fell sideways. The chicken wrapped in leaves tumbled out, covered in twigs and foliage, attracting insects to feast upon it. The fright was considerable, sweat poured from Victoria's brow, and an unsettling mix of itchiness, pain, and fatigue enveloped her. In a moment of panic, she feared that a wild man or bear had ambushed her from behind. In her fluster, she let out a scream and quickly leaped to the left. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a powerful grip seized her, and she lamented that she had indeed encountered a bear. In a desperate attempt, she hurled the herbs from her bag at the creature, exclaiming, "How dare you ambush me?" Jaime, too preoccupied to hold her, found his eyes filled with sand. Upon hearing the human voice, Victoria's breathing became erratic, but gradually, she regained her composure. Summoning her courage, she looked up to find Jaime, and her heart swelled with joy. "Is it really you?" she exclaimed. "Yes, it is I, yet again the unwitting target of your antics," he replied. Only then did Victoria realize she had flung dust into his eyes, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She hurried to assist him, but there was too much grime to clean away completely. Listening intently, she detected the sound of water nearby. "Quickly, follow me to the right. There's water to wash your eyes," she urged. As Jaime could not see, Victoria took hold of his arm to guide him slowly. Yet, with his eyes closed, he gradually pulled her hand from his arm, clasping it within his palm. Their hands intertwined tightly, warmth flowed between them, and a smile graced Jaime's lips, causing Victoria to blush. The long path seemed to shorten swiftly. Upon reaching the water's edge, Jaime scooped up a handful to wash his eyes thoroughly, relishing the refreshing sensation as he splashed water on his face and took a few sips. It was then that Victoria had the chance to observe him closely. He appeared notably worn and gaunt, with unkempt facial hair that he had evidently had no time to groom. He no longer exuded the charm he possessed upon arriving in Winterfell. Every aspect of him bore the traces of a grueling journey. "Did you come to find me?" Victoria asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I thought you had returned to King's Landing to seek Queen Cersei." With a twinkle in his eye, Jaime replied, "I am indeed going back, but I must take you with me." Victoria's eyes, now red from the sand, filled with tears as her heart ached. She threw herself into Jaime's embrace, exclaiming, "I thought you would hurry back and leave me behind." Jaime, showing her kindness, did not push her away but instead embraced her gently, akin to how he had comforted Joffrey in Winterfell. "I would never abandon you," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "Is that why you came to find me?" she asked, her voice laced with a nasal tone. "Yes, by the gods' grace. We have finally reunited. Now, dry your tears, it is all over. We must leave this place. It is not safe to linger." Jaime stood up, droplets of water cascading from his golden hair down his neck, and Victoria offered him a handkerchief. He accepted it and wiped his face hastily. In the light of joyful reunion, his golden eyes sparkled like liquid gold, captivating her entirely. Victoria refrained from recounting the hardships and fears she endured during her time as a slave. Similarly, James did not mention his discovery of the fabric emblazoned with the Stark family crest at the governor's mansion, nor did he share the journey he undertook to follow its trail. Victoria and her companions set off a week earlier, while James faced numerous moments of disorientation. Perhaps it was James, rather than Victoria, who was consumed by anxiety. Throughout his journey, he bore no frown, galloping through the starry night, past the chirping insects and dewy grass, yet the path ahead remained obscure, marked only by faint traces. As a man, he could not indulge in melancholy, yet the concerns in his heart were undeniable. He found the guard's pace woefully inadequate. Even in remote areas, the Lannisters should not be so inept. Thus, he decided to ride ahead, leaving behind a signal for them to pursue. The reason the Raven found its way to him is a lengthy tale. Cheetah, merely a third-class guard, had been mocked, receiving a raven destined for the governor's mansion instead of one meant for the pawnshop. However, by sheer chance, it was this very circumstance that allowed James, seeking the governor's assistance, to discern the clues and follow the trail. Although Victoria and her party had departed a week earlier, their numbers hindered their speed, rendering them unable to match James's swift pursuit. Consequently, he finally caught up with them, seizing the opportunity while Victoria was out foraging for herbs to meet with her. As James walked ahead, Victoria lagged behind, her plans still incomplete, reluctant to leave. He led a white horse, intending to lift Victoria onto it, but after much inner turmoil, she pushed him away. Bowing her head, she dared not gaze at him or speak, acutely aware of the effort he had expended to find her. To express her regret, she whispered, "I'm sorry, James, but I cannot leave just yet." The joy on James's face gradually faded, replaced by a calmness reminiscent of the quiet before a storm, though his tone was decidedly menacing. His demeanor shifted, akin to a lion poised for the hunt, while the small she-wolf before him appeared increasingly anxious, revealing many vulnerabilities. James's embrace of Victoria morphed into a firm grip, his hands tightly clasping hers, leaving marks upon her skin as she stood frozen, unable to move. Although Victoria was close to him, James leaned in further, amplifying the sense of pressure between them, their faces nearly touching, his gaze sharp as a knife, causing her pain. "Yes, I apologize," James spoke softly, his words leaving no room for rejection. "You have no say in this matter." Victoria was pulled closer, yet she dared not meet his eyes. "I still have unfinished business. Could you grant me a little more time, like last time in Pentos?" James had never been one to entertain trifles. "I cannot leave." Victoria's voice trembled as she sought to struggle once more. Enough. Jaime no longer heeded the words that followed, swiftly enveloping Victoria in his embrace as he mounted the horse, firmly securing her against him. Victoria found herself entirely overshadowed by Jaime. His robust physique radiated a warmth akin to the sun, rendering her powerless to resist. "Victoria, reserve your opinions. We must depart at once. We are not far from the camp, and the threat of discovery looms ever closer." In a situation of 7 against 1, Jaime was no fool. While he could easily extricate himself, he could not guarantee Victoria's safety. With a deft pull on the reins, Jaime expertly guided the steed, which raised its pristine hooves and turned to flee. Just as the horse was about to gallop away, Victoria urgently interjected, "Have you forgotten about the Targaryen siblings?" "I cannot leave." Jaime dismissed her concerns, stating, "This is a matter for men. I will return you safely before addressing them. Women should not involve themselves in such affairs. What do you intend to do? Assassinate the Targaryens?" Their voices inevitably rose in heated debate, and the unconscious Bronn, who had fallen to the ground, began to stir, rubbing his neck and mumbling incoherently about Targaryens and assassinations. Who was attempting to assassinate them? He wondered. Jaime halted his preparation to ride, and Victoria remained motionless. Who can keep a secret? Only the dead, Bronn remarked, struggling to rise, his body aching and head spinning. Upon realizing Victoria was missing, he hurried to search for her. As he clumsily turned around, Jaime's hand, which had rested upon Victoria's abdomen, gradually moved to the saddle of the white horse. Suddenly, he made a dark jest. Fortunately. Your reason for staying with me isn't some dandy. Perhaps I should laugh? Victoria's mind was in turmoil. Their plans had been discovered by Bronn. Jaime urged the horse towards Bronn, but Victoria clung tightly to his arm, desperately pleading, "Do not resort to such means. He is a good man." As the horse leaped forward, Victoria found herself racing towards Bronn, with trees blurring into green streaks in the rapid motion. She witnessed the surprise on Bronn's face upon realizing her presence, though his smile had yet to fully bloom. Feeling Jaime's right arm shift behind her, she caught a glint of silver as he drew a blade. In a fleeting moment, they sped past Bronn, blood spurting forth in an instant. Jaime skillfully maneuvered the horse, avoiding any splatter. Victoria's face contorted in shock and horror, her mouth agape as the scene played out in slow motion, frame by frame. Bronn's head, still bearing a semblance of a smile, rolled beneath the hooves of the horse. His eyes seemed to fixate on Victoria, as if to say, "Ah, how splendid. I have found you. Are you unharmed?" Despite her repeated refusals, Victoria steadfastly believed Bronn to be a good man, a boy whose humanity had not been extinguished. He should not wield a sword. Rather, he ought to carry a hoe and sickle, laboring in vast fields, sweating under the sun. Victoria screamed in fury, utterly devoid of composure. "You killed him. Not like this, with his head and body severed, dying in such a senseless manner. He did nothing wrong, yet met a tragic end." James, without hesitation, severed the head of the unfortunate cheetah, who had just awakened and hadn't even had the chance to retrieve his sword. Victoria felt an overwhelming urge to dismount, her intense rage clouding her judgment as she struggled fiercely. James promptly discarded his sword and grasped Victoria with his right hand, fearful she might tumble from her galloping steed. In response, Victoria delivered a stinging slap, causing stars to dance before James's eyes. It was a considerable blow. When had he ever been struck, especially by a woman? With a swift motion, James restrained her, vaulting onto the horse and pinning Victoria firmly against the grass. She attempted to retaliate, but he deftly secured her hands behind her head. With a gentle tap on her cheek, he admonished her, "Calm down and stop this nonsense." The ground was teeming with insects, startled by the sudden descent of these two colossal figures, scurrying in all directions. Quick and agile, James caught a sluggish caterpillar, bringing it close to Victoria's fair visage. The caterpillar, covered in black bristles and dotted with vibrant orange spots, struggled, attempting to nibble at James's fingers. James pressed the caterpillar even closer, rendering Victoria silent, her mind gradually emerging from its chaotic state. She dared not breathe deeply, fearing the creature's proximity. It seemed that a mere breath could send it tumbling into her nostrils, burrowing into her mind and writhing within. Tears glistened on her delicate face, resembling a flower weeping in the rain. Against the backdrop of the wild, she appeared as if a celestial being forcibly cast down to earth. James's innate curiosity and destructive tendencies found satisfaction in the moment. Intentionally, he sat atop her abdomen, and with each exhale from her lungs, he tightened his grip, patiently enjoying the pressure. Over time, Victoria's abdomen contracted, forcing her to stifle her breath, rendering her speech nearly impossible. With her lungs compressed, movement became increasingly arduous, and her strength waned. James had her completely subdued and promptly discarded the caterpillar. "Every life must come to an end, including yours and mine," he stated, as Victoria, nearly speechless from the weight upon her, exhibited no resistance. Yet, James sought to punish her further, leaning in with a fervor, declaring, "No one dares to strike me. Since all must die, why not indulge in pleasure?" He pressed Victoria firmly against the grass, showering her with fervent kisses, reveling in her tenderness, beauty, and the thrill she evoked. The forest transformed into a paradise. However, Victoria perceived the situation differently, feeling as though her very air was being stolen away by James's relentless advance. As passion escalated, he began to peel away her garments, akin to unearthing tender shoots, revealing the exquisite beauty beneath. Gradually, James descended further, savoring every moment of possession. James buried his head against Victoria's bosom, as if nestled within a warm, white cloud, adorned with vibrant coral beads. Without hesitation, he indulged in what was rightfully hers. Victoria found herself engulfed in anguish and shame. In that moment, she felt an unparalleled despair, rendered utterly powerless under the absolute might of his dominance. Cheetah had been beheaded by this tyrant, and now, she too was a delectable morsel in his eyes. A mere clay idol struggling to cross the river, unable to safeguard her own existence. Should James wish to delve deeper into her amidst the verdant thicket, Victoria possessed no means of resistance, for he was now unusually exhilarated. After what felt like an eternity, James gradually calmed, firmly clasping Victoria's hands, their fingers entwined at the back of her head. With their foreheads pressed closely together, he began to savor the softness of her tender lips. In her peripheral vision, Victoria caught sight of a severed head. Cheetah still wore a smile upon his face, his head slightly askew. Gazing in their direction, he had witnessed everything that had transpired. A few ants, unwilling to remain idle, emulated James, climbing onto Cheetah's head, voraciously consuming and claiming it for themselves. Once James was fully satiated, Victoria too found a semblance of tranquility. A profound disappointment, a stark contrast, terror, revulsion, and oppression enveloped her. She was at a loss for expression, for emotion, feeling like a mere piece of human flesh, manipulated by others, belonging to anyone yet herself belonging to no one. James lifted her, adjusting her disheveled garments. And together they mounted their steeds, journeying towards the place where James had come from. The wind whipped past them, and James appeared buoyant, his spirits lifted. Victoria, however, felt the fierce wind stinging her eyes. She refrained from voicing any further unreasonable demands that James deemed fit to remain unaddressed. Nor did she request a proper burial for Cheetah, at the very least allowing him a moment of peace. In James's embrace, Victoria couldn't help but glance back. Cheetah's hand was still far from his sword, his head motionless, blood pooling increasingly, seemingly directed towards a single point, perhaps still maintaining a semblance of a smile. Never had Victoria felt such disdain for James. She regarded him as cold, cruel, and utterly inhumane, akin to a beast devoid of compassion. Cheetah had committed no wrong. He was merely a pitiable, innocent victim ensnared in circumstances beyond his control. James was aware of her ire, but deemed it inappropriate to offer solace at that moment. Holding her tightly as they retraced their steps to the village where Victoria once saved the village chief, James requested a room and settled Victoria within. He stepped outside to instruct the host to prepare a barrel of hot water, along with some food and a set of clean women's garments. Upon his return, he found Victoria sitting silently, facing the wall, utterly motionless. Suddenly, James adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, approaching her without a word, simply enveloping her from behind in a silent embrace. They remained in tranquil silence, as though he had entirely forgotten the sins of the past, transformed once more into a benevolent soul. He observed Victoria's every movement, presenting her with food, meticulously cutting the chicken into small pieces, offering her everything, while reserving only the meat for himself. Victoria dared not resist him. Let her eat whatever she desires and however much she wishes. James nearly indulged her to the point of excess. It was only when the master brought forth clothing and warm water that Victoria began to hesitate, casting a furtive glance at James, who set down the items and gently stroked her head. The water cools quickly, wash swiftly, he instructed before exiting and closing the door behind him, standing guard outside. Victoria slowly descended from the bed, disrobing and submerging herself in the wooden tub. She took a deep breath and immersed herself in the water. Tenderly, she caressed her face and body, still marked by the traces of James's earlier affections. Her beauty had become increasingly striking, her figure elegantly slender. The hardships of her wandering had shed her youthful roundness, rendering her limbs soft and elongated. Her bosom had matured, perhaps already noted by James. Suddenly, Victoria pondered the essence of her existence. Everyone faces death, yet the journey of life is fraught with pain. Her father, Ned, had taken her sister Sansa and Arya to King's Landing. Her father would meet his end. Her sister would become a hostage. What about herself? What assistance could she provide in King's Landing? There were myriad matters beyond her control. The midnight hour was ill-suited for existential contemplation, ensnaring her in despair. Since death was inevitable and life felt so wretched, what was the point of enduring it? In a moment of despair, Victoria submerged herself deeper, expelling every breath from her lungs. Yet, the warm water surged in, choking her throat and nostrils, triggering a primal instinct for survival. She began to struggle. The room filled with splashing sounds. Unbeknownst to her, the tub was slick, and her frantic movements only led to further immersion. Her mind was besieged by chaos, a tumult of pain and discomfort overwhelming her senses. At that moment, The door swung open with a rush. James burst in like a flash of light. Pulling Victoria from the tub, his gaze fierce. What is this? A form of retaliation against me? His eyes blazed with sorrow and disbelief, a tempest of fury. Dazed by her near drowning, Victoria could scarcely comprehend his words. James gripped her tightly. You think you can play such games because of a man? Attempting to threaten me with suicide? You cannot bathe. I will assist you. His expression was terrifying, and Victoria found herself utterly cowed. She barely registered his words. His tone urgent and fierce, her waterlogged mind struggling to process the situation. Just then, James forcefully pushed her back into the tub, his large hands splashing water vigorously across her body. Embarrassed and pained, Victoria had nowhere to retreat. In her desperation, she screamed, "You bastard, get away from me." The scene shifted abruptly, and the narrative took on a surreal quality, exploring the latest in conceptual vehicles and avant-garde technology, as well as whimsical desires for collections. However, the master remained oblivious, for she was merely an elderly woman, frail and hard of hearing, her vision clouded by age. It is apparent that a conflict has arisen between the neighboring couple. Last night, their altercation was quite tumultuous, filled with indistinct cries and shouts, mingled with discussions and disputes that seemed to disturb her sleep profoundly. Upon rising the following day to tidy up, she found the house in utter disarray. The water bucket held little water, yet the floors, tables, cabinets, and bed were inundated with water, the source of which remained a mystery. The chaos was overwhelming, and in a daze, she spent the entire morning cleaning, even picking up torn garments, lamenting how the youth lacked an appreciation for belongings. Shaking her head, the elderly woman gathered the fabric scraps, preparing to bind them to wood for use as torches when soaked in oil. James had already moved to another room, ensuring that Victoria was comfortably settled. The grandson of the village chief, with his striking blue eyes, provided them with the finest provisions and, following instructions, brought medicine as well. James took the antipyretic and entered the room, where Victoria lay in bed, her forehead warm, seemingly in a semi-conscious state. This had always been her condition. Even the slightest sight of blood would render her unconscious for 3 days. In stark contrast, James appeared invigorated, his fatigue entirely dissipated, filled with vitality and enthusiasm. He attributed Victoria's weakness to her fragile constitution, compounded by the tumult of the previous night. Thus, he waited patiently, administering medication and gently placing his hand on her forehead, assessing her skin and temperature, all signs pointing towards improvement. After 3 days, Victoria finally regained complete control over her body and slowly rose to her feet. As she opened the door, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the room and casting a golden glow upon James's golden hair. He entered, carrying something in his hands, and upon seeing her awake, he expressed his delight by offering her a drink of goat's milk. With a spoon in hand, he began to feed her, cautioning her to take it slowly as it was still hot. Victoria managed to consume half a bowl, but could not drink any more, reminding him that he must take responsibility for her well-being. Nevertheless, James insisted on pouring the entire contents down her throat, as if every inch of her being belonged to him. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "Much better," she replied. "Do you need more rest?" He gently kissed her and wiped away the milk from the corner of her mouth. "Do you wish to sleep for another 3 days?" he teased. What an unreasonable man. Infuriating. Victoria had had enough of lying down and shook her head, expressing her desire to go for a walk. James assisted her in dressing and accompanied her outside to bask in the sunlight. Victoria remained silent, her throat sore from too much talking and shouting. She had exhausted all that needed to be said. They exchanged plans, with James suggesting he first escort her home before attempting to ambush the Targaryen convoy. Victoria analyzed the situation, but James refused to heed her counsel. As she pressed her points, he dismissed her insistence, and in a moment of desperation, he silenced her with his lips. Any further struggle was resolved in the most primal manner between a man and a woman, rendering her speechless. Victoria, weary of the exchange, chose to withdraw from communication altogether. As James helped Victoria out, she discovered that a dozen guards were stationed outside, indicating that during her semi-conscious state, this group had finally caught up with him. This underscored the remarkable speed with which James had been traveling. James scrutinized Victoria carefully, ensuring her well-being before deciding to execute his audacious plan. From the very beginning, he had harbored feelings for her, despite the incident with the ice wolves. He was grateful to have retained his eyesight. Having just escaped from the wildling tribe, they found themselves in an embrace on the chiefess bed. Yet nothing transpired between them. James felt that the timing was not yet right. He was burdened with too many concerns. The Lannisters were lions, the Starks were wolves, and the two houses had never been on amicable terms, harboring deep-seated grudges and animosities. Upon their arrival in Winterfell, James had already taken a liking to Victoria, for there were few women of such beauty across the Seven Kingdoms. She brought a glimmer of brightness to the dark and cold Winterfell, making him perceive a redeeming quality in the north. His intentions for pursuing her were simple. First, she bore the Stark name, and second, she was a charming maiden, a perfect candidate to humiliate the Starks. However, Victoria's conduct in the wildling tribe had impressed James, prompting him to see her not as a frail and tedious noble lady, but as someone deserving of respect. The anguish of separation had been undeniable, and James could no longer deceive himself regarding his changing feelings, embracing them with acceptance. Thus, he resolved to generously set aside past grievances and forgive Victoria for her various foolish actions. In light of her agreeable appearance and demeanor, he found himself gently caressing Victoria's face beneath the tree, his thumb rubbing against her skin, which was slightly rough, causing her discomfort. "What are you trying to do?" Victoria asked, irritated. "You're not bad-looking. You somewhat meet my taste. If you were any uglier, you wouldn't qualify," he retorted, though his eyes betrayed a sense of delight, akin to admiring a flawless work of art. Victoria, infuriated, exclaimed, "Then don't touch me," as she attempted to pry his fingers away, but to no avail, which only exacerbated her anger. James chuckled heartily, pulling Victoria into his embrace, fostering an intimate closeness as he comforted her. Their cheeks brushed together, sharing warmth as he whispered in her ear, "If you're going to be so fierce, I suppose I'm the only one willing to tolerate you." Affection blossomed like spring grass, uncontrollable in its spread, quickly covering vast expanses of prairie. A breeze swept through, scattering it across distant horizons. Who could halt the tides of human emotion? Who could prevent the sun from rising or the moon from setting? Who could stop the changing of the seasons, the cycles of rain, frost, and snow? Who could deter a man from falling in love with a woman? James prided himself on his self-control. When the first shoots of spring grass emerged, he had once managed to suppress them. Yet when did he lose that ability? Perhaps it was during an afternoon in the markets of Pentos, where they reveled in joyous abandon, or perhaps it was in every minute and second spent with Victoria. Her every smile, each gesture, captivated him wholly. Love arrived with startling suddenness, catching even this seasoned swordsman off guard. In their initial encounter, he had surrendered his defenses, easily conquered. The resplendent Victoria, upon her joyful smile, appeared astonished to see herself, as she ran towards her own reflection, exclaiming her name with glee. "James, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long." Flowers bloomed, the earth was rejuvenated, and the entire world celebrated with fireworks in his honor. He loved her, and fortuitously, she loved him in return, a mutual affection that brought forth an unexpected bliss, leaving him utterly fulfilled. James felt an overwhelming sense of completeness, as if he had glimpsed the very essence of love. She was a remarkable girl, his other half. For the first time, even in the absence of Cersei, he felt his soul at peace and whole. Upon arriving at the inn, the Targaryen presented an immense opportunity. Eliminating them would sever the Targaryen bloodline entirely, a feat of unparalleled significance. The Lannisters, when faced with advantage, could always make the most prudent choices. Although everyone in the dynasty bowed to Robert Baratheon, many opportunists lingered. He understood this when the unidentified figures in black appeared. The cloaked figures took away the desperately pleading Daenerys, carried off the grievously wounded Viserys, and clenched in fury. They also abducted the innocent Victoria. James's wrath could not be contained. Each moment was a torment, a trial by fire. Where had they taken Victoria? What would they do to her? He was all too familiar with the brutal interrogation methods. Yet, it was this familiarity that instilled fear within him. How absurd it was that the heir of Casterly Rock and the future master of the Lannisters would succumb to dread, choosing to forsake great power for the sake of a woman. Upon returning to the inn and discovering it deserted, he immediately set off in pursuit. His search was for the Targaryens, yet his true aim was singular, Victoria. His heart and soul were too small, filled entirely by her presence, leaving no room for anything else. He sought assistance from the governor of Pentos, who provided him with misleading information. Each second wasted felt like a searing inferno. With Victoria lost to the void of silence, he found himself powerless at the governor's residence. Days passed, 1, 2, 3. James was compelled to contemplate the increasingly dimming hope. Victoria might already be no? He would not allow such thoughts. He adamantly reassured himself. Amidst the chaos of his thoughts, under immense pressure, in a haze of uncertainty, James discovered a piece of fabric on the governor's desk. Indeed, it was the very cloth Victoria had sent out as a cry for help. An indescribable relief surged through him. a happiness and liberation that words could not capture. Ah, indeed, it was the woman he cherished. So astute, so resilient, so capable. He brought the fabric to his lips and kissed it. In that moment, he acknowledged that he had been conquered by a fierce little she-wolf. Victoria, wait for me. With a lead to follow, the gold-cloaked guard was dispatched, and James felt no hesitation. The governor of Pentos surely harbored ulterior motives, yet James's most pressing concern remained: Victoria. Locate Victoria. This time, utmost caution is imperative to ensure her complete safety. We cannot afford to leave any peril, as we did during the incident. She must be entrusted to my most loyal guards. Only once Victoria is assuredly safe shall he pursue the Targaryen siblings. The choice between beauty and ambition is a dilemma for the young. Jaime Lannister desires both. Once he accomplishes his objectives, he will deal with the governor of Pentos, who has conspired with foreign powers, funded the remnants of a fallen dynasty, and even dared to obstruct his search for Victoria. Such treachery deserves the gravest punishment. A Lannister's debts must be repaid. Although Pentos is remote, it serves as an excellent free trade port. With his accomplishments, no one is more adept at managing the interests here than a Lannister. Jaime quickly grasps the connections. The allure of profit and Victoria is irresistible. As for the risks, a man never shies away from challenges. With everything arranged, Jaime returns to care for Victoria. She is so delicate, and he vows to cherish her deeply. Before their departure, Jaime brings Victoria outside to bask in the sun, having spent several days indoors, her complexion appearing somewhat wan. Jaime feels a pang of concern but remains silent, wishing for her health and hoping she will bless him with several little lions. They lean against a tree, whispering sweet nothings, mostly Jaime indulging her whims. At that moment, he notices a small boy stealthily observing her from the wall. Victoria smiles and beckons him closer. Her eyes, a warm honey brown, contrast with Jaime's pure, radiant gold, while the boy possesses deep sapphire blue eyes. The lad, no more than 11 or 12, is diminutive, likely a victim of malnutrition. How is grandfather? The boy's blue eyes glisten with unshed tears. Jaime is poised, ready to lift Victoria onto the horse before mounting himself, planting a tender kiss on her cheek. He speaks softly. As I was pursuing your path here, I encountered the Targaryen guard demanding tribute. They seized numerous belongings and sought more. To protect his grandson, the village elder was slain on the threshold. I saved the last of his lineage. Thus, when Jaime returns to the village, the boy, seeing the maiden who once aided his grandfather, receives them with heartfelt sincerity. Jaime's guards from Pentos have brought many wild goats and hares, sharing their bounty. As they prepare to depart, the boy suddenly kneels. My lady, please take me in. I have no grandfather, no family left. I remain here with only a dead end. Victoria gazes into those blue eyes and suddenly envisions the elder's lifeless form slumped against the doorframe. Those sapphire eyes reflect profound anguish and despair. Who will close his eyes? Take him with us. Jaime nods, clearly pleased by the boy's earnest pleas, though he deemed the little rascal of little use. You may pursue whatever endeavors you wish, my lady. A sweet kiss followed, and then she turned to the guard, instructing him to take the boy along. With a gallant leap onto his steed, the boy exclaimed in excitement, evidently having previously implored these men without success. Who would have known that this time his fortune had turned? He waved his hands exuberantly, shouting, Thank you, my lady. My name is Gavin. Then, he was swept up by long arms and carried away on horseback. The cavalry stirred up clouds of dust as they departed the village, where Victoria spotted a small, fresh grave. James had assisted the boy in burying his grandfather. The crowd receded into the distance, the tiny grave fading from memory. A month hence, no one would recall whose bones lay beneath the wild grass, silent and watchful, like cheetah, with wide eyes, companioning the earth. No one would remember them, nor would they. Every mortal must face death. Victoria was no longer as despondent as she had been days prior. Her energy and confidence had returned. If death were inevitable, then life must be cherished all the more, and one must strive to accomplish something meaningful. These thoughts she need not express to James. After 2 days of return travel, James beheld a formidable lion banner. 500 troops had finally arrived from the distant city of Kagan. James felt a sense of relief as the leading soldier approached to pay his respects. The gold-armored guard had arrived. They were my personal soldiers, trustworthy, unlike those third-rate guards. James assured Victoria, Do not worry, they will take good care of you. Victoria was suddenly taken aback. Are we not to depart together? I have matters to attend to. You should return to King's Landing with them first. After a tight embrace and a gentle kiss upon Victoria's forehead, he added, The seeds you sought have been found. Right in King's Landing. You shall see them upon your return. Are you pleased? With that, He gracefully dismounted and handed the reins to her escort. Follow my instructions. Do not heed your father's or the Queen's commands. Ensure her safe return to King's Landing, to the Prime Minister's residence. Understood? Joyce bowed deeply, accepting the orders. As the reins exchanged hands, the horses neighed, and an unsettling feeling surged within Victoria, mingled with an untimely reluctance. She ought not to feel such attachment. Her tone slightly urgent. You promised to take me back. James smiled from below. Return to King's Landing first, and shall we not wait upon my return? He must take responsibility for his actions. With a gentle urging, the horse, disregarding Victoria's sentiments, gradually moved away, the reins firmly grasped in Joyce's hands. Once they had distanced themselves, James waved lightly, leading 200 gold-armored guards away in the opposite direction. Dust billowed, and soon both parties vanished from sight. Victoria followed the gold-armored guards at a leisurely pace, primarily to tend to her own well-being. Victoria summoned the commander. May I inquire your esteemed name? The commander bowed deeply. Sir Joyce. Excellent, Sir Joyce. Have there been any reports from the forces of Winterfell? When might they arrive? Joyce was somewhat taken aback. As the Lord instructed us to take you directly to King's Landing, without the need for your household's entourage. With a proud smile, Joyce gestured towards the 300 golden-armored guards, asserting that they were all elite soldiers personally trained by the Lord, assuring the lady of a safe journey. Victoria, however, remained non-committal, replying, Sir Joyce, I have immense trust in your capabilities, but I believe it would be better if I traveled with my own people. James has gone to pursue the last remnants of the former dynasty. You should assist him. At that moment, a resounding clatter of hooves echoed from ahead. The first sight was the wolf banner, causing Victoria to smile. Pulling on the reins, she rode forward, instructing Sir Joyce to follow her lead. As Victoria approached the golden-armored guards, she was recognized by the men of Winterfell, and 2 horses galloped toward her. John, Sir Roderick Castle. Victoria exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her kin, the 3 steeds drawing closely together. John embraced Victoria from his mount, exclaiming, You cannot imagine how worried we were about you. His voice was filled with elation and disbelief. Victoria, equally moved, blurted out, Is everyone at home well? John gazed intently at her, relieved to see his sister unharmed and in good spirits. Yes, very well. The family has been quite anxious for you. When you went missing, many were sent out in search, but they could not find you. Bran and Sansa cried every day. Sansa's eyes were nearly ruined from weeping. Upon hearing this, Victoria was taken aback. How is Sansa now? John reassured her, You should worry about yourself instead. The maester treated her. Sansa is much better now. And you? Have you suffered any injuries while away? Victoria grasped his arm tightly, her smile radiant. Look, I am perfectly fine, thanks to James. Sir Roderick Castle, with his white hair and beard, had watched Victoria grow up. This clever and agile girl had long been regarded as his own child. His concern for her was no less than that of the Stark family. Hearing this, he interjected, It was that scoundrel who pursued you. How could he possibly show kindness? Victoria blinked, replying, People can change, Sir Roderick Castle. Indeed, it was he who saved me. Sir Roderick Castle, still somewhat apprehensive, asked, How is it that James Lannister sent us word? We hurriedly brought our men here. He is not a good man, a despicable kingslayer and oathsbreaker. Victoria briefly recounted the events, omitting certain details, and managed to appease Sir Roderick Castle, who pondered her explanation carefully. Victoria then turned to John, whose face radiated joy, his excitement unmistakable. He cautiously glanced at the golden-armored guards and lowered his voice, saying, The direwolves returned stealthily under the cover of night. A month and a half after your disappearance. We have been secretly nurturing them in the cellar. At the mention of the cellar, Victoria furrowed her brow. John, has father gone to King's Landing? John remained silent, and Victoria understood. Ned Stark must have departed with Sansa and Arya for King's Landing to assume the role of Hand of the King. Her tone was one of profound resignation. No one could defy the king's will. No one. Moreover, her father was honorable and loyal, having grown up alongside King Robert as brothers. Victoria sighed, casting aside her vexing thoughts. Jon and Jaime had gone to pursue the last remnants of House Targaryen, and their forces might prove insufficient. The Kingsguard would assist him. We should join them as well. Sir Roderick Castle swiftly interjected, My lady, you must listen to me. Victoria anticipated such a response. Sir Roderick said firmly, The Lannisters have saved you, yet they were the first to bear their fangs against you. The Stark family has always repaid kindness, and if you wish to aid him, we can procure additional forces. But that will only be for us, not for you. Victoria quickly countered, Sir Roderick, please, why can't you take me with you? I promise to be obedient and will not cause you any trouble. Sir Roderick remained unmoved. My lady, you must comply. Jon will escort you back with 100 men. The remaining forces will accompany me to support the Lannisters. Oh heavens, what am I doing? Who would have thought that one day we Starks would be aiding the Lions of the Westerlands instead of waging war against them? It is simply unfathomable. Victoria resorted to charming persuasion. Sir, please go. He saved me. He is my benefactor. For the sake of honor, it is our Stark duty. Hurry, he has saved me countless times. Reluctantly, the knight conceded, very well. I shall send men, but you absolutely cannot accompany us. There is no room for negotiation. You cannot risk your life again. Victoria was taken aback, wishing to persist. But despite her countless pleas, he remained resolute. Sir Roderick Castle was a man of great renown in Winterfell, deeply respected by House Stark for his unwavering loyalty. It seemed that direct appeals had failed. She would need to pursue a more covert approach. Victoria spent considerable time trying to persuade Jon, but to no avail, as even he was unwilling to assist her. In a secluded grove, she confided in Jaime her desire to stay for a few more days, citing several considerations. First, the immediate elimination of the Targaryen siblings would eradicate the threat posed by the Dragon Queen. After all, the birth of dragons would represent a formidable danger to the Seven Kingdoms. However, Victoria lacked the means for direct confrontation or assassination. She was not yet qualified for such endeavors. While serving as Maester to Viserys, she could have resorted to poison. But her condition for eliminating the Targaryens was to ensure her own safety. She did not wish to sacrifice her life like Janku attempting to assassinate the Chin King. If the opportunity arose to kill, it would be optimal. If not, safeguarding her own life was paramount. The Dragon Queen was indeed a threat to the Seven Kingdoms, and she need not become an anonymous martyr. This task had already been undertaken by Jaime and his forces. However, for the sake of caution, Victoria remained unsettled and yearned to rejoin the caravan. With Daenerys' trust, she sought to prevent the hatching of 3 dragons. The situation unfolded as follows. The Targaryens had united with Khal Drogo. Her act of saving Drogo's life was not born of innate altruism or reckless bravery, but rather a recognition that, had he not succumbed to an infected wound, he would have continued as the king of the Dothraki, a man who genuinely cherished his wife. Daenerys' brother, Viserys, driven by insatiable greed, sought to compel Drogo to pay the price for his bride, sending forth 100,000 soldiers to aid her in reclaiming the throne. Viserys grew increasingly reckless, even brandishing a sword at Daenerys' pregnant belly, which incited Drogo's wrath. Consequently, Drogo commanded his men to break Viserys' arm, then removed his own golden belt and melted it in the fire. He poured the molten gold upon Viserys' head, resulting in a fiery demise, bestowing upon him a crown of gold he had long coveted. True heirs of dragons are unafraid of fire. Yet Viserys could not withstand the trial. As Drogo's wound became infected, Daenerys misinterpreted the sacrifice of the Shadowbinder, leading to Drogo's fall from his horse. Unwilling to see her husband reduced to a mere shell of his former self, she smothered him with a pillow. During the cremation of Drogo, Daenerys approached the pyre bearing a wedding gift, 3 dragon eggs, seeking to join him in death. However, the following day, amidst the ashes, she hatched 3 dragons. In this world, dragons are invincible. Victoria, though not in her rightful position, was scheming to thwart their emergence. She wished to obliterate the 3 dragons at the outset, preventing these formidable weapons from resurfacing. Without the dragons, the world's magic would not be reborn. Deprived of magical nourishment, the White Walkers beyond the wall would remain dormant. The dragon eggs were a wondrous legend, nearly impossible to find, perhaps the last 3 in existence, and indestructible. To prevent the dragons from hatching, the sole method was to ensure they were never incubated. Should Drogo remain alive, Daenerys would have her support and would not ignite the fire of her soul, thus never birthing true dragons. Victoria meticulously contemplated that regardless of Drogo's presence, the 100,000 Dothraki warriors would always remain. Should Drogo perish, another capable Khal would inevitably rise to take his place, perhaps even Daenerys herself, wielding the might of 3 formidable dragons. In comparison, it would be prudent to preserve Drogo and mitigate their threat. Contrary to Victoria's thoughts, Jaime and his companions were oblivious to the future. Their objective was simply to eliminate the Targaryen siblings. Should they provoke Drogo's displeasure, they might resort to alliances or warfare. Regardless of others' attempts to hinder her, Victoria was determined to catch up with the Targaryen caravan. Besides the matter of the dragons, Victoria also found herself yearning for Missandei, believing that one must honor their word. She felt compelled to bring her out and explore all the markets together. The current situation unfolds as follows. Jaime, accompanied by 300 elite gold-armored guards, relentlessly pursues the 70-member Targaryen caravan. An additional 200 gold-armored guards and 500 Stark troops are poised to provide support. Victoria is set to be escorted back to King's Landing by Jon Snow, where she will reunite with her father. Perhaps upon the completion of this task, Jon Snow will take up the mantle of a Night's Watchman at the Wall. With a clever mind, Victoria concocts a plan to persuade Jon to allow her to seek out Jaime. Jon, on high alert, tightens his lips in a determined silence, resolute in not hearing any sound. "Jon, brother," Victoria calls out, her horse's reins firmly in her grasp, and she is abruptly pulled away. Yet, Jon remains silent, seemingly oblivious to her pleas. "Jon, Jaime is in grave danger. You must let me return," she implores, but he continues to ignore her. The horse, a magnificent creature adorned with a Lannister saddle, towers impressively, making Victoria appear at least a meter high while seated. A twinge of trepidation grips her as she glances down, aware that a fall could lead to serious injury. Nevertheless, thoughts of Jaime spur her on. She steels herself, closes her eyes, and leaps down. Jon, taken aback by her sudden action, swiftly catches her mid-air, demonstrating remarkable agility in securing this reckless individual. With adrenaline coursing through her veins and her heart racing, Victoria revels in her bravery. "I am quite remarkable, am I not? There are few noble ladies as capable as I." She lifts her chin with pride. "Jon, will you remain silent still?" In contrast to her exuberance, Jon appears more reserved, at a loss for how to respond, effectively ensnared by her resolve. Jon attempts to reason with Victoria, questioning her concerns. The Lannisters are renowned for their invincibility, seldom suffering defeat. With 500 elite soldiers and our additional 500, surely we can handle a mere 70-person caravan? He queries. "Are you intent on shaming him?" Victoria steadies her breath and replies earnestly, "I am aware of his prowess. But Jon, our challenges extend beyond this." She places a hand on Jon, adopting a calm demeanor as she begins to analyze the situation with the acumen of a seasoned strategist. First, Jaime faces not merely a caravan of 70, but the Dothraki horde of 100,000 horsemen. When he rescued me, the Targaryen caravan was already on the brink of entering Dothraki territory. Jon's brow furrows. This represents an unwinnable war unless the collective might of the Seven Kingdoms is summoned. Victoria inhales deeply, asserting, thus, Jaime must not put himself at risk. She takes several steadying breaths, striving to regain her composure. Second, Jaime has informed me that the governor of Pentos harbors treasonous intentions, representing a rebellion yet to be unmasked. Should we mobilize, those lurking in the shadows may also strike, ensnaring us in a deadly trap between two converging forces. Thirdly, were Daenerys Targaryen to wed Khal Drogo, she would hatch 3 dragons, invincible dragons. Jon's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, dragons. But they are extinct. They do not exist. Victoria insisted, "Jon, you know I never speak frivolously. The 100,000-strong horde is real. The shadowy hand behind the governor of Pentos is real, and the dragons are real. Jaime is in grave danger." Jon, utterly shocked, responded, "The Lannisters are madmen, absolute lunatics. Who would dare confront such an army with merely a few hundred men?" Victoria continued, "Thus, I shall send all our forces to support him. He never heeds my counsel. He believes this is all a matter for men." Jon, being a Stark, cared little for the fate of the Lannisters, yet he found himself in agreement with Jaime's sentiment. He asserted, "This is a man's affair. I will escort you to safety." Victoria's rage intensified. "Enough. Why do you all speak in such a manner? I spoke with Jaime about these difficulties yesterday. He knows everything. He is aware of the dangers, the death, and the formidable strength of our adversaries. Yet he merely told me, 'Enough, Victoria, I will take you back.' This is a man's matter." Overwhelmed by sudden emotion and stifled grievance, Victoria trembled with fury and helplessness, her breath coming in rapid bursts, her body shaking uncontrollably. Jon, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sorrow. He approached her and embraced her, murmuring, "I am sorry, Victoria." Victoria, in her despair, declared, "Let him seek his own demise. I shall signal Lord Roderick to bring our forces back. The death of the Lannister heir would greatly benefit us." As she spoke, Jon reached for the signal flare, but Victoria lunged to stop him. "Jon, I implore you." Jon, bewildered, asked, "Why? Why? Have you lost your senses, Victoria? That is an insurmountable foe. Why must we accompany the Lannisters to their doom? He sought to kill you. I do not understand your unwavering support for him. Let go of me." Victoria screamed, "I will never allow it. Jon, you cannot let him perish. You cannot recall the forces." Jon, exasperated, covered his head. "Victoria, you do not understand military strategy. You do not grasp the implications. 1,000 men can never defeat 100,000. It is impossible. Jaime Lannister is a fool, a self-destructive, arrogant fool. Victoria insisted. I do not comprehend. You men believe women understand nothing. Women are frail, pitiful, deemed worthless beyond their bodies and faces. Women are of no consequence. No man will heed a woman's words. Fathers ignore their daughters, marching to power. Husbands disregard their wives, facing a vast army. Brothers dismiss their sisters, allowing their brothers-in-law to perish on the battlefield. Tears streamed down Victoria's face. Women are powerless. I am a woman. I am not powerless. I cannot assist Jaime in battle. I possess no authority. I cannot mobilize troops. I am deemed valueless, and I cannot triumph without your aid and support. I am left with nothing but tears. A solitary woman overwhelmed by despair. Victoria, in her anguish, weeps uncontrollably, and Jon is struck by the intensity of her sorrow. A myriad of thoughts flood his mind. Yet he finds himself at a loss for words. I am sorry, Victoria. I never intended to cause you pain. You know that I love you. Victoria, despondent, sinks to the grass, and Jon joins her, drawing closer. I do not underestimate you. I recognize your profound knowledge and wisdom that belies your years. However, Victoria is acutely aware of the harsh reality. In this realm, power resides solely with men, and women must please them to attain wealth, status, and influence. Jon continues, Victoria, your courage and intellect surpass those of many men. You are exceptional, far superior to most. Yet, this is a battle doomed to fail. There is no need for us to sacrifice ourselves for a Lannister, for our adversary. Victoria counters, Jaime is not without strategy. He has prepared. He conveyed to me last night that we could ambush them before the Targaryen convoy meets with Khal Drogo. Jon scoffs, incredulous at the absurdity of her claim. How arrogant must a Lannister be to make such bold assertions? The convoy has been on the road for days ahead of us. What audacity do they possess to believe they can intercept them? In defense of Jaime, Victoria argues, he traveled 3 days to find me, covering a distance that would typically take half a month. Jon shakes her shoulder, urging her to see reason. You must be awake to the truth. He deceived you. We have tirelessly pursued news of you, and it has taken us this long to reach you. No one understands the hardships of this journey better than I do. The Lannisters are untrustworthy. Victoria, they are our foes. He will not deceive me. He never will, Victoria asserts, her gaze unwavering and resolute. He will not betray me, just as the sun and moon are eternally radiant. Jon cannot fathom how she can be so certain that someone could traverse half a month's journey in merely 3 days. Victoria, he is deceiving you, a common trick employed by men. Moreover, why would he risk so much? It is utterly preposterous. No one would take such a perilous chance. He wishes to save me. Victoria's eyes shine with determination, fixed firmly ahead. Save you? Jon struggles to comprehend. To risk his life for your rescue? On what grounds? Not long ago, he sought to kill you, nearly slaying our 7 dire wolves. He is a malevolent murderer. He loves me. Victoria grows increasingly tranquil, her eyes shimmering like stars on water. People can change, Jon. He loves me now, and his love will endure. Jon is bewildered by Victoria's unwavering conviction, left momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Victoria asserts herself, gradually taking command of the conversation. Jon, we must help him. Come with me. Jon had yet to process the overwhelming information. He was at a loss for words, even uttering nonsensical claims of love for her. Victoria, however, remained composed and fearless, gazing at him with unwavering courage. Jon struggled to digest such an immense revelation, insisting that she must leave immediately. I shall escort you back to Winterfell to tend to your mind. It is not I who will accompany you to King's Landing, but rather you who will join me in rescuing Jaime. Victoria exuded the aura of a queen. Jon found it difficult to accept that against 100,000 foes, their presence would be utterly futile, merely cannon fodder. Jon, she countered, those devoid of wisdom and courage indeed become mere pawns. However, we are different. The outcome is determined by our actions. Come, mount your horse, and let us seek them out. Jon, feeling utterly defeated, struggled to find a counterargument to her reasoning. His thoughts were chaotic, and he could only manage to utter, Victoria, why would you assist him, a regicide, a Lannister, an enemy of House Stark, merely because he once saved you? Victoria had already mounted her horse, turning its head resolutely as she proclaimed with pride, he has saved me on several occasions. If it were merely a matter of gratitude, Ser Roderick Castle would have already gone. He would do his utmost. You need not risk your life. Jon's words were cut short by Victoria's declaration. I love him, and thus I shall risk my life to save him, just as he loves me and risked his life to save me. An extended silence enveloped them, akin to the vast earth that remains mute while the mountains bear witness to the love between these two individuals. With that, Victoria spurred her horse into a gallop. Jon had no choice but to follow suit, chasing after her. As for their strategy, how should they plan? Khal Drogo commanded over 100,000 Dothraki cavalry at the easternmost point, and it was imperative that they avoid any confrontation. The Targaryen siblings' caravan was swiftly approaching, nearly entering Drogo's territory, closely followed by Jaime and his 300 elite Kingsguard. A considerable distance lay between them and Victoria's 200 Kingsguard and 500 Stark cavalry. Finally, there were Victoria and Jon Snow on their 2 horses, having separated from the main force and trailing behind. If Jaime could successfully intercept the Targaryen siblings without encountering Drogo's vast army, it would be a remarkable victory. Victoria was not a warrior. Killing a chicken would be a challenge for her. Although Jon was skilled with a sword, his priority lay in safeguarding Victoria's safety rather than engaging in battle. Jaime had already sped far ahead, venturing deeper into Targaryen territory. Considering the realities of the situation and her own physical limitations, Victoria knew she could not match Jaime's pace on horseback. Thus, her mission alongside Jon Snow was not to engage in frontline combat, but to provide support from the rear. Jaime's pursuit was fraught with peril. Should the Targaryens dispatch scouts to contact Drogo or be discovered by his reconnaissance, it would spell disaster. Victoria's mission was to sever the ties between the 2 parties and delay the Targaryen convoy, buying a precious moment for Jaime. However, this was Westeros, a realm governed by knights and swords, a time where messages were conveyed by ravens. Victoria had no means to transport herself to the convoy. How she wished for a dragon. With a slight scoff, she mused, I am a descendant of dragons. Surely, I can do something for Jaime. How could she compel them to halt? The reasons could be divided into 2 categories: inability to leave and unwillingness to depart. Inability encompassed illness and injury, Jaime's responsibility. It also included inclement weather, heavy rains, hail, or unfavorable climatic conditions, all of which could be dismissed. Natural disasters, such as flooding, earthquakes, or landslides blocking the roads, were also to be ruled out. Additionally, the presence of ferocious beasts could be disregarded due to unsuitable conditions. Unwillingness, however, branched into numerous factors. Fear of danger ahead. The Dothraki were barbarous and terrifying, could deter them, yet Viserys relied on them for reclaiming his throne, especially with the black-clad men sent by the governor of Pentos. Reluctance could not be realized without a reason to linger. What could entice the convoy to hesitate, even momentarily? It was not necessary for them to remain indefinitely. A brief delay would suffice to grant Jaime a bit more time and lessen the peril he faced. How would the Targaryens come to know of this? How could the information be communicated? Victoria pondered relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Targaryen convoy continued its predetermined course. Daenerys sat in a swaying carriage, gazing at her groaning brother, Viserys. His bare torso was marred by grievous, inflamed wounds. A wave of sorrow washed over Daenerys. Yet she felt powerless. She turned to Missandei. Is there any medicine left from Victoria? Missandei hesitated, producing half a vial. Upon seeing it, Daenerys' heart sank. Is this all that remains? Missandei nodded. Yes, your grace. This is all we have. Victoria's words fell silent in her mind. Daenerys sighed, reflecting on the unforeseen misfortunes of their expedition. The 2 women sat in silence. Missandei sighed softly, lamenting the fate of such a fine young woman who had ventured out to gather herbs and had not returned. She had often spoken of taking Missandei to explore the markets of King's Landing, Winterfell, and Casterly Rock. Do you know how to prepare the medicine? Did Victoria teach you? Daenerys inquired. Missandei nodded. She taught me several times, but I could not master it. Daenerys called for the captain of the guards. How far are we from Drogo's territory? The captain contemplated before responding. Perhaps 2 days, your grace. Daenerys applied the scant remaining medicine to Viserys' wounds, covering only a fraction of the injuries, leaving many deep fissures exposed. With a heavy sigh, she instructed, ride to Drogo and seek aid. Be sure to bring back more medicine. The captain of the guards accepted the command and departed. Left with nothing to do, Daenerys and Missandei sat despondently in the carriage. Daenerys inquired of Missandei whether she missed her. Missandei gazed at the carriage roof, replying in the negative. Daenerys, taken aback, expressed her astonishment. I assumed you would. Your Highness, Missandei replied, gently touching her face and taking a deep breath. One becomes accustomed to it. Everyone in your life, be they kin or companion, will inevitably depart, and such departures are never unexpected. I once had parents and siblings, yet they have passed on. I had a beloved, who chose another, and after much difficulty, I found a friend who accepted me despite my status as a slave. Yet, even he has succumbed to death. Daenerys yearned to console her, yet the pain resonated deeply within her, for her only remaining kin, Viserys, lay gravely injured and on the brink of death. echoing Missandei's own losses. Why is the world so cruel? Missandei offered her a bag of water, reiterating. One becomes accustomed to it. The carriage swayed incessantly, and Viserys' condition deteriorated, devoid of rest and care. Reluctantly, Daenerys commanded the caravan to halt prematurely. They set up camp to prepare supper as dusk descended, the sun gradually sinking. As night enveloped them, Missandei served Daenerys a bowl of mutton soup. They exchanged idle conversation, though Daenerys remained fraught with worry and anxiety. She feared becoming wed to the savages of the plains, yet felt utterly powerless. They silently gazed into the flames, lost in thought. "Good heavens, Your Highness, look at the sky!" Missandei exclaimed suddenly, dropping her bowl and pointing upwards. "What are those shimmering objects?" Daenerys stood in astonishment. "How beautiful!" The other guards and slaves of the caravan also looked on in wonder. The vastness of the plains stretched before them, the night as dark as ink. Continuously, glimmering stars floated through the sky. "God, how can the stars move? They seem to draw closer to us," Missandei gasped in disbelief. Daenerys, transfixed by the multitude of stars, remarked to Missandei, "Look, that appears to be a cage." Missandei stepped aside, confirming the sight. An increasing number of lanterns drifted down from the heavens, initially numbering in the hundreds, but soon cascading continuously. "Sir, draw nearer and assist me in bringing one down. I wish to see it clearly." Daenerys' eyes remained fixed on the cage, unblinking. Meanwhile, the stars danced in the night sky, and earlier than Daenerys, Jaime spotted them while in a fit of rage. He drew his sword, raising it to strike Commander Joyce, bellowing, "I entrusted you with her safe return, and what have you done? You left her alone on the plains? How dare you? How dare you?" Joyce, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, knelt with a strained expression, replying, "My lord, you are my master. Your safety is my mission." Jaime roared, "I commanded you to protect Victoria, yet you abandoned her, leaving her on the plains." Joyce insisted, "I believe your life is of greater significance than Miss Stark's. You are the honor and heir of House Lannister. As more content is being loaded, please be patient. This site is accessible only via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features of your browser, or copy the URL to read it in another browser." Jaime was fiercely determined. Her life was my life. She was no longer Miss Stark. She would bear the name Lannister. Sir Joyce sensed impending doom, sweat streaming down his face, his throat constricting, his voice quavering. Kneeling upright, he proclaimed in a sorrowful and desolate tone, "My lord, I pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Aware that I have failed to fulfill your task, I deserve death. Should you choose to end my life, I shall utter no word of protest. Yet, allow me to follow you in this pursuit. I shall take my own life in atonement, dying without regret." Jaime's blade descended with brutal intent, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. "You fool! Do you think I hesitate to slay you?" But at that critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the tension. The Stark forces had arrived, led by Ser Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, an expert of unparalleled skill. He seized his crossbow and, with precision, shot an arrow directly between Jaime and Joyce, its tip embedding forcefully into the hard ground, the fletching still vibrating ominously. Indeed, the masterful blade had not dulled with age. With the arrival of outsiders, Jaime reluctantly lowered his sword. "Who are you?" he demanded, his tone harsh and confrontational, his eyes glinting with icy menace. Ser Roderick Castle sat firmly upon his horse. "My Lord Lannister, I thank you for aiding my lady. She commanded us to come to her assistance." While his words were courteous, his tone was stiff, betraying his displeasure and discomfort. Stark supporting Lannisters? Such an unprecedented occurrence. Merely refraining from exploiting the situation would suffice, had the Starks not been gracious. Ser Roderick Castle would never have ventured into this murky affair. He would have preferred to see the Lannister heir perish on the fringes of the Empire, in a place unknown to all, or to suffer a serious misstep. Jaime cared not for the title of knight. He charged directly at Ser Roderick Castle, aiming his sword at the horse's head. The steed, startled, reared back, evading the dreadful point of Jaime's blade. "Rather than assisting me, I believe your lady requires protection," he declared, his voice like shards of ice, unmistakably accusatory. Ser Roderick Castle attempted to maintain his haughty demeanor, yet the frightened horse moved erratically, rendering him somewhat ridiculous and awkward. "It is my lady who commanded my presence. Otherwise, do you think we would have rushed here? You must not indulge her whims." "Who is beside her?" Ser Roderick Castle retorted fiercely, "My esteemed pupil, the lady's brother, Jon Snow. That illegitimate offspring? I hope he proves useful." "He is not an inconsequential weakling," Jaime thought, feeling somewhat reassured. Do not be foolish. If you refuse to show gratitude, then we shall take our leave. Sir Roderick Castle was filled with indignation. Was he to heed the commands of the Lannisters? The tensions between the two parties were on the verge of eruption when suddenly, Sir Joyce, kneeling on the ground, exclaimed, "My lord, look to the heavens." The night sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. As the wind from the west swept across the grassy plains, Jaime tightened his handsome brow. This was no natural phenomenon, for the stars appeared to form a pattern. With that, Jaime seized the bow and crossbow from Sir Roderick Castle's grasp. "Hey, you rascal!" Sir Roderick, now empty-handed, was incensed. Upon glancing again, he saw Jaime poised and focused. Suddenly, with a sharp twang, the bowstring released a silver streak into the night sky. With a soft thud, a star fell in a graceful arc. The golden-armored guards hastily rode towards where it landed, and in a moment, returned swiftly. Dismounting, they knelt before Jaime, presenting an object they held. Jaime accepted it, scrutinizing it in silence. Sir Roderick Castle also examined it closely. "Strange," he remarked. "What is this? The sigil of House Targaryen? Could there truly be a surviving member of the Targaryen lineage?" At this pronouncement, the Golden Guards and Stark soldiers erupted into a flurry of whispers, their discussions rippling like the wind across a field of wheat, creating waves of intrigue. What? Wasn't House Targaryen extinguished? Indeed, how could there still be remnants of their influence? If not a Targaryen, who would dare risk their life to inscribe such messages? Yes, it must be a Targaryen. Jaime remained silent, examining the lantern-like object in detail. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Under the glow of the torchlight, he abruptly raised his head and issued a decisive command. "Mount up, advance at full speed." The murmurs ceased as if they had never existed. They were Jaime's elite, disciplined, and orderly. 500 men mounted swiftly, executing the maneuver as one. Sir Joyce, kneeling, dared not move. "My lord, allow me to serve you." Jaime strode past him, declaring, "Once this matter is concluded, bring me their heads." Sir Joyce shouted in excitement, swiftly donning his helmet and mounting his steed. Jaime, accompanied by the fully assembled Golden Guards, rode forth like a radiant spirit, vanishing into the darkness, heading east. Sir Roderick Castle, witnessing the Lannister ranks now in formation, swallowed hard. "Brothers, we must follow." 1,000 men surged forth, a formidable tide. Meanwhile, Victoria stood at the edge of the cliff, having released her final offering. Her eyes brimmed with hope as she watched the shimmering objects drift away on the breeze. Unable to fly herself, she realized that only the wind and light could carry her intentions afar. She could not produce a great sound, so she devised a plan to create a kite. Returning to daylight, Victoria spoke to Jon. "I wish to make a kite." "What is that?" "A framework crafted from delicate bamboo, adorned with the image of a dragon or the sigil of House Targaryen. Let us release it into the wind." Jon contemplated that we had no better alternative, so let it be. We shall venture to the nearby village to gather materials. Victoria, still deep in thought upon her steed, interjected, "No, Jon. What is the matter? Is there an issue with this plan?" Victoria anxiously replied, "It will soon be dark, and once the sun sets, neither the patterns nor the kites will be visible. If we launch them, they will serve no purpose in distracting or attracting attention." Jon felt disheartened, yet observing Victoria's disappointment, he reassured her, "It's all right, Victoria, you have already done enough. There are many matters beyond our control." However, Victoria could not find solace. Each additional effort she made represented a glimmer of hope, an added layer of safety for Jaime. She could not relent. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. "Instead of kites, let us craft sky lanterns." "What are those?" Jon inquired. "When we arrive at the village, I shall demonstrate," she replied. Victoria and Jon returned to the village of the Blue-Eyed Gavin, where she rang bells and beat drums, summoning all. Approximately 50 ragged villagers, like wandering souls, gradually assembled. Standing atop a makeshift platform, Victoria seized all of Jon's silver moons and golden dragons, scattering them upon the ground. Instantly, the villagers shed their earlier fatigue, surging forward to collect the coins. "Goodness, this is money. After all these years, I finally see real currency. Step aside, this is mine. Get your filthy feet off my money. Hurry, grab it. It's money," having been exploited by past forces too many times. The villagers were now frantically scrambling for the unexpected bounty. Victoria, summoning all her strength, shouted, "Stop. Everyone, cease your chaos and follow my instructions. Produce something, and the remaining coins shall belong to you." The villagers' eyes gleamed with greed, fixated intently on the bulging pouch in Victoria's hand. Thus, Victoria gathered materials and crafted the first sky lantern. Though the villagers were clumsy, The allure of profit spurred them to swiftly replicate the model, producing lantern after lantern. Victoria dispatched others to procure fuel and wicks in preparation for ignition. As each batch was completed, it was launched into the night. With over 50 participants working efficiently, Victoria hurriedly assigned some to continue the search for materials. Heavenly Providence, let the winds blow eastward tonight. Even if the chances are but 1 in 100. She resolved to give it her all. The more lanterns released, the greater the likelihood that one would capture the attention of House Targaryen's caravan. The heavens did not forsake the diligent. Unbeknownst to Victoria, the winds, steady and unyielding, carried countless sky lanterns eastward. Daenerys and her companions gazed up at the sky in rapt wonder. Beneath the deep black sky, occasional shades of dark blue emerged. Yet now they were illuminated by a golden river of light. The heavens shimmered with countless stars, their golden radiance enchanting the serpent folk, who had never beheld such a wondrous spectacle. Some maidens knelt in prayer to the 7 gods above, believing this to be a divine revelation. The brightness in the sky appeared to move slowly, yet it surged toward the caravan with a rapidity that defied comprehension. Occasionally, stars fell like fiery comets, crashing to the ground. Many of their lights extinguished mid-fall, but in the vast expanse, for every star that plummeted, 100 rose to take its place. The night remained aglow, as though a golden bridge had sprung forth from the sky. The lanterns of Kongming swayed gently, easily passing over the galloping golden-armored guards, drifting with the wind until they reached the Targaryen convoy. Daenerys gazed at the luminous lantern in disbelief, tears shimmering in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. She clutched the lantern and rushed to find Viserys. "Brother, awaken! Look, our kin, our kin!" A wave of unparalleled joy surged within her. She had thought herself bereft of everything, yet here were others of her bloodline, searching for them. "Brother, you are saved. You are saved." Daenerys burst forth from the carriage, her excitement palpable. "Follow my command, turn around, and head towards the stars." The others, unable to defy her orders, reluctantly rose from their weary state to pack up. Only Missandei remained, her brow furrowed in deep unease as she hid behind a rock. She picked up a lantern, scrutinizing it closely, her heart racing with each detail. The lanterns bore intricate designs, family crests, and the name Targaryen. How reminiscent this was of the handwriting Victoria had taught her. A mix of terror and elation surged through Missandei. Victoria was alive. This revelation nearly brought tears to her eyes. Thank the gods, Victoria had not perished. Yet, if Victoria lived, what was her true identity? She must be extraordinary. This shocking realization sent waves of unease through Missandei, despite her inability to fully grasp the situation. Her tumultuous upbringing had endowed her with a keen sense of danger. With so many lanterns and the enigma surrounding Victoria's identity, something was amiss. The Targaryen caravan, filled with jubilance, set off toward the direction from which the lanterns came. Missandei's heart was in turmoil, and the camp was in disarray. As a woman who had bartered her body for protection, she found herself amidst the vast plains. She sensed something was off about Victoria and hesitated to follow the caravan. Yet, if she remained behind alone, how would she survive? Caught in a dilemma with time slipping away, Missandei recalled her first encounter with Victoria. There was something distinctly different about her. Victoria's sudden disappearance and the subsequent release of so many lanterns left Missandei uncertain of friend or foe, safety or peril. An instinctual chill crept up her spine, a warning that resonated deep within her. Shivering, she resolved to flee without further contemplation. Missandei prepared to escape amidst the chaos, feigning to gather her belongings as she gradually made her way to the edge of the camp, moving ever further away. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, she leapt into a small stream, concealing herself in the reeds. The water was teeming with mosquitoes, their bites inflicting both pain and itchiness, causing her to break out in welts. Yet, she remained silent, not daring to move. Soon, the caravan began its retreat as per Daenerys' instructions. Once she could no longer see them, Missandei let out a sigh of relief and slowly emerged from her hiding place. The cumbersome Targaryen caravan began to inch forward, while Jaime and his men swiftly approached. The distance between the two forces diminished. Meanwhile, Daenerys reveled in the thrill of finding her kin, lost in dreams of joyous reunion. The golden light above continued to shimmer, guiding her toward its source, oblivious to the fact that scouts dispatched by Jaime had already taken note of their presence. In the cover of darkness, the golden-armored guards stealthily returned with the news. Upon receiving the message, Jaime directed his men to conceal themselves within the woods, lying in wait for their prey. The lights in the sky persisted, drifting slowly overhead, moving toward the eastern plains. Closer and closer. The unwieldy Targaryen caravan unwittingly fell into the trap set by Jaime, blind to the 500 lions and 500 wolves lying in ambush within the woods. Like innocent lambs led to slaughter, the unsuspecting sheep wandered into the jaws of the beasts. Ser Roderick Castle lay hidden in the underbrush, raising his right hand to signal the order, but Jaime restrained him. "Wait a moment, I want to ensure absolute certainty." Roderick, feeling a surge of frustration, yearned to curse. But knowing the gravity of the situation, he suppressed his ire. He had fought battles all his life. When had it ever been the case that a young man dictated his actions? Yet, prioritizing the greater good, Ser Roderick swallowed his displeasure. Jaime's gaze was intensely focused, his pupils unwavering, fixated on the front, for a lion's hunt relies heavily on speed and strength. Suddenly, before Roderick could comprehend the unfolding events, a flash of gold darted past to his left, followed by 20 or so golden figures. The foremost was the swiftest, while those behind lagged slightly, revealing their humanity. As he scrutinized the leading light, he realized it had already engaged in battle. In a fierce confrontation, Jaime, accompanied by a dozen men, charged toward the Targaryen caravan. The remaining 400 golden guards appeared utterly oblivious, as steadfast as a mountain, remaining motionless. Roderick spat in disbelief, having underestimated this young man. He had thought the Lannisters relied solely on the aging lion Tywin, unaware that capable successors had emerged, training the ranks so adeptly. With a cautious expression, Jaime swiftly closed the distance to the caravan, and, with the aid of his galloping steed, he severed ahead with a single stroke. Wherever Jaime fought, a path of blood was carved. Soon, more than 10 golden guards arrived, their efficiency unmatched, the sound of bodies hitting the ground echoing continuously. The screams of the caravan's occupants, filled with fear and pleas for mercy, erupted momentarily before fading into silence. As James's warhorse approached the carriage, the caravan of over 70 men lay lifeless. Perched upon his towering steed, blood fresh and warm stained his body. Glimmering like molten gold, he appeared as a fearsome specter risen from the depths of hell. He exhaled a cloud of heated breath. Within the carriage, sobs echoed. James rode closer, parting the fabric curtain with his sword. Daenerys huddled in a corner, cradling the unconscious and wounded Viserys, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a cruel smile, James remarked, "My princess, we meet again." He then dismounted with agility. Daenerys, in a frenzy of despair, screamed, "Do not come closer. Do not come closer." Yet, James paid her no heed. Grasping one of Viserys' legs, he yanked the hapless man from the carriage. Daenerys, bereft of dignity, wept uncontrollably. "Brother, brother." She threw herself upon him, recalling how he had beaten and berated her, even bartering her as a commodity to call Drogo as his wife. "Let him go. Let him go. Brother, who will help me? Who will help me?" How powerless she felt. This delicate woman, on the brink of collapse, facing the grim Reaper, sword dripping with blood, drawing ever nearer, while she found herself utterly defenseless. "Victoria, Missandei, Victoria, Missandei, where are you? Save me. Victoria, where are you?" James raised an eyebrow. "Be silent. Do not invoke her name in this moment." Daenerys pleaded, "You are of House Lannister, once a member of my father's Kingsguard. You cannot do this. You cannot kill us. I beg you, spare us." James remained unmoved, advancing relentlessly. With no escape and no strategy left, she commanded, "I order you to leave at once." James crouched before her. "Your father, the great mad King Aerys Targaryen, once commanded me in a similar manner." He appeared lost in the haunting memories of the past. He sought not only to strip me of my birthright, but to annihilate House Lannister entirely. He demanded I bring him my father's head. My father, Tywin Lannister, was his longtime friend and a brother in arms, serving as his devoted hand for over a decade. Yet, what did it yield? Daenerys had never heard this tale, her fear intensifying. "So it is true," James replied, "I killed your father." Daenerys roared in fury, "You are a reviled regicide, a despicable oath breaker. You deserve to die. You deserve to die? I curse you. I curse you to a wretched fate." James was unfazed, even managing a chuckle. "Speak as you wish." Daenerys' mind began to cloud, her coherent thoughts dissolving into a primal roar. "I curse you. All those you love shall perish in your embrace. Your father, siblings, lovers, children, everyone shall die. Your wife shall be taken by all." Before Daenerys could finish her words, a sudden force knocked her aside, blood spilling from her mouth. Yet no one came to her aid. James's countenance darkened as he vehemently declared, "You have gone too far, Targaryen." This undoubtedly provoked him. Consequently, before Daenerys, James unsheathed his sword and struck down fiercely. The impact left Daenerys momentarily stunned, her soul seemingly departing from her body. kneeling before her. James offered a malevolent smile as he presented her with a warm object. The Mad King demanded my father's head, which I could not procure. So I present to you your brother's head instead. Are you satisfied, my princess? The one you loved lies dead within your embrace. A Lannister always pays his debts. Daenerys appeared as if her nerves had been frayed, her expression twisted in horror as she gazed downward. The weight of Viserys' lifeless body pinned her legs, and blood gushed from his neck like an ocean, saturating her garments. She was engulfed in the warmth, as if bathing in a spring fed by her brother's blood. In her hands, she held his head, the long, silvery hair stained crimson, half-shorn. The roundness of her brother's head rested in her grasp. In a state of overwhelming shock, Daenerys' cries reverberated across the fields, echoing through the night and startling the birds and insects. James seemed to harbor a flicker of remorse, stating flatly, "It seems I may have overstepped." He then turned away, walking from Daenerys. On this desolate plain, he stood alone, and as he turned towards the woods, the gold-clad guards busied themselves with the aftermath, severing the heads of all. For this was the honor of House Lannister. In the woods, Ser Roderick Castle witnessed the scene in utter disbelief. The world condemned James, once the youngest member of the Kingsguard, revered by the crown. Yet, he had betrayed his oath by slaying the Mad King, leading to his disdain among the populace. However, Ser Roderick had never comprehended the deeper intricacies of the situation. The Mad King had commanded his son to bring him his father's head. And that son was a brother who had been a steadfast ally for years, cornering House Lannister into a desperate position. With a sigh, Ser Roderick lamented, "Is this not the essence of the Mad King? Truly a wretched lunatic. Which son would dare to slay his own father?" As James approached, Ser Roderick's perception of him shifted considerably, struck by the young man's formidable prowess. Indeed, he was one of the most notable figures in all the Seven Kingdoms. No longer could he rely on age alone. Ser Roderick ventured to suggest that the slaying of men and slaves sufficed, but what of women? James inhaled deeply, replying, "I do not kill women, though she is indeed detestable. The one he loved lay dead in his arms. His wife would be." With a fierce blow, James struck a tree, splintering its bark. He resolved that he would never allow Victoria to come to harm. Let the king deal with this loathsome woman. He would not be the one to deliver the final blow. Ser Roderick Castle nodded, affirming that this indeed epitomized the spirit and conduct of a knight. Jaime, seemingly affronted, wryly remarked that he was no knight. He was branded as the Kingslayer and Oathbreaker. Ser Roderick Castle sighed, reflecting on the heavy psychological burden in a realm that so deeply values honor. The world saw only Jaime's act of regicide, never inquiring into the reasons behind it. Jaime appeared somewhat numb, indifferent to the opinions of others. He merely noted the count of the fallen. Contrary to what Victoria had informed me, 2 individuals were unaccounted for. They were likely sent forth on reconnaissance or seeking aid from the savage Drogo. Jaime gazed at the lanterns in the sky. The encirclement had concluded. Yet the floating lanterns drifted away, irretrievable. The array of lanterns continued to hover in the heavens, journeying eastward, in the direction they pursued. There had once been Jaime's forces in pursuit, as well as a Targaryen caravan, yet the lanterns were indifferent to the sentiments of men, following their natural course, steadfastly heading eastward, towards Drogo's domain. Jaime addressed Ser Roderick Castle. The knight, captivated by the lanterns, snapped back to attention upon hearing Jaime's voice, adopting a serious demeanor to listen intently. There remained a fierce battle ahead. "Are you interested?" Ser Roderick Castle hesitated, reasoning that having slain the Targaryen son and captured the daughter was sufficient. They could withdraw without encountering Drogo's men, as such a meeting posed excessive risk. Jaime, contemplating the flames, posed a question. "If your wife were taken from you, what would you do?" Ser Roderick Castle squared his shoulders, resolutely declaring that he would spare no effort to reclaim her. Jaime nodded. This mirrored his own sentiment. Drogo's wife had been cut down by their hands, and he would not rest easily. Ser Roderick Castle pondered the 100,000 Dothraki warriors and urged caution, noting that it was merely a betrothal and not a marriage. Thus, Drogo would not unleash his full wrath, likely sending only a few hundred to assist. Jaime's gaze was sharp as a sword, striking to the heart of the matter. Ser Roderick Castle struggled to accept this. The Dothraki were famed for their valor, and should one of their own be harmed, they would seek vengeance. The Lannisters never feared. While the world exalted the Dothraki to mythical heights, Jaime was determined to experience their prowess firsthand. Ser Roderick Castle lamented his own age, recognizing the audacity of youth. "My primary objective is not the Dothraki, but rather the disruption of their plans." Ser Roderick Castle inhaled deeply, inquiring if there were others involved. Whose influence was at play? Jaime unsheathed his sword, admiring the gleaming blade, the black-clad figure before him. The culprits remained unidentified for now, but they had conspired with the Dothraki and had shown disrespect towards Victoria, impeding my pursuit of the Targaryens. Jaime's blade glimmered ominously as he thrust it forward. They had imprisoned Victoria in the dungeon for far too long. I could not swallow this affront. Sir Roderick Castle, seeing the situation was irretrievable, resolutely declared, "My Lord Lannister, I come in the name of the lady to offer my support and am willing to cooperate with you to the fullest." Jaime nodded in satisfaction and turned to depart. That evening, the lions and the wolves encamped together, capturing wild game for sustenance and scouring the area for ample provisions to last a week before resting upon their arms, assigning sentinels to maintain watch. Amidst the chaos, Mira Sand began to slip away into the stream, avoiding the advance of the caravan and thus evading a fierce conflict that could have claimed her life. Yet, she still faced peril as a solitary woman. How could she survive in the vast wilderness? Starving and parched, after a day of travel, she collapsed to the ground. Just as she believed she would perish in this desolate expanse, a pair of bare male feet halted before her. Rough hands seized her, and she found herself surrounded by a throng of primitive Dothraki warriors. Terrified, Mira knew the Dothraki were savage and bloodthirsty, indifferent to the lives of captives. Meanwhile, Ser Jorah Mormont, accompanied by 500 Dothraki riders and carrying the healing supplies requested by Daenerys for her wounded brother, sought to rescue this future Khaleesi of the plains. However, something seemed amiss. Ser Jorah began conversing in Dothraki, but the tribesmen were exceedingly irritable. Where are they? He wondered, his gaze fixed upon Mira, who appeared to be on the verge of divulging something. Before he could finish his thought, a Dothraki warrior pressed a curved blade to her throat, capturing her. "My lord, they abandoned me. When they broke camp, I could not keep pace and lost sight of them," Mira explained. Ser Jorah approached, pressing for information on which direction they had taken. Summoning all her strength, she pointed westward, towards the place where the stars drifted in the sky. Ser Jorah recalled the strange phenomena he had witnessed a few nights prior and relayed this to the Dothraki, securing Mira's safety. Why did the caravan not continue as agreed but instead retreat? He inquired. Mira covered her face, peering through her fingers as she replied, "My lord, I do not know." Though she did not recognize the Targaryen sigil upon the lantern, she sensed the lurking danger and seized the opportunity to distance herself from the caravan. "Very well, then we shall pursue them," Ser Jorah affirmed, turning to communicate with the Dothraki riders in their tongue. The warriors, mounted on their towering black steeds, glared with ill intent as they brandished their curved blades. "No, ahead lies the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. We do not venture there," they retorted. "What shall we do then?" Ser Jorah countered. The opposing warriors faltered, while they could not travel there. The Targaryen princess must be brought back as the Khaleesi of the plains. Ser Jorah concluded that it would indeed be inappropriate to infringe upon the borders, suggesting they send scouts ahead to track the caravan and dispatch a messenger to the governor of Pentos. The imposing call Kaya grunted, urging his men to act. Several Dothraki warriors sprang into action. Missandei, striving to rise slowly, faced Ser Jorah and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for his rescue. Jorah offered her a flask of water. Prompting a smile from her, she desired more, and he presented her with a piece of dry bread. As the horsemen were dispatched, news returned slowly, and the Dothraki began to set up camp. Kaya took a few swigs from a horn of wine, growing somewhat bored as he surveyed his surroundings. They took notice of the attractive woman and approached her with ill intentions. Missandei, seized by them, pleaded, "Oh, lords, I have become separated from my caravan. I am the most cherished handmaiden of the princess. I beg you, do not harm me." She caught sight of the guard sent for assistance by Daenerys, her only acquaintance. Quickly, she clung to him, brushing her chest against his leg. "Please, my lord, help me. I can give you what you desire." Jorah watched the scene with an impassive expression. The guard, still thinking himself a man of importance due to his association with the princess and the governor of Pentos, smirked at the Dothraki with misplaced confidence. The Dothraki exchanged knowing glances, suddenly revealing mocking smiles, dismounted, and with a swift swing of their curved blades, charged at the guard, leaving him cold and lifeless, blood splattering across Missandei. The guard collapsed, rendered immobile. The situation shifted dramatically. Missandei's face turned pale with fear as she crouched low, scrambling away from the chaos. Not far into her escape, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, yanked upright by someone, her scalp tearing with agony. A Dothraki warrior laughed heartily, and others joined in, their legs bent as they stretched their arms back in a display of brutish strength, muscles bulging, aggression radiating. Witnessing their comrade capture the woman, they surged forward with excitement, engaging in a fierce scuffle reminiscent of primal contests for dominance on the plains. Missandei, overwhelmed, found herself tossed from one man's grip to another, receiving numerous blows that left her disheveled. Ser Jorah, seemingly unfazed, recognized the Dothraki's brutality and their propensity for infighting as commonplace. Missandei remained ensnared in the perilous fray, consumed by terror. Suddenly, she spotted another individual, appearing somewhat civilized, and cried out, "My lord, please save me, I beg of you." Jorah heard her plea and, noticing the large, dark hands of the Dothraki ripping at her garments, hesitated before stepping forward, sheathing his sword. He refrained from speaking, knowing that barbarians do not heed counsel when consumed by rage. Otherwise, they would not be barbarians. Jorah plunged into the fray, first dragging Missandei to safety. The savage warriors, some engrossed in their brawls, others pursued the pair. "Hey, you scoundrel! Do you comprehend the consequences of stealing from the Dothraki? They have never regarded women as equals. I am aware that Jorah is now adrift here, existing on the fringes of the Dothraki tribe." A handful of warriors laughed heartily. "Yet you still refuse to return our belongings." Missandei's forehead has been bloodied, a crimson streak marking her skin. With tear-filled eyes, she cowers behind, trembling as she cries out, "Sir Knight, I implore you to save me. He is going to kill me." The fate that awaits Missandei in their grasp is all too evident. Jorah hesitates, as he is not embraced by the mainstream. He has long been in exile, and he has finally found a place that is willing to accept him. Missandei clutches the hem of his garment tightly, pleading fervently. He clenches his fist and states, "You cannot act recklessly. She is a handmaiden to the Targaryen princess and can assist us in locating the caravan. If we do not find the princess, Khal Drogo will not spare you." The mere thought of the renowned Khal instills a hint of trepidation in the Dothraki warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Jorah employs his persuasive eloquence, skillfully coercing them to depart. "Very well, my lady. May I be released now?" Missandei reluctantly relinquishes the corner of the garment she had clutched so tightly. She steals a glance at him, though Missandei's head bleeds. Medicine is scarce and precious. Jorah refrains from administering any healing salve, as such remedies are reserved for the nobility, with slaves not included in their consideration. Jorah's own supply of ointment is nearly depleted, forcing him to prioritize his own needs. Missandei harbors no resentment and does not expect to receive any medical attention. Jorah's intervention on her behalf is commendable enough. She cannot be so audacious as to ask for more. Without a backward glance, Jorah turns to depart, but Missandei, feeling vulnerable alone, follows closely behind. The Dothraki number around 300, and with a language barrier between them and the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Ser Jorah Mormont takes on the role of their translator. Ser Jorah has a lamentable history of his own. He is the heir of House Mormont, and the Boltons, Starks, Flint, Manderley, and Mormonts have all sworn fealty to the Stark family of the North. Jorah once entered into a political marriage. For the offspring of great families seldom concern themselves with love, focusing instead on social standing and mutual benefit. Children of influential families are raised in comfort, their horses faring better than those of the impoverished, adorned with silks and sumptuous food. The price they pay is to become pawns, sacrificing their own marriages to secure advantages for their families. Initially, women often strive to profit their own families, but once they bear children, their priorities shift. A woman's innate love for her offspring surpasses her own desires and even those of her family. If she aids her family at the expense of her husband's interests, she indirectly jeopardizes everything her children stand to inherit. Thus, women find themselves torn between the loyalties to their birth family, their husband's family, their children, and their own interests. Of course, more often than not, they find themselves with little choice. The majority of women's names are synonymous with fragility. In this world, might and wealth reign supreme as the ultimate laws of nature. To aspire to the pinnacle of power, one must wield these two instruments, much like a king or a Lannister. And as for love, that notion is utterly absurd. For the sake of advantage, a 9-year-old girl may be wed to an octogenarian. A dutiful niece might marry her doting uncle, and a portly widow can stand alongside a handsome knight, even if her grandchild has just entered the world. Marriage resembles a fascinating familial commodity exchange rather than a mutual affection between two individuals. Such mutual affection is often more akin to the transactional nature of patronage and vice. The prevailing attitude towards political marriages is to take a wife chosen by one's family, while simultaneously seeking pleasure with a cadre of women, thus serving both interests. The wife appears to be prepared for this arrangement. As long as she secures a sole heir, she can turn a blind eye to her husband's indiscretions, while she herself seeks her own happiness. Although this world esteems honor, few couples embody the deep affection seen in Eddard Stark and his wife Catelyn. A quintessential example of a political marriage is the union between King Robert Baratheon and Queen Cersei Lannister. Their relationship is one of superficiality, each pursuing their own interests. Men, it seems, can afford to be more brazen, with a substantial portion of the children in King's Landing likely being Robert's illegitimate offspring, while women must adopt a more discreet posture. Some women are promiscuous, while others are driven by avarice. Ser Jorah is particularly unfortunate. He is what a wife who embodies all vices. His wife has repeatedly betrayed him and lives extravagantly. In an effort to provide for his family and avert disgrace, Jorah resorts to the perilous trade of slavery. While the slave trade is illegal in the north and throughout the Seven Kingdoms, it is only in Winterfell that this law is rigorously enforced. Eddard Stark clings to his principles, drawing both ridicule and admiration, envy and resentment from those around him. In a world where some wallow in filth, why should he remain untainted? Thus, Eddard acquires numerous adversaries, some motivated by self-interest, others by a sense of morality and honor. When Eddard Stark sentenced Ser Jorah Mormont to death, disregarding the pleas of his bannermen, it sparked an uproar. Eddard's commitment to justice clashed with Jorah's refusal to accept his fate, leading him to forego joining the Night's Watch. Instead, he chose to wander the land with his troublesome wife, taking on the role of a mercenary knight, and naturally, with limited earnings, he suffered another betrayal. His wife stealthily abandoned him while he was engaged in battle. Missandei gazed at Jorah with admiration, adept at finding common ground in conversation. Jorah, being kind-hearted and her savior, engaged in pleasant dialogue with her. Jorah Mormont, having traversed the world and gathered a wealth of experiences, stands in stark contrast to the arrogance and brutality often exhibited by knights and swordsmen, instead embodying an approachable demeanor coupled with unwavering determination and resolve. The Iron Islands? Is it truly abundant in salt and iron? Missandei exudes her charm, her laughter a delicate chime, and after discussing the weather, naturally transitions to the customs and landscapes of the Seven Kingdoms. However, their most lucrative trade is plunder. Isn't that akin to piracy? On the barren lands of the Iron Islands resides a fiercely independent and even brutal tribe, known to the mainlanders as the Ironborn, who refer to themselves as the Iron Men. The Ironborn are descendants of the sea, their maritime dominance once unmatched. They thrive in the harsh natural environment of the archipelago, disdainful of the feeble ways of existence found on lush green lands. Thus, when you say they resemble pirates, in a certain light, they do. You seem quite familiar with that place. Have you been there? Jorah reminisced about a child he once met in the north, hailing from that distant land. Who? Why would a child journey from the far-off Iron Islands? You may ponder that. Missandei absent-mindedly twirled her hair. Perhaps family business? No. The merchants are predominantly from Casterly Rock and the Lannisters. Commerce is underdeveloped in other regions. Go on. I truly cannot fathom, my lord. Missandei squirmed like a serpent. The child, upon arrival, was always tense and irritable, particularly sensitive. Speaking their tongue, he favored plunder over hard labor, a lesson severely imparted by a certain Stark lady. Jorah, tall and clad in practical light armor, bore a round face, soft, compliant golden hair, and a beard. His nose was prominent, and his eyes shone with kindness. Why would a lady concern herself with another's tongue? Which lady was so imposing? The third lady, Jorah recalled, was distinct in her memory. Who was this third lady? I am unworthy to utter her name. Jorah's disappointment stemmed from my disregard for his counsel regarding the trade and sale of people. From that day forth, his name flowed solely within his own heart. Missandei regarded him meaningfully. It seemed you have a connection to this third lady. Nonsense, Jorah insisted, somewhat vexed. Having seen much, Missandei understood that a man's ire can sometimes be mere bluster, yet now she recognized that Jorah was not to be trifled with. Changing the subject. Is there an issue with their tongue? Jorah chuckled. The third lady forbade other families from uttering words of plunder on her territory. Victoria was quite young at the time, yet she cornered Theon Greyjoy, who towered above her in stature and strength. Years later, Jon still recalled the scene vividly. Theon, never think to take advantage in the north. With me around, the words of plunder over hard labor will forever remain unattainable. Never dream of raiding us. Stow your island winds. A fierce little she-wolf, Theon chuckled. Surprisingly formidable. Missandei raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to return? I have no face to go back. I find that young lady to be exceedingly assertive. When a child speaks, she responds with undue aggression, which is rather unremarkable. Miss Missandei is contemplating seeking a man for support. Jorah, who is without a wife, has become her target. Naturally, having a wife would not deter her intentions. Thus, Her words carry a certain sharpness. Yora, disinterested, merely states that she has never been rude. But this time her persistence surely has its reasons. Observing that this man is impervious to her advances, Missandei, concerned for her own safety, is compelled to smile. Sir, I implore you, reveal the truth to me. Yora remains silent. What does the young boy look like? Missandei seeks to glean more information. Well, he has black hair, is rather short, possesses a dark mole on his right cheek, and has curly locks. Hey, sir, do not indulge in trivialities. I mean, what is his status? After all, one must have an identity. Yora exhales deeply. Perhaps many, like myself, once possessed a status, yet ultimately fade into obscurity. Missandei's tone softens. At least you once had an identity, unlike us, who have always been the same. She leans forward, attempting to place her hand on Yora's. Just as she draws near, Yora steps back, standing upright, leaving Missandei grasping at emptiness. Noticing Yora's departure, she hastily follows. Pardon me, my lord. Is that young boy of noble status? You see, for impoverished souls like us, unless we follow a master, we seldom have the opportunity to migrate far. We often live and die where we are planted. This is also the reason the villagers in Gavin's blue-eyed village, despite repeated exploitation, have not relocated. The land they inhabit is already cultivated, providing sustenance. Should they venture out, they might encounter bandits and thieves, losing everything, leaving no trace behind. Or they could trespass onto another's territory and face ruthless expulsion and slaughter. Even if all were well, arriving in a pristine, uninhabited place would require the effort of driving away wild beasts and reclaiming the land. One must understand that the productivity here is not high. Tools such as iron are tightly controlled by the state, making reclamation a formidable task. The migration of an entire family is regarded as an epic in some nations. Yora walks ahead, while Missandei closely follows him. Yora finally speaks. He is a hostage. His family from the Iron Islands once pledged fealty to the Iron Throne. However, they later rebelled, and Lord Ned Stark of the North suppressed them, executing all male heirs of the Lord, leaving only the youngest, a 9-year-old boy named Theon Greyjoy. Missandei is disinterested in the boy, her enthusiasm directed solely at Yora. Seeing her approach once more, Missandei boldly and eagerly inquires, Sir, what is your name? And whence do you hail? Yora, wishing to evade further entanglement, resorts to the child as an excuse to divert the conversation. That young boy remains as a hostage in Winterfell. Missandei's gaze burned fiercely, as if intent on scorching a hole through Yora. He must be utterly pitiful, enduring daily beatings and scrubbing stables, reduced to a mere slave. Yet, he thrived, living alongside the lords and ladies of Winterfell, sharing meals and experiences, learning and growing together. The unusual hue in Missandei's eyes was indeed a rarity. Never had she heard of another lord so benevolent. Yora's departure was uncertain. When the Starks turned ruthless, they resembled famished wolves. One must understand that the North's territory nearly encompasses half of the Seven Kingdoms. Without some means of strength, they would have been devoured long ago. Those who had faced them firsthand had felt the ferocity of their claws and teeth. Lacking power, neither his family nor many others would ever bow to them. The Starks were the foremost legion among the great houses, renowned for their martial prowess, second only to the Baratheon family and the Lannisters of the Westerlands. The Lannister family, celebrated for their valor, commanded fleets, and possessed the advantage of both land and naval forces, controlling the economic lifeblood of the Seven Kingdoms. In contrast, the Starks fell short in terms of economy and naval strength, lacking influence in the court, while the Lannisters had produced a queen who bore 3 heirs, ensuring that the kingdom ultimately fell into their hands. Eddard Stark seemed resolute in his desire to live as a recluse, eschewing power and wealth, valuing only honor while remaining withdrawn in the north. King Robert issued 12 edicts, beseeching him to serve as Hand of the King, all of which he declined, compelling the king to journey north himself to coax him from his seclusion. His adversary was the cunning old lion, Tywin Lannister, the undisputed soul of the family, who had propelled them to greatness, earning renown far and wide. Even the king had to beseech him for funds to sustain the realm. Tywin had grown up alongside Aerys II Targaryen, serving as hand for many years during the previous dynasty. Yet, this very man bore intricate ties to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty. As a puppet master, he maintained his grip on the Westerlands, unyielding amid turmoil. With the establishment of the Baratheon dynasty, Robert ascended to kingship, rewarding the lords, yet the Lannister lion was merciless, carving out a substantial portion of the royal bounty. In a strategic retreat, Tywin orchestrated a grand maneuver before gradually relinquishing power to his son, Jaime Lannister. Jaime recalibrated their strategy. redirecting the family's focus towards economic pursuits and trade, lest they incite the king's suspicion. The King's Guard concealed their fangs during the annual military tournaments of the Seven Kingdoms. The Lannister forces remained absent, clandestinely training in the Westerlands, perhaps out of fear or perhaps disdain. The old lion married his sole daughter, Cersei Lannister, to the king, securing 3 grandchildren firmly within his grasp. Jaime stood sentinel beside the king, safeguarding both Cersei and their offspring, while also protecting Robert. Should misfortune befall Robert, Jaime could elevate Joffrey to the throne, aligning with the Westerlands for a double assurance. In matters of warfare, Jaime surpassed his father, earning deep respect and admiration as a natural commander. At the tender age of 17, he commanded troops, instilling both fear and admiration in his proud vassals and adversaries alike. In terms of martial prowess, few could rival him in a duel. He was indeed a natural-born warrior. Some individuals seem to be bestowed with favor in every aspect of life. When it comes to lineage, ability, wisdom, and appearance, he shone as one of the most illustrious figures among the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, fate played a cruel jest on him, taking his beloved mother during a difficult childbirth, thrusting him into the role of the youngest Kingsguard. After swearing an oath to protect the king, he tragically ended the king's life, bearing the infamous titles of regicide and oathbreaker. He cherished his sister as if she were his very life, personally escorting her to wed the new king, only to stand by helplessly as the king chose to indulge in the company of base women and even men, subjecting her to violence and humiliation. Long had he brooded over this injustice. His childhood was marred, and the loss of his mother inflicted profound psychological scars upon him. His father was consumed by the pursuit of power, leaving only his twin sister Cersei as his solace. They were inseparable, sharing not only a womb but their very essence. The king delighted in tormenting Cersei, often relishing the opportunity to do so in his presence, even seeking her out when he was away. James witnessed Robert's vile words, degrading Cersei with slurs more despicable than those reserved for harlots and swine. Behold, this is the king whom all revere, the protector of the Seven Kingdoms. Striking his own wife with his fists, James stepped forward to intercept the king's blows, while Cersei crawled over to embrace him, urging him to return. For the king was entitled to act as he pleased. Indeed, this was the king, omnipotent and unrestrained. The time for the Lannisters had not yet arrived. On this continent, one might rebel against a king for any reason, yet one could never accuse a husband of wrongdoing for beating his wife. Cersei was both a Lannister and the wife of Robert Baratheon. The Lannisters were known for repaying debts. James clenched his fists, knowing he could easily end Robert's life with a single blow, yet he remained restrained. Cersei held him, enveloping his fists with her hands. "I am fine, James. You should return, prepare a birthday gift for Joffrey. The king is oblivious to whether he was born in spring or autumn. Joffrey needs you." In King's Landing, Robert believed he had captured a young lion as a hostage, unaware that he was encircled by a pride of lions. The infiltration of the Lannisters was swift. One by one, James' men filled the palace, and Robert's assaults on Cersei gradually diminished, though the vile epithets he hurled, whore, harlot, and wretch, echoed incessantly. Cersei, James, 2 princes, and a princess, along with countless courtiers, were all Lannisters. When Robert finally emerged from his drunken stupor, he realized that even the cupbearers bore the Lannister name. His court had become overrun, ensnared by the fangs and drool of the lion. In a bid for self-preservation, Robb allied with the House of Wolves and summoned Ned Stark to court, intending to orchestrate a clash between the lions and wolves while he remained comfortably ensconced. He undertook a journey of over a month to the north to personally invite Ned Stark, a considerable challenge for one whose body had been ravaged by indulgence. Cersei, naturally displeased, saw her mood reflected in Jaime, who immediately sought to vent her frustrations by targeting Victoria, aiming to ensnare the Stark family, who valued honor above all. In a scandal of the utmost magnitude, the North's capital, vast in territory, spanned half the size of the kingdom, boasting formidable defenses in the form of a fierce army and the relentless cold. No one was more acquainted with the harshness of winter than the Northerners, and none could launch an offensive against them under such biting conditions. Lord Stark, a paragon of loyalty and honor, stood as the king's trusted brother and confidant, fulfilling the role of the hand of the king, his children inheriting his noble qualities. Yet, the North bore significant disadvantages. Despite its expansive lands, population growth was constrained by limited agricultural yields, hampering development. The cold that deterred enemies also hindered the growth of sustenance. Thus, upon her initial encounter with Jaime, Victoria boldly requested seeds, to which Jaime remained indifferent, confident that he could procure rare and mystical seeds, rendering any threat inconsequential. However, such military matters and international dynamics were of little concern to Missandei, who had her eyes set on different aspirations. Some women's hearts belong to the world, while others are captivated by men. Missandei relentlessly pursued her objectives, her exquisite beauty and remarkable figure allowing her to navigate through a sea of men, all of whom previously approached her akin to slugs. Today, she adeptly played the role of the slug herself. Have you suffered among the wolves? Ned Stark condemned me to death. Missandei gasped. My lord, you do not seem like a criminal. Has Stark lost his senses? I deserve my fate, replied Ura, leaning against a sturdy tree as he polished his sword. Your sword is truly exquisite, Missandei remarked, catching up to him, selecting a tree nearby to lean against as well. A man's sword is not merely for aesthetics, he replied. Missandei, enchanted, responded, you speak as you will. How impressive you are. Why does Stark impose such a harsh sentence upon you, a man of such kindness, especially a death sentence? She spoke of slavery without revealing the underlying truths. Missandei's smile was cold, her tone icy, a woman of her profession, who laughed upon meeting yet turned away without a second thought, adept at playing both sides. Compliments about Yora's wealth flowed easily to her, yet she stifled her flattery, unable to voice it. Unable to offend her protector, she settled for ambiguous praise. Is this what happens to girls like me? Confined within cages or dark chambers, subjected merely to brutal beatings and repugnant slop, we are expected to barter our very bodies. Farmers, blacksmiths, and any crude, uncouth individual can ascend upon us, transporting us like swine or mere cargo to the farthest reaches of the earth, a place from which we shall never return home. Meanwhile, you thrive abundantly, amassing countless golden dragons and silver moons that slip through your fingers, all while you laugh heartily. Yora, fully aware of his grave transgressions, offers no rebuttal. I am sorry. Suddenly, Missandei shakes her head, casting aside the memories of the past. Her demeanor shifts. As if the previous anguish and mockery had never existed, she smiles impudently, her voice charming Stark, who seems to be a stubbornly good man. In this world, which lord would earnestly pursue the matter of slave trading? The lords themselves are the greatest purveyors of slavery. Yora chuckles softly, acknowledging, indeed. I erred gravely and ventured into the wrong place, and thus I have capsized. The narrative continues to unfold. It is evident why you find companionship among these barbarians. With a bounty on your head in the north, apart from becoming a night's watchman at the wall, you have no option but to mingle with these savages. Nowhere else can you find refuge. Presently, regional discrimination is still markedly severe. As a citizen of the Seven Kingdoms, even a homeless artisan is disdainful of those barbarians. I am now without a home, Yora sighs, reflecting on the irony of his fate, once a formidable heir, now reduced to this wretched state. The Dothraki, with their 500 steeds, track forward, seeking the Targaryen caravan. With time, their disdain for Yora grows, compelling them to order him to serve as a scout. Reluctantly, Yora complies, while Missandei, resolute, insists on accompanying him, declaring that if scouting is perilous, she would fare even worse if left behind. Take me along. I shall not be a burden, she implores, and thus they proceed together. The Dothraki are indeed savages. This is the border of the Seven Kingdoms, and they must not be provoked lightly, lest it incite a war between nations. Similarly, Jaime remains steadfast, exercising patience. His power and army reside in the west, while this is the east. Should he provoke trouble, Robert would be the first to eagerly claim his head. Both sides cautiously send scouts to gauge the situation, avoiding direct contact. To pursue the remnants of the fallen dynasty is a path to glory, yet instigating war is a foolish sin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Victoria and Jon Snow release lanterns, having exhausted all materials within a 10-mile radius. Standing upon a high platform, she generously scatters coins, prompting the crowd to kneel and fervently scramble to collect them, stuffing their tattered garments. Thank you, my lady. May the gods bless you. You are the first patron to bestow us with riches. Victoria found herself unable to alter the predicament at hand. With a contemplative gaze, she spoke aloud, declaring, "This place is fraught with moral ambiguity. Remaining here will only lead to your plunder. Inevitably, survival will become untenable. If there are villagers among you who yearn for a life grounded in diligence, who are willing to forsake their homeland and labor with their own hands, eschewing crime and wrongdoing, you may accompany me to the north. As long as you adhere to our laws and customs, I assure you that the vast expanses of the north will sustain you and your families." The villagers, having witnessed the gleaming silver moons and golden dragons, and having been in the presence of Victoria's formidable golden-armored guards, regarded her with both reverence and trepidation. Is this girl speaking the truth? They pondered. She is a noble lady, yet she is still a woman. Do women's words carry weight? The prospect of journeying to the north seemed almost fantastical, a land of mythical repute. Would they even accept us? One villager scoffed. What nonsense! Should you dare venture to the north, the fierce inhabitants would devour us whole. Yet, another lamented, but if we remain here, we too shall perish. My entire family has succumbed. I am the last one left. Indeed, another echoed. What is there to cling to here? What do we possess? This lady harbors no designs upon me. I am alone, unafraid. Thus, one villager stepped forward, kneeling respectfully before Victoria. Esteemed lady, I am Pike, and I wish to accompany you to the north. I beseech your protection. Victoria nodded, and John felt a surge of satisfaction, exclaiming, Victoria, you have saved them. You have done the right thing. The great lords will take pride in you. Stepping forward, Victoria pledged, I am Victoria Stark, the protector of the north, the third daughter of Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell. I promise you, as long as you swear allegiance, there will be a place for you in the north. The name of Ned Stark echoed throughout the lands, renowned for his reverence for honor and virtue. The villagers knelt in unison, pledging their loyalty, and Victoria, satisfied, instructed them to gather their belongings. John stood by, his emotions a tangled web. He felt both pride and joy for Victoria. Her courage and capability shone brightly. Yet, a pang of bitterness gnawed at him. Victoria possessed noble lineage and a powerful charisma. In any circumstance, she could declare her name and heritage with unabashed pride. Representing her esteemed family, she was Victoria Stark, the protector of the north, the third daughter of Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell. And he was merely Jon Snow. Whenever he uttered his name, it elicited knowing smiles. Oh, the shameful bastard. He could not even address his father directly, enjoying his affection only by referring to him as Lord Ned, just like every other subject of the north, rather than as a son. Yet, John felt happiness for his sister. He steadied himself and approached her with an embrace. Victoria, without a doubt, you will one day become a queen. Victoria chuckled softly. Thank you, brother. John casually remarked that once he delivered her to King's Landing to reunite with the Lord, he would set forth to the north to serve as a night's watchman, embarking on a venture befitting a true man. Victoria admired John's lofty aspirations and unwavering resolve. Brother, I support you wholeheartedly. I believe you shall become the most esteemed guardian of the wall. The siblings embraced tightly before deciding to rendezvous with the villagers and Jaime. The Night's Watch army, led by Jaime, had claimed the head of Viserys and captured Daenerys, lying in ambush at a narrow pass. Their scouts were searching for the forces dispatched by the governor of Pentos, but encountered Victoria and her more than 70 villagers instead. These villagers, clad in tattered garments and emanating an unpleasant odor, diligently followed closely behind Victoria and John, striving to wield their tools to excavate the ore from the earth. They gathered numerous vines, and about 20 individuals skillfully wove them into sturdy baskets. The remaining villagers tirelessly swung their hoes and farming implements, unearthing the grayish-yellow chunks of ore and continuously loading them into the woven containers. Everyone work hard. For every basket of ore returned to King's Landing, you shall be rewarded with a measure of grain, Victoria promised, invigorating their spirits further. John assisted in directing the efforts and allocating tasks. Amidst the hustle and bustle, as they scrambled to mine and fill the frames, it felt as though they were competing for treasures of gold and silver. Victoria's voice grew hoarse from exertion, and John offered her a flask of water to soothe her throat. She dared not drink excessively, taking only a small sip to conserve the precious resource. Early that day, Victoria spotted a scout adorned in golden armor, connected by red leather straps, predominantly in hues of gold and red, light and agile, suitable for military maneuvers. A member of House Lannister. She waved him over. The golden-armored guard promptly sheathed his weapon and approached to pay his respects. Lady Stark, what brings you here? How fares the battle with Jaime? Victoria scrutinized the scout, noting his complete gear and readiness for action. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his complexion was rosy, indicating that the situation was likely favorable. Reporting, my lady, the Lord has completely annihilated the Targaryen convoy of over 70 men, slaying Viserys Targaryen and capturing Daenerys Targaryen. A splendid victory. However, upon counting, we discovered 2 men were missing from the convoy. A commendable battle, Victoria nodded. What are the subsequent plans? Alas, I am not privy to that information, the scout replied. It was not a matter of withholding. Such high-level military secrets seldom reached their ears. They followed orders and were only required to know the outcome of the war. My lady, the Lord has instructed that should you be encountered, You must be swiftly escorted back to the camp. Victoria shook her head. I still have treasures to unearth here. You should proceed with your mission and return with word. If Jaime can spare some men, have him send a few to assist me. The scout acknowledged her command, reported the location of Jaime's forces, and, after urging Victoria to hasten and regroup, quietly departed, not inquiring about the nature of the ore, for he did not need to know the details, only to fulfill his orders. Victoria was acutely aware of the precariousness of the border, where circumstances shifted like sand, urging everyone to expedite their work. Jon, holding the ore in his hands, was perplexed by Victoria's enthusiasm. What use is this? He inquired. Victoria, with a smile, responded, more precious than gold. Dear brother, this is saltpeter and sulfur, essential for weaponry. Weapons? From this powder? Jon expressed disbelief, regarding the substance with skepticism. It sent somewhat acrid, reminiscent of flour. Victoria nodded, explaining that it was a vital component for gunpowder. What is gunpowder? Is it for treating burns? She chuckled, hands on her hips, her smile wide enough to obscure her eyes. Jon felt embarrassed, admitting, I've never heard of gunpowder. Perhaps the maester knows? Victoria was in high spirits, feeling as though she had stumbled upon gold. To ignore such a treasure is foolish. It's a gift from the heavens that one should not spurn. Gunpowder comes from the east, even further than the Dothraki plains, near where the sun rises, Victoria reminisced, recalling the industrious and brave people from that region, the descendants of dragons who had conceived countless remarkable inventions. Jon was astonished. They are descendants of dragons? Victoria chuckled, realizing his misunderstanding, and quickly clarified, not the Targaryen dragons, but the Chinese dragon, with a serpentine body and antlered head, capable of summoning clouds and rain, a symbol of nobility and auspiciousness. The beautiful legend spoke of how the children of the Chinese dragon created the 4 great inventions, one of which is gunpowder. Gunpowder is akin to the green wildfire of King's Landing, capable of burning and exploding. Jon found himself increasingly captivated, hanging on her every word. Victoria grasped a piece of ore, her expression turning serious. However, Chinese gunpowder is far more powerful than green wildfire and is much easier to produce in large quantities. Before she could finish her thought, Jon placed a hand over Victoria's mouth. Be cautious, sister. We cannot let others know of this. Such weapons possess immense power. He surveyed their surroundings warily. Victoria flashed a sly smile, her gaze darting around. She lowered her voice. Only I know how to make it. No one will learn the formula or the crafting process. Jon chuckled, overwhelmed by surprise and pride. You are always so impressive. Did you learn this from books? Victoria beamed. Of course, knowledge is power. As they spoke, Victoria's brow furrowed with concern. On the horizon of the grassland, she spotted a cluster of black flags rising like dark clouds. Jon, quickly, we must warn the villagers to hide. Jon sprang to his feet, sword in hand, his gaze fixed on the distant edge of the grassland, questioning the nature of the approaching force. How many do you estimate are in their ranks? Too many to discern clearly, but it cannot be fewer than 2,000. Victoria replied, her expression grave. How many warriors remain concealed in the shadows? Without a vantage point, it is nearly impossible to discern their presence. How long might it take for them to arrive here? Victoria, lacking formal military training, was somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of strategy and thus chose to heed the counsel of others. Jon assessed the distance and estimated it would take another 2 hours for the opposing forces to reach them. Victoria had already begun to gather the villagers. 2 hours would suffice for our evacuation. Brother, we must hurry and rendezvous with the main force. Upon receiving the news, the villagers, although uncertain of the reasons, chose to trust Victoria and complied. They hastened their pace, assisting one another, carrying burdens and tending to the elderly and children as they commenced their swift retreat. Victoria, mounted on her horse, cast a lingering glance back at the mining grounds. Jon understood her thoughts. They would leave for now, with the hope of returning to extract the precious resources later. Those are the vital elements for crafting fire, potions, and enhancing our strength, Victoria thought, clenching her jaw. Safety comes first. We must depart. We cannot encounter the forces in black. If given the chance, I shall return, she resolved. Mount your horse. We must move swiftly. Jon urged his steed forward, compelling Victoria to follow suit. The untrained villagers began to falter, their panic manifesting in discordant murmurs. It was not only Victoria and Jon who witnessed the ominous assembly of soldiers looming in the distance. An innumerable host of troops advanced like an encroaching flood, relentless and overwhelming, contrasting starkly with the meager farmers armed only with simple tools. Victoria reined in her horse and returned to the ranks of the villagers. Jon insisted, You must go ahead. I will see them through. Your safety is paramount. The limited number of horses made it impossible to evacuate all the villagers. They could only carry their burdens and proceed on foot. Victoria dismounted resolutely. Brother, I cannot abandon them. These villagers have rallied to us due to Stark's promise. In this crucial moment, I must stand with them. Jon pressed. Do you not understand the peril? I cannot leave them behind. Victoria exclaimed, then quickly softened her tone. Brother, I apologize. I know you act in my best interest. Jon anxiously surveyed the approaching forces. The black-clad army would indeed take 2 hours to reach them. Yet they had over 100 individuals to contend with. If they spotted us, we would surely be seen in return. What if they dispatch a cavalry unit? They could catch us in less than half an hour. We are unarmed. How can we defend ourselves? Victoria, I implore you, heed my words just this once. Depart for the camp and alert Sir Roderick Castle, if you still acknowledge me as your brother. With unwavering resolve, Victoria replied, Brother, the villagers have pledged their allegiance to us under Stark's banner. As their liege, we are duty-bound to protect them. I cannot flee alone. By what means do you protect the villagers? War is a man's affair. Victoria, hurry. Seek out Sir Roderick Castle and return with assistance to rescue us. I acknowledge that I have yet to accomplish anything of merit, nothing that can earn me recognition. It is of no consequence if you do not believe in me. I shall prove my worth. Victoria, this is not the time for obstinacy. In my heart, you hold more significance than anything else, including the commitments of House Stark. At this juncture, Victoria's emotions surged. Jon, you have always been my brother, and in my heart, you too are of utmost importance. However, this time, I must stand firm in my convictions. Jon, unable to sway her, prepared to lift her onto the horse directly. Victoria resisted with all her might, locking her gaze with Jon's, but it was too late. Following the direction of her outstretched arm, Jon turned to see that indeed, a contingent of the dark-clad soldiers had dispatched a small cavalry towards them, having evidently discovered their presence among the 100 or so villagers. Brother, we have but half an hour, Victoria declared, waving her arm to rally the villagers. The enemies seeking to thwart our lives in the north are upon us. United, we shall escape their clutches. As the villagers beheld the advancing cavalry, a cacophony of cries erupted. Some were at a loss, clutching large chunks of ore, having just reveled in the joy of profit, only to be plunged into the shadows of death in an instant. Such is the fickleness of fate. They were reluctant to abandon either their lives or their precious ore. It was them again, those lackeys of the governor of Pantos. They are merciless, committing every atrocity imaginable. They must be coming for us. Oh heavens, what shall we do? Flee, we must flee. Upon hearing the rising tumult, Victoria seized a villager and inquired, Are you certain they belong to the governor of Pantos? A dozen or so individuals nodded in affirmation, deriving strength from the shared resolve in their eyes. Miss, we are willing to carry the message. They divided into several groups and set off. Before departing, the sole woman among them paused, placing her hand on her chest, and exclaimed with fervor, Miss, my father is here. Please take care of him. Very well, who is your father? The girl pointed to a man clad in a blue coat, guarding a wicker frame. His name is Rooney. Victoria grasped the woman's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I will look after him. The woman beamed. Miss, upon my return, I wish to serve as your maid. My name is Maggie. Victoria replied, Very well, Maggie. I shall await your return. Come, ride my horse. There are few mounts available, and I place my utmost trust in you. Maggie, taken aback and incredulous, accepted the reins. Miss, do you truly trust me? Victoria embraced her briefly, affirming, I trust you completely. Now go, Maggie. Fetch help. Can you ride? Maggie, seemingly imbued with newfound strength, summoned her courage and responded, I have tended to cattle and sheep before. Livestock should be similar. A courageous maiden, emboldened, approached a fine steed, gentle and understanding. With a firm grip on the reins, there was no need for fear, for it would not inflict harm upon her. Maggie, as if entrusted with a significant mission, nodded earnestly, mounted the horse, and set forth in search of James and his troop. The army of the dark-clad men was imminent, without any countermeasures. Over 100 villagers, along with Victoria and Jon, would surely fall into their clutches, to be sacrificed and lost to the heavens. James's forces were yet unaccounted for, and they had no option but to follow the direction indicated by the scouts, refusing to remain passive. Send them off, Victoria commanded. Everyone, regardless of the means. Shatter the saltpeter. We cannot wait idly for rescue. We must take our fate into our own hands and undertake a grand endeavor together. Victoria also instructed her people to gather horse manure, yet with so few horses, the supply was lamentably scant. She then commanded the cutting of withered shrubs to gather, adding saltpeter powder to ignite the flames, which indeed blazed forth, vibrant and fervent. Victoria then procured a thick piece of wool felt, dampening it with the scant remaining water, and waved it over the flames, which emitted not just heat but dense, black smoke. Upon reflection, she added a generous amount of sulfur to the mix. The odor was quite unpleasant, yet the effect was remarkable. Thick, yellow-black smoke billowed upward, robust and persistent, visible from afar. Indeed, this unusual phenomenon captured James's attention. Though unaware of its nature, he understood that all signs of battle required vigilance. He ordered the resting soldiers to don their gear and prepare for action, dispatching scouts on swift steeds to investigate the source of the rising smoke. In the midst of the general turmoil, it was an opportune moment for action. Most were ill-equipped to handle sudden crises, and the more urgent the situation, the more likely they were to heed the commanding voices and comply with decisive leadership. Amidst the chaos, over 100 villagers, at a loss, began pulverizing the ore in their hands. The collective strength of the many soon formed a mound of crushed minerals. Victoria shook her head, declaring it insufficient. Everyone, exert yourselves. Your lives are in your own hands. Hearing this, the villagers were struck by a cold sweat. Fully concentrating on the task of crushing the saltpeter, John, following Victoria's guidance, tightly bound several garments filled with saltpeter and sulfur powder, mounted his horse, and galloped forth, scattering the saltpeter into a vast circle. He repeated this several times until Victoria sanctioned the route, at which point he ceased. After about 15 minutes, a troop of dark-clad cavalry loomed ever closer, numbering around 300, galloping like the wind. Seizing the momentum, they raised their bows and crossbows, shooting towards the villagers. Arrows flew like the wind, striking many villagers, piercing their chests and leaving behind gaping wounds. Victoria was tackled to the ground by John, tumbling several times. The spot they had just occupied still bore several arrows embedded deep in the earth, their fletchings quivering, testament to their fierce might. Time was running short. Victoria shouted for all supplies, money, clothing, food, wine, everything to be left within the circle. She instructed to throw half of the saltpeter into the circle and to take the rest and flee. Everyone must scatter. This way, the cavalry would not be able to capture us. The villagers indeed fled in various directions towards the rear. Brother, we must go. About a dozen villagers clustered around the siblings, while the cavalry laughed raucously, noticing the abundance of supplies in the grasslands. The furs and gold and silver laid bare before them, and rushed towards it. John raised his bow to shoot, but Victoria shook her head, urging him to wait until more had gathered inside. Calmly, Victoria ignited the powder, watching as more and more cavalrymen entered the circle, even resorting to violence over the unequal distribution of goods. Damn it, give me the furs. First come, first served. You go grab that honey, you sweet-toothed fool. I demand it. Hand it over. What are these white and yellow powders? Go pick up that strange powder. Hand over the goods. Oh dear, what is this smell? I've never encountered it before. Before he could finish his words, a burly man snatched the possessions from his hands, and they erupted into wild laughter as more cavalrymen joined the fray. These people are already terrified. Ha! Look at those sheep fleeing for their lives. Do you think they still have any money on them? Amidst his laughter, in the distance, Victoria raised her bow and crossbow. Her strength was insufficient to draw them back. Holding her breath, she carefully wrapped the arrowhead in pitch and ignited it. Taking a few deep breaths, she remained still, gradually aiming at her brother. Do you think God will forgive me for what I'm about to do? John furrowed his brow tightly. Victoria, let me do it. You shouldn't bear this burden. You shouldn't stain your hands with blood. Effortlessly, John drew back a massive bow of 500 pounds, the arrowhead wrapped in pitch and dipped in fire. Two small, yet resolute flames flickered. Victoria's eyes were red. She struggled to keep them open, aiming for a long while, without daring to blink. Brother, let us have a contest to see who is faster. All right, John replied firmly. In an instant, two flaming arrows shot forth towards the fire circle, one after the other, striking the saltpeter and the flammable cloth with precision. This time, I've struck it rich. Look at how many gold dragons I've caught. Meanwhile, another cloaked cavalryman boasted, my furs are worth quite a bit too. Hey, can I trade you for honey? Their glee continued unabated, but suddenly, boom, divine fire descended. An enormous flame erupting from nowhere, forming several large circles that tightly encircled them. Like a cascade of dominoes, countless fire lines intertwined and connected, turning the area into a paradise of flames. Just moments before, the fire had been small, yet suddenly, the flames began to lick at their dark robes, climbing up their legs and backs. The cool breeze of the grasslands had transformed into a scorching wave of fire. Help! The tumultuous flames surged and leapt. as I cast aside my robe to extinguish the fire for others, only to find it consuming me in an instant. This place has transformed into a treacherous jungle, where they are all swept away and devoured. They embrace the flames, bathing in the inferno, enduring the searing trials of the wildfire. Save me. My throat choked with countless fumes, my lips, tongue, and nostrils stained black. The winds of the grasslands conspire, fanning the flame's voracity. The burning foliage ascends into the air, and in the fiery glow, the ashes resemble the fluttering butterflies of a hellish realm scattered across the prairie. They ignite even more fuel, hastening the spread of the blaze. Within the circle of saltpeter and sulfur, the horses panic and flee, trampling over the fallen. Their tails and manes catch fire, shrieking as they ascend, some collapsing suddenly, while others step upon saltpeter chunks, triggering small explosions, witnessing their iron hooves blown away. Flesh and blood splatter, vivid red. Some, engulfed in flames, succumb to the toxic fumes of sulfur. The crackling of the fire is incessant, interspersed with the explosive sounds of saltpeter, while sulfur powder and chunks emit more yellow smoke and toxins. Over 300 black-clad cavalrymen, clad in costumes of flame, dance wildly amidst the inferno, an ultimate sacrifice. Both man and beast have lost all reason, descending into madness. Some manage to escape, yet become mere fireballs. The more they flee, the fiercer the flames grow, ultimately engulfing them in a conflagration that evaporates their blood and sweat, leaving behind charred remains, consumed once more by the fire. Wherever the horses flee, the flames follow, igniting the great prairie fire. The winds bolster the inferno, and disaster ensues. All within the circle of saltpeter become offerings and lambs to the fire god. The neighing of horses and the screams of men fill the air. Victoria feels a wave of dizziness, having inhaled a fair amount of sulfurous smoke. Jon pulls her away from this place of chaos, but Victoria, still holding on, turns to gaze upon that hell of dancing flames, witnessing countless tormented souls and vanished lives. Her voice falters, sounding as if it belongs to a stranger. Am I truly wicked? Have I harmed so many? Victoria is not heartless. She observes her enemies. Their flesh charred and oozing, tendons exposed, blackened to the bone, listening to their curses, roars, and desperate pleas for mercy. The fire crackles, releasing the scent of burning fat, a mingling of delectable aroma and foul stench. The sudden eruption of suppressed sorrow and profound grief affects everyone present, causing Victoria to tremble uncontrollably, her shoulders and elbows shaking involuntarily. She feels ensnared within a false shell of humanity, her soul vibrating like a spring, restless and fearful, realizing she is the unseen hand behind this massacre. The merciless flames have become the paramount ruler of the prairie, roaring and stretching its limbs, asserting its dominance across the land, relentlessly pursuing every lamb upon the grasslands. Victoria never imagined she would one day transform into an arsonist. Jon firmly grasped Victoria's shoulders and gazed into her eyes. Victoria, this is the battlefield. It is a matter of life or death. You have performed admirably, saving not only your life, but mine and the lives of over 100 villagers. Yet, these dark-clad marauders burn, kill, and plunder without remorse. Victoria, you are enacting divine justice, fulfilling the will of the gods. Do not overthink it. We must escape first and ensure our safety. You have done nothing wrong. We cannot wait for death. This is the only course we can take. Jon's words were resolute and compelling, momentarily alleviating Victoria's fear and shock. Time passed, yet in the heat of the moment, no one felt its passage. Those consumed by flames felt their skin scorched by the searing heat, each second stretching into eternity. Yet time continued its relentless march, indifferent to human emotions, as the dark army drew ever closer. Jon and the villagers endured the oppressive waves of heat, their skin glistening with sweat, lips cracked, all affected by the suffocating sulfurous fumes. Victoria, Jon urged, do not dwell on it. This is a fight for survival. And you have shown remarkable courage, akin to the finest Stark warrior. Victoria, frail and weakened, began to see double. The acrid smoke filled her lungs, causing a sensation of constriction, and a sharp pain pierced her head. In her final moments of consciousness, she murmured, I am finally a Stark warrior. I am no longer the weaker maiden. The vast grasslands stretched out before them, and the dark army beheld the sudden engulfment of over 300 cavalrymen in flames, sending shockwaves of panic through their ranks. They noticed shadows ahead, villagers scattering like ants in flight. How could they endure such humiliation? Over 300 lives lost with naught to show for it. Thus, they hastened their march, all rushing toward the battlefield. They closed in, a multitude of horses charging toward the fray, while the villagers, relying solely on their legs, found their efforts utterly insignificant. Exhausted, the villagers stumbled forward, their pace a mere fraction of the galloping steeds. Behind them, the furious cries of over 1,000 dark-clad warriors echoed, a cacophony of death that felt like demons pursuing them. The thunder of hooves shook the ground, resonating like blades slicing through flesh, piercing the hearts of every villager. More than 100 souls could not withstand such a formidable force. The dark army roared, their voices a tempest of vengeance for their charred brethren, intent on crushing this ragtag assembly of villagers. Kill for our brothers' revenge. Charge forth, and turn them into a bloody pulp. Trample these worthless wretches underfoot. Victoria struggled, lifting her head, gripping Jon's sleeve tightly. We must go back. Jon was taken aback. What? Back? Victoria's lips were cracked, her pallor alarming, clear signs of poisoning. Her eyes bloodshot. We must lead the troops to the saltpeter mine. Though her strength waned, her message was clear, and Jon understood. Jon's chest heaved like the surging tides of a river. He embraced Victoria fiercely before entrusting her to an elderly man clad in blue, who then took her away. With the villagers' assistance, Jon loaded 4 crates brimming with saltpeter onto his horse and mounted it himself. He cast a final, solemn glance at Victoria, raising his torch and declaring, I shall return, not we. Jon rode forth on his steed, torch held aloft, his cloak billowing like the wings of a bat, stretching wide as he raced toward the mine with the 4 crates of saltpeter. Brother, Victoria cried out, but she could not break free from the villagers' grasp, who worked together to lead her away. George, we head that way. Rooney, ensure you keep the right direction. We shall follow you. Fear not, let us hasten. Rooney directed their escape, and they quickly retreated. The inferno acted like a magnet, drawing various factions, the remnants of the cloaked figures, the Dothraki, and Jaime's forces, all racing toward the blazing prairie. Who would arrive first? Jon had already reached the saltpeter field, reining in his horse. He dismounted and spilled the 4 crates onto the ground, carefully controlling his torch as he remained steadfast. Countless cloaked figures spotted him, galloping forward, swords and daggers drawn, the sounds of their weapons ringing in the air. Alone, Jon faced the mass of adversaries, unwavering. A torrent of emotions engulfed his spirit, perhaps honor, perhaps astonishment, perhaps anxiety. But fear was absent. He stood ready, torch raised high as more and more cloaked figures charged at him, the earth trembling beneath them, the blades of grass swaying violently, their rhythm becoming increasingly frenzied. In that moment, Jon leapt onto his horse, a white steed that seemed to soar above the rest. He became the target for all, yet remained an island of resolve. In less than 300 meters, he fixed his gaze on the torch, then hurled it with all his might, the flame dancing in midair, still alight. Suddenly, the torch ignited the saltpeter dust and sulfur scattered on the ground. A swift explosion ensued, with countless cloaked figures galloping past the roaring flames. The ignited crates of saltpeter triggered a violent blaze, igniting more of the subterranean saltpeter mines. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as smoke billowed, the subterranean mines igniting in a fiery tempest that unleashed even more flames. A sequence of explosions erupted, rumbling mightily, sending vast clouds of dust and flames soaring, enveloping the army of cloaked figures. Countless clods of earth and turf flew through the air, severed limbs dancing amidst the chaos. Cries and pleas for help were wholly drowned out, leaving only the thunderous roar of the earth being violently upheaved. The inferno and thick smoke consumed all, devouring everything in its path. Victoria screamed in anguish, "Brother!" But the blast shockwave sent her sprawling, rendering her unconscious. The cacophony intensified, swelling from the center of the mushroom cloud, the sound deafening, almost capable of shattering hearts. The sound waves swept through the forest, stripping away every leaf and snapping brittle branches. The explosions grew more rapid, their intensity and frequency increasing, accompanied by an overwhelming cacophony of sound and flames. A relentless series of detonations and raging fires engulfed the entire army clad in black. Under the might of nature, all human resistance proved futile. As the waves of sound receded, the villagers began to flee once more, no longer fearing the black-clad figures, for they had been reduced to mere blood and flesh. Charred remnants scattered about. Their immediate threat now lay in the inferno raging across the plains, yet united, they found strength in their collective resolve. The scattered villagers regrouped under the guidance of the seasoned elder, Rooney, and together they led Victoria toward the less verdant and dense patches of grass. They doused themselves with water and gathered branches as makeshift weapons, carving a path through the flames until it was sufficiently wide and safe. Over 100 individuals squeezed through, breaking free from the grassy expanse and plunging into the charred remnants of what had once been lush terrain, now nothing but a field of ash. The ground still burned beneath their feet, and the villagers, shaken, bore expressions of fear, their faces darkened with soot, save for the occasional glimpse of white from their eyes, a reminder of their vitality in this newfound sanctuary. The fire had shifted elsewhere, and the ground beneath them lacked the fuel for further flames, rendering them unafraid. The east wind, opportunistically, carried the smoke and toxins away in another direction. In disbelief, they lingered in silence, which soon erupted into joyous exclamations. A surge of exhilaration for having survived. Ah, we have escaped calamity. Father, we are alive. We have not been slain by the black-clad men, nor consumed by fire, explosions, or poison. We have survived. We have survived. The thrill of existence coursed through each villager, igniting their spirits as they danced and celebrated. Stark! Stark! Great Stark! It was Miss Stark who saved us, single-handedly rescuing us all. We have chosen the right master. Miss Stark! Miss Stark! Miss Stark! The villagers gradually raised their arms in fervent praise, chanting, Victoria! 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 We are willing to kneel before you, forever heeding your command. The name Victoria signified triumph. Though still somewhat unsteady, she was overwhelmed by the villagers' pledges of loyalty. There was no time to revel in victory, no time to assess her own well-being. Victoria pushed through the ecstatic crowd, stumbling forward as they parted to grant her passage, their gazes collectively fixed upon her, silence enveloping the throng. The origin of the explosions lay ahead, scarred by countless gaping black craters, with residual flames flickering ominously. After what felt like an eternity, the fires began to subside. Yet Victoria remained transfixed by the scene. In disbelief, she could hardly fathom that the nitrate mine had been reduced to rubble, leaving only a charred abyss. Resembling a hollow eye socket, staring vacantly at the sky after the extraction of its ocular essence. The haze lingered thickly, obscuring the truth. The villagers, deeply moved by the sorrowful yet resilient young lady, mourned the selfless hero. Indeed, he was a formidable figure, a hero deserving of his title. Was he not a member of House Stark? Yet I heard him referred to as Snow. Why, then, did she call him brother? Regardless, it was he who valiantly sacrificed himself to save us, a noble, courageous Stark, risking everything for our sake. Victoria's ears rang with these thoughts, her heart trembling violently. Brother, brother, where are you? If anything were to happen to Jon, she knew she could never forgive herself. Time slipped away rapidly. The center of the prairie had ceased its fierce blaze. Victoria and her companions were in dire straits, yet the villagers followed her without complaint, slowly making their way toward the heart of the inferno. The smoke and ash made everyone cough, choking their breath. Nevertheless, the villagers remained steadfast, closely trailing Victoria's steps. As she advanced, the wind, as if providential, swept in from the south, dispersing much of the thick smoke and darkness. Victoria shielded herself from the gusts with her sleeve, while a few villagers bravely stood at the forefront, protecting her from the wind. From the base of the swirling dust, Victoria parted the mists and finally discerned the scene before her. Countless horses bore a neatly arranged group of Dothraki cavalry. Their curved blades glimmered ominously, fixated on the beleaguered 100 or so souls before them. Their malice was unabashed, their arrogance unrestrained. The villagers were like lambs, utterly defenseless. A wave of despair washed over Victoria, yet she managed to smile, apologizing to the villagers. I'm sorry, everyone. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, we have slain all the men in black, only to fall into the hands of the Dothraki, just as we believed victory and safety were ours. How lamentable it was to encounter such despair on the eve of triumph. Noble and tragic, it was not the fault of war, but rather the will of fate that sought her demise. Victoria gazed upon a fallen figure among the Dothraki steeds, Jon Snow, her brother, now a bloodied, unconscious captive, stripped of his humanity. Regardless of the circumstances, Victoria knew she must remain strong. She stepped bravely to the forefront, declaring with a fierce roar, "Hear me." They had endured flight, fear, fire, and toxic smoke. The crowd fell silent, stripped of weapons, their garments charred, many even having singed their hair. The villagers were at their wits' end, like sheep awaiting slaughter. A silence enveloped them, warm and heavy. No one spoke, yet they exchanged knowing smiles, a silent camaraderie. Gradually, they drew closer, weaponless, and joined hands to form a human wall. With serene smiles, they advanced slowly together. 1, 2, 3, they slowly crossed before Victoria, their smiles illuminating the air, shielding her with their backs. Victoria was profoundly shaken. "You," Rooney said with a gentle smile. "Miss Victoria, We acknowledge you as our savior. Thank you for risking your life to save ours. Tears welled in Victoria's eyes. I have done nothing for you. There is no need for such gratitude. The Dothraki were notorious for their brutality. At least 500 of them loomed ahead, each harboring malicious intent, poised to seize the villagers' lives. Rooney smiled benevolently. You saved our village leader from the clutches of villains and provided him with medicine. I am sorry, the leader ultimately. A stout, red-haired woman stepped in front of her, shielding her with her back. Her voice trembled with emotion. When you and that general returned to our village, you did not rob us. Instead, you offered us mutton. My daughter tasted such abundance for the first time, savoring the exquisite broth. That was not my doing, Victoria replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she understood the villagers' act of protection signified. A young boy, touched by the spirit of the moment, stepped forward, facing the fearsome Dothraki cavalry with warmth radiating from his back. You shared your wealth, countless golden dragons and silver moons, with us. A slender villager also stepped forward. Bashfully speaking, you even offered to guide us back to the north, providing us a chance at survival. More villagers approached, their courage unwavering as they gazed upon the Dothraki. You have treated us with selflessness and fairness. You have considered our well-being. You shielded us from the slaughter of the faceless men. With your miraculous power, you vanquished 2,000 of their legion. You ensured our survival and promised us land to cultivate our independence. You are beautiful, a goddess in our hearts. Your brother sacrificed himself to safeguard us. You are the first noble willing to protect the impoverished. You should escape. Our ability to assist you brings us the greatest joy. Victoria found herself enveloped by the villagers, each possessing a reason to shield her, their gazes tender yet resolute. Miss Victoria, we are grateful for your grace. Now, please allow us to protect you. A plump woman, her face streaked with soot, let two streams of tears flow down her cheeks, glistening with emotion. We fear not death. We are willing to fight for you. Step by step, Victoria was pushed back, each villager ready to lay down their life for her. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she struggled to articulate her feelings, overwhelmed by the bravery of the villagers, feeling unworthy of such devotion. I have not done anything for you. I do not deserve this. Victoria wished fervently for their safety. Quickly, scatter and flee. The more we disperse, the harder it will be for the cavalry to pursue us. We can all survive. Victoria shouted, run. Do not concern yourselves with me. Yet the villagers remained unmoved, stretching their bodies in a futile attempt to shield more space, welcoming the sharp blades of the Dothraki cavalry with their blood-warmed chests. They were prepared for the final confrontation. Resolute and unafraid, Victoria wept, lamenting her role in their plight, regretting that she had brought them out, as they were safe in their village. The village chief's grandson, the blue-eyed Gavin, gently embraced Miss Victoria, proclaiming, we can no longer survive in the village. You have saved us, and we shall face life and death together with you. A shiver coursed through Victoria, from her tailbone to the crown of her head, akin to the sensation of an entire bowl of poppy milk spilling forth, evoking both elation and pain. She grasped her trembling wrist, her lips quivering, causing her voice to sound different. A tumult of emotions surged within her, as she took several deep breaths, summoning her courage. Very well, she declared, no one can save us. We shall stand together in life and death. The villagers were similarly moved, unified in their resolve. Victoria encouraged the troops, insisting that until the final moment, they would never yield. The crowd echoed her sentiment of unwavering determination. Suddenly, Victoria opened her eyes wide. Her brown irises no longer glimmered with a honeyed light, but instead bore the shrewdness of a cunning she-wolf, familiar with the vast plains. Listen to my command, she uttered, her voice resolute. As she pushed through the throng to stand before them all, she spread her arms wide, calmly declaring, you are my people, and I shall forever protect you. The villagers were deeply moved, their hearts united, as if an invisible thread had bound them together. In the face of death, they felt an unexpected sense of honor. Such a demise was not daunting, but rather noble. Every man must meet his end, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain, Victoria mused, contemplating that the worst outcome was merely death, and if they could fight, it was far better than surrendering to fate. She was an undeniably fragile woman. Yet she raised her hands high and stepped forward slowly. The Dothraki indeed did not regard her as a threat. Yet, many covetous gazes were fixated on Victoria. After walking about 10 steps, she halted and spoke up, her voice powerful. To her surprise, she spoke in Dothraki, stirring some unrest among the riders, who had not anticipated that a woman from the Seven Kingdoms could comprehend their tongue. Victoria's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful. She remained composed as she began negotiations. She appeared not as a prey on the brink of peril, but as a sovereign surveying these inconsequential savages from the palaces of the Seven Kingdoms. In Dothraki, she inquired, "What brings you here? You received a plea for help from the Targaryens. For what purpose do you seek assistance? The Targaryen prince is gravely injured and lacks medicine. You have yet to establish contact with the Targaryen caravan, have you?" Victoria even managed a derisive smile, for she knew that many had been left bewildered by the lanterns she had released into the sky. The smile on the face of the Dothraki leader froze, as the unfolding events took him by surprise. Laughter ceased to grace his lips. "Who are you, and how do you possess such knowledge?" The Dothraki chief advanced on horseback, towering over Victoria as he approached her step by step. He pointed his gleaming curved blade at her eyes, his voice dripping with menace. "Woman, tell me swiftly. Do not attempt any tricks." Victoria, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions and the weight of responsibility for the more than 100 innocent villagers behind her, found an unexpected wellspring of courage. Intrigued, she gazed at the tip of the blade, admiring its razor-sharp edge, unperturbed by fear. Her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, radiating a captivating light that momentarily captivated the chief. Only Victoria, attuned to the tremors of the ground beneath her, felt emboldened and resolute. With a smile, she replied, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I can lead you to the caravan, to your Khaleesi." The chief, roused by her words, felt a flicker of annoyance. "Do not think for a moment that I will let you go." Victoria's confidence surged further. "It is I who am rescuing you. It is I who will grant you mercy." The chief grew increasingly flustered, grappling with the dissonance of his lofty position atop a powerful steed, commanding 500 men, yet feeling cornered by this seemingly frail woman. Witnessing her piercing gaze, haughty demeanor, and condescending tone, he felt like a prisoner beseeching a queen for grace and forgiveness. You speak nonsense. I will not be intimidated by you." Yet, in the battle of wills, the chief had already lost ground. Victoria pressed her advantage. "Without me, you will never find your Khaleesi, nor your Khal Drogo, the mightiest Khal of this land, who will demand your head and sever your long braid. You will perish like a mere sheep at his hands, as he tears out your tongue and entrails." Her eyes blazed with fierce intensity, her threats unmistakably effective. The chief, recalling the formidable and ferocious Khal Drogo, swallowed nervously. "Drogo will not kill me. We are his brothers. You cannot deceive me." The tremors beneath them intensified. Victoria offered a pitying smile. "Not brothers, but failures who could not complete their mission." Enraged, the chief countered, "You are merely stalling for time." With scorn evident in her gaze, Victoria retorted, "How many days have you squandered? Have you found your Khaleesi? You." The sharpness of her stare was like a sword, piercing through his resolve. "Listen to me, and I will ensure your survival. Dismount, and I will lead you to your Khaleesi, preserving your lives. Do not think you can deceive me. You are just a woman. I am the woman who holds your fate in her hands. Khal Drogo is not a patient man. Consider your position wisely, you foolish pig." The chief faltered under her unwavering gaze, hesitating. "Can you truly lead us to Khaleesi?" Victoria inclined her head before the sun sets. "Well, very well," the leader conceded, aware of Kiowa's ominous reputation. "I shall grant you a brief respite, but should you dare deceive me..." Before he could finish his words, Victoria bellowed, "It is I who spares your lives." The howl of the dire wolf sent shivers down their spines. Victoria advanced, her presence commanding, "Dismount." The leader, feeling a twinge of apprehension and awkwardness, complied. Victoria seized his whip and mounted with grace. "I assure you, I will spare your life. Remain stationary while you follow me." She then addressed the soldier holding Jon Snow captive. "Release the prisoner. Do not delay our progress." Observing the leader's compliance, the soldier reluctantly discarded Jon Snow, who fell heavily to the ground, devoid of movement. Victoria suppressed her concern, feigning ignorance. "Follow me," she commanded, urging her steed forward towards the southwest. The Dothraki warriors exchanged uncertain glances, the leader equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. Victoria, already several paces ahead, shouted in Dothraki, "What are you waiting for? If you wish to preserve your lives, follow me to Khaleesi. Move swiftly, lest Khal Drogo decide to crush your skulls one by one." The Dothraki ranks stirred, murmuring in confusion. The leader, flustered, abruptly yanked a warrior from his mount and climbed onto the horse himself, spurring it onward, while Victoria raced ahead. 500 Dothraki riders hastily followed suit. The villagers stood rooted in place, heeding Victoria's words, their feet unmoving as they watched her lead the Dothraki towards a prominent rise on the vast plains. This undulating terrain was the highest elevation for miles around, a fact Victoria had long noted. She rode with fervor, her steed galloping at full speed, leading the dark wave of Dothraki behind her. Bathed in the sacred, warm golden light of the setting sun, she seemed reborn from the flames. The rhythmic pounding of hooves resonated. 1 horse, 2 horses, 500. 1,000. Where did such a multitude of steeds come from? Gradually, the cacophony of hoofbeats transformed into a harmonious melody. A magnificent symphony that echoed the grandeur of nature and the vigor of life itself. Suddenly, Victoria, who had been charging ahead, sharply cracked her whip, veering wildly to the right. The leader, taken aback by this abrupt change, thought, "She deceives us. She intends to flee. We must pursue her." In a land abundant with swine and sheep, a pride of lions is never far behind. Yet, the leader's thoughts hung in the air as he stared blankly at the golden rays of the setting sun, where, upon the high hill, an army surged forth. Clad in golden armor, adorned with red leather, their blades glimmered with the sun's brilliance. James, clad in gleaming armor and adorned with a golden helmet, brandished his exquisite blade as he led 1,000 soldiers into a formidable descent from the heights, an unstoppable force akin to 1,000 golden lions on the prowl. They licked their sharp fangs, their throats vibrating with a low growl, eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint, claws extended, tongues lined with vicious barbs, throats undulating in anticipation of the taste of blood. James had awaited this moment for far too long. The opportune time for the hunt had finally arrived. Leading from the front, his gaze was piercing and fierce, a cold light shattering the air as he bellowed, "Hear my roar." His call resonated, and the soldiers of Lannister surged forth like shadows come to life, their golden forms flooding the mountaintop in an instant. Swift as the wind, with a spirit that stirred the heavens and the earth, the lions answered their king's call. "Hear my roar."